is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for today. Kirsten Sierkas is a Professor Emerita in Information Systems Quality, Innovation and Social Networks at International Hellenic University of Greece, School of Engineering, Department of Information and Electronic Engineering. Since 2009, she is also a visiting professor at the University of Vaasa, Finland, School of Technology and Innovation, Department of Production and Industrial Management. She has a BSc and an MSc in Economics from Åbo Academy in Finland and a PhD in Software Quality Management from London Metropolitan University. In the early years of her career, she worked as programmer, systems analyst, and project manager for 13 years in different global organizations. Her main research interests are in multidisciplinary approaches of software engineering. She has a particular interest in the social, cultural, and political approaches and their effect on society, as well as on the subsequent challenges for managers, educators, and governments. She is multilingual with 7 languages, and she has nearly 200 publications in international journals, conferences, and book chapters, and 1,700 citations. She will talk to us on social media and education. What do we know so far, and what is the future? Over to you, Kirsten.
Thank you, Ellie, very much for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to this some keynote speaker to this conference. So here is the first title, which Ellie already told, that I have been working in Greece. I've been living. I'm Finnish original, but I've been living here almost 50 years. But I still have contacts. I am a visiting professor at University of Vaasa, my home city. So what am I going to talk about today? It will be about social media. So first I will talk a little bit about what is social media and how we can use it in teaching and learning, the opportunities and challenges. And I have been doing with a team, we have been doing research for 12 years into social media in education. So I will end that, I will present our work, and then we will end up with how the future is likely to look like. So social media, after so many years, we created our own definition about it. It refers to web-based tools, application that facilitate social networking. So it's how people can stand in touch with friends, colleagues, customers, clients, etc. Communication, it's a multi-way, web-based interaction in own time, space, and pace. And collaboration, many people on the same time create groups and collaborate to achieve, in learning, of course, it's to achieve learning goals. And they create content in a bottom-up way, and they share this content. And through postings of comments and rates, as you probably all know about, we can comment, evaluate the different posts. So looking at the statistics worldwide, these statistics are from January 2022 this year. We can see that in the top we have Facebook as users. This is worldwide in active users in millions. So Facebook is the first social media tool that people use, followed by YouTube, WhatsApp, and so on. In the following slide, I don't know, can I put up this somewhere, these pictures, because it's disturbing my slides here. I don't know, the pictures of us, how can I minimize them probably. Okay, that's it. So this is from US population 12 plus. So here we see that in the last 3-4 years, the use of social media started since 2017, probably. The social media use started to go down a little bit. I don't know if it has to do with the COVID or what, but then it goes up again. So in 2021, we have 82 millions, but these are for the young people, 12 years up. Then we have what kind of brands do they use? Age 12 to 34. Here you can see that Facebook is going down from 64. It went down to 57. We have the 3 years, 19, 20, and 21. Instagram is going up. Pinterest is going up. And here is a new tool, the TikTok, that is it's something like YouTube, but it's small videos. So this it started in 2020, and from 25 million, it has gone up to 44 in 1 year. So we can see some trends here. And if we look at older people, 55 and older, you see that they still, Facebook, the younger people has somehow a little bit decrease the use of Facebook, while here is still going up for older people. I think that is TikTok is also used, but much lower than the young people use them. So social media, some of the main reason why we should use social media, or why they are successful as tools for improving learning, are that social media are free and are particularly used by young people to create social identities, stay in touch with friends and relatives, share interests, and create social networks. They are used in own time, own space, and own pace. Social media provide multiple opportunities to improve learning methods. They promote self-directed learning by facilitating students to search for answers and make decisions independently. They widen the learning context, improve communication and collaborations. Students are empowered to become active in collaborative learning, but also teachers and parents are empowered to share information and take part in community building. Social media analytics offer insights in various topics for study purposes, such as who has been active and who has not been active, etc. So now we go into this longitudinal study that we started in 2010. The research team has included members from Finland, Greece, and the UK. And the research populations included mostly bachelor students, but also master students from the International Hellenic University in Greece, where we are two researchers, George Lambropoulos and me mainly. Then we have from Eastern Macedonia and Trace Institute, another colleague, Kanakaris, who has helped us with some security questions in research. Then we have mainly Pekka Makkonen from Jyväskylä University in Finland, and from Middlesex University, it's Elli Georgiadou and Harjinder Rahanu. I hope I didn't forget anybody else. And also Erikos Sierkas, who was earlier a student at the International Hellenic University, is also taking part in this. But we will see it in further down if I forgot anybody. So here is the list of all the publications we have done. We start from one in 2013 was the first publication built on the 2010 data that we had collected. And then we go up, you can see we have different publications. The first column is the number, so we have totally done 19 publications. This is the reference, the second column. The third column is the population, where you can see the population we have had, and the focus on the publication. But these PowerPoints will be on the site, so you can, and also of course the paper that will be written, so you can see this later. So I start with the first publication, which was the main start of this research. It started in 2010. It was a paper-based questionnaire that was distributed in the internet. It was called TI at that time, the Hellenic International University, where I worked. We collected from 23 departments and 5 faculties. We collected 1% of the total population. So it was randomly asked. We tried to have approximately as many boys as we had girls. And we had totally 172 students. And we also wanted to ask the question, the teachers, but here we had a huge problem. No other teachers than the teachers from the IT department took part in our survey because they didn't hardly know what is social media. So this is a very interesting fact we found. So what were the results? And also something that was important in all of this study, that in none of these universities we have used for our study, there has been any official social media use. So all the social media that the students have used are their own initiatives. Nothing coming from the university side. So the student has created their own social media groups and changed material, communicated, and that's the thing we will be showing here. So we can see, for example, in this slide from these 172 students from different departments in the university, that they have quite a high use of social media. A very little percent, under something like 4%, didn't use social media at all. And this is social media for educational purpose, not in the private life. On the same base, we looked at what tools they prefer, and this is in descending order. So it starts with Facebook, YouTube, Skype, wikis, and blogs. And the reason they use social media for educational purposes, there are three words. They are fast, they are free, and they are social. So these are the main reasons they use them. And these words are in the questionnaire. We had like text where they could put why they prefer, what benefits do they gain from using social media for study purposes. They think that it's a very good communication enabler. They promote collaboration. It's an opportunity to meet fellow students. It gives you a feeling to belong to a team, a sense of community, and it improves self-organization. The challenges, of course, we also have challenges and worries about social media. And the challenges mentioned by the students were that there is a high group competition, because the main characteristic of social media that is good for education is that students work in groups. So, but of course, even in normal life, we can have a group competition, so that's a question. Security and safety, compatibility of social media platforms, because every day it's like the mushrooms, there come a new social media platform, and there is no compatibility between most of them. Trust, can you trust what happens on social media? Fake news, and that's general on the internet, and the quality of content that the students create, but that's of course a general question in education. And the proposed use of social media by the students, that it should be used to create contact, wikis and YouTubes. Student conferences, that we should create some conferences where students could share and also have access to the presentations afterwards. Game like quizzes and online tests, and different discussion forums. In this is also based on the same population, but we also had some UK students here, 50 UK students and 10 UK teachers. Here we looked at the readiness of using social media in education. And the blue line here, we see that it goes up, and exclusively a little bit down. These are the students, while the red line are the teachers. So we can see that the students are much more ready than the teachers are to use social media. This is a student's viewpoint regarding the tools that we use. the high green you see, this is the positive attitude. So we start like with YouTube, there is a very high positive attitude for most of the tools. And the other, you can see that the orange, for example, the left line is like not at all, and then it's a little, quite a lot, much, very much so. So YouTube, Google Docs, forum, blogs are the first choices by the students. If we look at the teachers again, we have a little bit different view. There is not even a positive attitude to YouTube, and this we'll see in later down that this is something very, very strange. But you have to remember that this was in 2010, like 12 years ago. And Google Docs comes very high, forum comes high, blog comes high, Facebook comes high, and wikis comes high, the other ones lower down. If we look at how important and how urgent the teachers and the students consider the social media to be in education, you will see that students consider that it's both important and urgent, whilst the teachers consider that it's important but not so urgent. So this is also very interesting. So because we had seen these results, we thought that we will look at the Rogers categories of adoption of innovations in general, where we have like a curve that in the beginning we have the innovators, the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and the laggards. So we used this theory of Rogers to check if we will have a similar curve with the adoption of social media. And to go into more depth, we also used the technology of the unified technology acceptance and use of technology, where we have in more detail the acceptance. We have the performance, we have the effort, we have the social influence, and the facilitation conditions, and dependent then on gender, age, experience, and voluntariness, we come up to the behavior on social media. So these are the background theories we used. And we created different questionnaires. So here we have a questionnaire with 31 I forgot to tell you that in the top of every slide we have the paper, the paper, like, so you can see what is the paper that we have published, and in this paper we have like it was in 2015, and we had these 31 Finnish ISIT students, because both in Finland and in UK it was like IT departments we worked in, so we used mainly IT students. Only the first study in 2010 was from the whole university, the student population. So the results showed that important issues are applicability and relevance of the infrastructure. How easy it's to use the infrastructure, and how much help does the social media really provide the students in their working. I will go a little bit quickly, so because we don't have much time, so I don't go into all details. In a similar study, continuing, we also find that the students saw that social influence is very important. And if we remember the Rogers curve, the students are, I go back a little bit so you can see it. So the students are early adapters, they are here in the second, going up, while the teachers are late majority, so they start using the technology, or in this case the social media, after much more later than the students do. In this study, we used 101 Greek ISIT students and 71 Finnish students to compare the difference between Finnish and Greek students, and we found that that the infrastructure was much more important for the Greek students than for the Finnish students. The reason is obviously because Finland is more advanced in infrastructure. So also often students get infrastructure from the university if they don't have their own. But also the Finnish student values the social influence higher than the Greek students that prefer the social influence from the normal life, not via social media. Then we had another study where we looked at gender, and here we found that the male students are in general more experienced in using social media than female students are. And then we had a study where we used postgraduate students. In 2014, 2 years we checked them, and we wanted to see the reasons why they use, because they had their own groups where they used social, and it was a web intelligence master's course that we investigated. So here we can find that the main reason for using social media for learning reasons was the collaborative learning and the motivation that all the other students also use social media, and we have a group and we engage on the study. In this study, we compare social media use outside studies. You can see that YouTube, they use students 99%, whilst for studying 94%. The interesting here is that blogs, they use 77%, whilst in normal life only 45%. So we can see some, and on the right column we can share with the study we had in 2010. In this publication, we look at the different types of learning. If you remember, we had Facebook and YouTube very high up in the rank. So what do we gain from YouTube, for example? We have visibility is very important. Facebook is for meeting peers and for the team spirit and knowledge sharing, whilst the organizational skills are important when we use blogs. So we use different tools when we look at different learning characteristics. Then we have this honeycomb. Kisman et al. In 2011 created this honeycomb. We created a test, a questionnaire, trying to check these different clusters here of sharing, presence, relationship, reputation, groups, and so on. I'm going directly to the results here. We used 40 IT students. So for the Greek IT students, the sharing was the most important functionality factor for the Greek students. And this second, here we have the social media functionality, and the second honeycomb is the implication of functionality. And here Kisman prepared that we should use content management systems and social graphs. Social graphs, we can check all these their appearance and who are the favorite students and so on. We also looked at Lin and Kylä's motivation factor, where we have internal motivation, which means that we do something because we want to do it, and we have external motivation, we do something because somebody else wants us to do something. So the internal motivation comes from pre-interest and post-interest, and the external motivation comes from pre-benefit and post-benefit. And the Greek students, they thought that conversation are not so important. Here we have we look at availability, performance, and security. Security is the most important characteristics that the students were worried about. Here we also had another security survey with quite a few students. The students were aware of privacy systems, but they thought they should be more careful about sharing their own data and also who to add or accept as online friend. And they also were concerned about malicious users that maybe can access our data. Other quality attributes were availability, performance, and it was other students in Finland and in Greece. Also, again, security was a major issue. The Finnish student appreciated more availability regarding operating system and devices, and performance, fast networks and software without interruptions, and etc. I'm skipping this one. Here we have again, these are mean values. The scale is from 1 to 4. We have mean values from measured here. So I just take the 4 most important. This is from 2020. Knowledge sharing is the most important, then collaboration, then communication. Social media can be a platform for academic group work and also to share work with peers. And something important that us as teachers and academics, the students consider that it's a means to improve learning. Based on all this, we thought that, so how can all these teachers that are not used to use social media starting to use social media? So we thought that we need to create some kind of framework. I'm going directly to the framework, skipping these slides. Here is the framework. It starts with infrastructure. We need to create a strategy. And here on the right side, you will find details about, like, I can look at the first, for example, a strategy for suitability and relevance of infrastructure. So we need to identify and analyze the learning conditions, even at home of the students. Do they have computers? Do they have internet? So these are things we need to start with. So we have the infrastructure, then we need to find a suitable platform, maybe some additional tools that like, for example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. What kind of teaching methods should we use? And how much should, because social media is a bottom-up approach. In general, we need to think about that from normal online, normal teaching and learning, we need to involve students much more. Training for students, training for staff. Also, how we can assess the quality and the reliability of the information. The risk, we need to be aware of the risk that we may have, and ethical and legal issues. So this is now our 10 years long, so I have been talking about. This is just like to wrap up. In total, we have 902 questionnaires we have distributed, 42 bachelor students, 180 Finnish students, and 32 IS teachers, and 10 UK bachelor students and 15 teachers. So in general, there is readiness for social media in education. There is a paradigm shift toward more student-centered collaborative approaches, and for that, the social media is suitable. And these are easy to learn and use and almost free or almost free. And students are ready, they are digitally literate, they are multitasking, and it's a fashion to use social media today. So for this side of view, it's something we need to think about. Teachers should maybe start experimenting because students are ready to use it. After this, in the we had last year, I think it was like, no, 2021, we did a Twitter sentiment analysis. I'm not going into these details here. This is really important. We have 274,000 tweets, And we can see this is during the COVID, that despite the COVID, there was quite a lot of trust, a little bit fear here, surprise, sadness, disgust, anger, anticipation, and neutral. So despite the problems and despite, but this is not only for social media, this is in general for online learning. But you have last year's, you can find the last year's paper. So the publicists still consider that it's positive and it's viable, and probably as a supplementary method to traditional learning. And another, with 130 Greek IT students, this was also last year's, we had in another conference, we published, and here we can see that YouTube is very high up as what students use in education. Google Plus, well, that's not much. And how often do you use social media for educational purposes? We can see frequently, maybe it's the 58% is frequently using social media. And how often do you communicate with fellow students by using social media? So that is also quite often. And this slide, we are only going to look at these arrows here on the right. The most important is that it increased knowledge sharing. That's the first. The second is improved communication. The third is that it's a useful platform for academic group work. The fourth, improved collaboration. And the fifth, improve learning in education. So this is very, so you can see that since 2010, in different countries, we have quite similar results from 900, it's more than 1,000 questions. In different years, we have similar questions used. And this is, do you think that social media is essential in today's life? So most of the students agree, strongly agree, 25% disagree. And here we have again, how do you use social media in education? The scale is from 0 to 3 in this questionnaire. So we see, then we have knowledge sharing, and here I have put an arrow. So you can see that this study is from 2021, these numbers here. From 130 students, and the similar result, or almost same results, we have from 2020 with 63 other students. So in total, we have 200 students asking these questions. So we have knowledge sharing, communication, collaboration, a good platform for academic work. And we all should, they would want it to be used more often for educational purpose in the future, and they consider it can be used as a means to improve learning. So this was about my study. Now I will talk, I hope, very quickly about the benefits and challenges, and how we look at the future. So after 12 years of researching the use of social media for educational purpose, we are convinced that benefits of using social media for educational purpose are the following. Social media are the platforms where students spend much of their free time. Students born after the 80s have grown up with social media and are native users of social media. Hence, it can be said they have a high level of digital literacy skills. Social media can be used in own time, own space, and own pace, and this gives flexibility for students to perform their task when suitable for them. A big advantage of using social media for educational purposes is that they are affordable at no or low cost, immediately available and easy to use. As the students in our studies mentioned, for preferring them is that they are fast, free, and social. When used in education, students are connected to each other and to the global community. This community building provides the opportunity to gain new perspectives and make connections with people different from ourselves from all over the world. Social media facilitates bottom-up communication among students. Communication in general is improved in social media environments. Students learn from one another and build on shared learning experiences. An important social experience takes place via collaboration and academic group work. Knowledge is co-created in the social media environment and motivate for knowledge sharing, retention, and understanding. Students in the social media environment, students, teachers, and parents are motivated to receive useful information with regards to the educational process. Social media analytics and different graphs can be developed regarding behavioral, engagement, personal, attitudinal, and preference data. The key approach to leveraging the power of social media is the use of analytics for investigating the statistics and data regarding what is working and what is not working according to learning goals. Finally, the social media are found to improve learning, the ultimate goal of all learning approaches. But of course, there are also a lot of challenges of using social media for educational purposes. The challenges include blurred boundaries between social and academic life. Teachers lag behind in the use of social media. They are likely to increase the workload of teachers and may be difficult to use due to standardized curriculums that are structured to fit informal education. In order to use social media for educational purposes, the infrastructure both at schools and at students' homes need to be investigated. Performance, such as network availability and speed, need to be taken into consideration, as well as availability in the form of potential bugs and maintenance disturbances. Security, safety, and privacy are important issues that we need to put a special attention to. The evaluation process varying students since work usually is made in collaborative manner. Compatibility between different social media is another problem. Material is not always easy to transfer from one platform to the other. Time management can also be serious problems in self-directed learning. In social media, students often experience distractions and involve in unproductive behavior and waste time. The most serious problem, however, are those with antisocial behavior, including cyberbullying, excessive use of social media, which can lead to anxiety, depression, isolation, fear of missing out, etc. So now we come to the future. How we look at the future. We can say that social media are here to stay. Learners are native users. Social media embrace the constructivism theory, because students create in groups, create their knowledge. And a myriad of new innovative social media applications are daily created. So we cannot really stop the train, but it's not too late to catch it. The potential of using social media in education and learning show that social media provides students and institutions with multiple opportunities to improve learning methods based on the constructivist methods. But I think that we think that for educational purpose, we need to rethink how to use social media, because it's not working as it worked in the classroom. We need to look, I said that many times, the infrastructure and also which platforms are suitable and what kind of, we need to involve the students more in to support their learning. And also teachers, and certainly also many students, need to be trained how to use social media, and especially regarding security, safety, and privacy issues. And younger children, they need to be taught in safe use of social media. And social media, the most important, if you want to use it in education, it has to be tied to the learning goals. So our vision is that it should be a blended approach in addition to traditional and formal teaching and learning. And we should particularly use these collaborative, self-directed features of social media and enhance our teaching learning activities with those by empowering the learners, in the preparation of the social media approaches, both regarding infrastructure, the platforms, the tools, the teaching strategies, and we can use this. You can use, if you are interested, you can use our framework, because that is what actually I'm telling you here about. It's some part of the framework. So schools need to adopt a holistic approach to educate learners, but also parents and the whole faculty, because it's not only in the teaching, it will also be in the faculty. We can use the social media. So it needs to be, because teens know how to use social media, so we cannot ignore it. But how can teachers teach something that students think that they know better? This we need to think about this. I understand that we need to use social media, but we need to become more ready to as teachers to use social media. So teacher education, this should start with teacher education, where they should provide some kind of understanding of the potential and positive impact social media can bring, and also create a bottom-up learning space where teachers can experience and experiment how they can support cognitive growth, affect well-being and social needs, and also how they can expand their own professional learning by using these sort of informal social media spaces. So that's about how we look at the future. Our own future work will also continue with studying more into depth on these issues. And if anybody of you who are listening to this talk are interested to collaborate with us, we are happy to do that, because now I think this has been some kind of a little bit theoretical surveys, questionnaires, interviews, and so on. We would quite like to if any of you want to install or start using social media to use this, you are free to contact us. We should be more than happy to do something more practical in this area. And thank you to everybody who has listened to this, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation. And if you have questions, you can email me, preferable on the Gmail, because my university email I don't check so often. I cannot do it from my mobile phone, so it's left over. Thank you very much. You have a few minutes for questions. Sorry, I took.
Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you so much. I didn't want to interrupt you, so it was good timing. Any questions?
There's,
Any questions?
Yes, there's some in the chat. Kirsten, can you read them? I put a question in.
If I can read them, no.
I put a question in because it was really fascinating, brilliant presentation. Thank you so much. It was absolutely perfect. After the lockdown and the changes that we all had to cope with, do you think that if you repeated the studies, you would have, if you're still in a longitudinal, rather different results? And I'm also particularly interested in, do you think the results affecting the participation of the teachers and lecturers, because they definitely weren't keen on the social media? Do you think that their views now would have changed?
Yes, I think, unfortunately, we did not, as I said in the first study, only IT teachers responded to the questionnaire, and the reason they were asked in every department. The teachers were asked to participate, but they said we don't know much about it, so we cannot answer the questionnaire. But I think today, also in all kind of studies, not only IT teachers are more aware. They use it in their free time, so they are not maybe so late majority as they were in 2010. I think they maybe not innovators or early adopters, but I think teachers are mature to start experimenting. But for experimenting, they also need some kind of help, maybe some tutorials or maybe they can do it in their class together with their students. I don't know. I think after the COVID, because we had this, many teachers had problems just to use online teaching like Zoom or whatever they used in their classes. They became acquainted with using the technology. So using social media as a technology would be a little step further, and use it where it is some gain for the learning. I don't suggest that we should use social media just because it's popular, students use them, but try to find out how could it be useful. And since the students use it every day, maybe we can put in something that students could use it on the side of all the other things they do.
Well, thank you. There's another question in the chat. Can you read it?
I cannot see the chat here now. Wait a little bit.
The chat.
Did you want to read
Okay.
yours?
Yes. Yes, I
read
have
it?
a question. Yes. Thank you very much, Margaret. Thanks, Ellie. And thanks, Kirsten, for your wonderful presentation. I think this is a burning issue that that you've really, over how many years, been able to, in a very thorough manner, research and provided some great insight into it. For most of us in the field, can you hear me well, please?
Yes, I hear you, because I cannot see the text. Yeah, so I just listen.
Okay, yes. So yeah, I had two questions that I had posted in the chat because I thought you'd be able to have have sight of it, before we discuss it. The first is building on this, your current study and the findings and the wonderful recommendations you've made. Do you think we have reached a stage where we begin to encourage or allow institutions or organizations to promulgate the development of policies for use in integrating social media in education? What are your thoughts on this here?
Yes, I think it's time that we should start to introduce it. I mean, because you saw that the student used it to a high level, and because I used to teach on this web intelligence, the master's course, and I was surprised how much they used social media between themselves, the students. Like that was the way they communicated, because on the master's course, students, they didn't live close to each other. They were grown-up people with families, so everybody was maybe living in another city or somewhere far away. So they used mainly social media to communicate and to solve the task they had. So I think that we need in higher education to find a way to give an alternative for those lecturers, those teachers that want to use it, because now the curriculum can be so strict that you have no possibility to use it. I think we should find a way, but I know maybe in administration, they already have started using social media to a higher level, like on web pages, people can go in and chat maybe with administrators and so on. But of course, something negative for the teachers with using social media is that it demands more work, because you need to be more online.
Yes.
And that could be something that we have resistance from some teachers, especially those that are not very into, don't like social media, because there are a lot of people that think because they see the kids playing with social media all day and talking with other kids, so they think it's something dangerous, something disturbing. So especially for those, it could be, maybe they don't like to be on it, but there are so many possibilities. So I think we should be up to date and have the possibility to use these potentials which are there.
Okay, thank you very much for a wonderful. Thank you very much, and I think yes, it is something to consider. But there is danger that we need to really take into
look at. Yeah, you look at.
yeah, the danger in
But I
it
think
is
for
this.
the danger, it's education. You need like to you cannot be top up and tell your students, oh, this is dangerous, that can be bullying, that can be this and that. You need to discuss with your students, even if they are young, maybe secondary school or something. You need to talk to them and somehow ask them to together with you to create the course, so they see that we can work together. For example, my grandson from Finland is here now, and they use technology quite a lot at school. And I asked him how it was about in COVID. I said, oh, it was like okay, but the teachers didn't know much to use the computers. I said, but how is it today? Oh, today it's okay. We do it together now. We use even social media and we create it together with the teachers. So I think it needs some time. It cannot go from one day to the other, or we cannot force anybody to use it. But if you can show the advantages, and if you can show what you can gain from it, then you can build up a community where the students or the pupils feel safe. And also train them in these issues like security and things like that, because nobody talks about it in their private life, and the dangers maybe are more obvious there. So how do they learn about these dangers there then? I mean, it's a good way to, although it's late now, they are good users on, but still I think it's good to start.
Because that throws up the issue, Kirsten, about the changing role of the tutors or the researchers or the higher education lecturers. In from the teacher-centered approach that's teaching students what to do, how to do things, to facilitating the students' independent and flexible approach or method of learning.
Exactly. Teachers are more like facilitators, should be more like facilitators. Show the way, help the students, but the students need to find the answers themselves, to find and create knowledge. And then the facilitator should be there to check that it's they are not like copying fake news, and that they really are working. And it's some kind of it's constructivism, but it's needs a lot from a different approach from the teacher. The teacher needs to understand that the teacher is a facilitator, not like especially in Greece, where the teacher, or maybe in your country as well, in this where we have high not so democratic countries, but the teacher is the god, and the teacher says, and that's the truth. We need to work with the students and let them have some initiatives and listen more to them, not only just teach and expect them to learn everything by heart and give exams, because the exams is also how to rate their work. That's also a question we need to think about if we start using technology.
Yes, that's the issue of assessment.
Yeah. So there are many issues, but I think
I have a question as well.
Yes.
Kirsten,
yes.
But running the risk of overrunning our time a little bit, I know that in the studies it was obvious that the train is fast and is here, and we need to catch it if we haven't, which is what James was talking about, the digital divide, those people that cannot follow because they haven't got the facilities, they haven't got the electricity, they haven't got the know-how. But I also wanted you to say a few words about the dangers of this media, all this misinformation and fake news, and how the students are affected by this misinformation.
Yeah.
These are like what are your thoughts about that?
This is the backside like of the social media, and also this digital divide, because these children may not have even parents that can help, but that has to come from school. Maybe they can sit in school first together. And I think it's actually not just a matter just only of the university or the school. It has to come from the government, an initiative to provide computers and networks to students, so they really can use, so they have the tools. That's the first thing. If you don't have the tool, how can you be expected to do something? And if you don't know to use the tool, how can you be expected to perform? So you have to have the tools, you have to be trained in using, both teachers and students, trained in using the tools. You have to be trained in the dangers and how to avoid these dangers. So this has somehow to come from somebody has to give like time to teachers and the children to adapt to this. And maybe they in the beginning need to sit in school and use this online. It was the same with the COVID. Many students didn't have computers, and it was really a problem how to connect, and parents couldn't help, and there was a chaos at home and so on. So digital divide is a problem that maybe we need more tutors that can help those students that are like behind or have some special attention problems or something like that. Maybe we need special tutors for those, because all students will not be working very actively maybe, or not proceeding well. So that's why I mean it's we need to start from the teacher education, but also from the government, who need maybe to provide the infrastructure and the time, because many people think that by being online we don't need classrooms, we don't need teachers, we don't need people traveling back and forth, but it's a totally new system. We need a lot of money to manage all this. It's not so simple.
So if there are no more, I'd like to make a suggestion. In this conference, we had a lot of participation from African countries, and I think James is in touch with all of them. It is probably a good idea to replicate some of the studies, to take the pulse of what it is that they are thinking, and have some sharing of our experiences with them, and see how they are coping, and that covers both the technologies but the digital divide as well. That I make a suggestion. I don't know how you feel. Would you like to do the studies in Africa? Kirsten.
I thought you asked. Yes, I told you in my previous slide. Yeah. We are welcome for any suggestions. It would be more than happy to. And also now we have the experience, because we have used like similar questionnaires with some kind of same questions. We could create from our experience and our answers to create a new questionnaire, because questionnaire shouldn't be very long, and to see what do we really want to learn. And that would be marvelous if we could go to other countries, because we have mainly used Finland and Greece. It was probably a convenience, because Pekka worked in Finland, and I worked in Greece in the university. So we had access to students, and we had access to people who answer the questionnaires, because that's often a problem. But now, as an emeritus professor, I don't have this access so easy anymore. I don't go in the class and tell the students, please answer my questionnaire. So maybe I can hang it up somewhere, but not many students maybe are interested to respond, since they don't know me so well anymore. So it would be really nice if we could expand, especially to countries like Africa, other countries. I don't know, whatever connections we could have. Could be very, very interesting to compare how it is, because Finland and Greece, Finland is highly technologically more high up than Greece, and we saw that in some of the answers as well. But if you go to other countries, maybe there are problems. They don't even have electricity. They just use their mobile phone or something like that for social media. But I know that people have used social media, like learning languages, for example. The teachers every day send 5 new words or something in language that the students should do on their mobile phone on their bus towards the school or something like that. So there are possibilities. We just need to sit down and think, how can we use them in other environments?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kirsten, that was brilliant.
Okay.
James is actually leading a panel after the coffee break late this morning, specifically on Africa. So I think that point could be, James, if you're willing to take that point up in your discussion, because I think it's worth progressing. Over to
Yes.
Ellie if you want to do your vote of thanks.
Yes, please. Yeah,
So,
I'll be happy to do that. Yeah.
so can you all join me to congratulate Kirsten and thank her for this fantastic display over the 12 years of work.
That was wonderful. And Kirsten, if you could unshare.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you,
know it
Kirsten.
was a little bit comprehensive, but I wanted to you could understand how much data there is really. So and you will see, I will write a paper about this, and you will also have the slides. So please contact us if there is any way of whatever way to collaborate, even to put up a course or whatever you would be interested in.
We met already, Ellie, during the conference, but very quickly. Ellie's been associated with right from the beginning. That's 27 years ago, and even longer with the predecessing conference of SQM, the Software Quality Conference. Ellie's been fantastic. She's very, very active, both in the quality and the e-learning specialist group. She has been very, very much great at assisting particularly other researchers in getting them started and helping them and leading them right on to coming up to professor status. So at that stage, rather than to take any more time, I'll pass across to Ellie. Thank you very much. And asking everybody to mute and kill their screens just to improve the bandwidth. Apart from obviously Ellie. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Margaret. Didn't expect that. I have my co-authors, my colleague from Middlesex University. You have met Kirsten just now, and of course Margaret. And we have 2 secondary school teachers from Cyprus, one teaching computing and one teaching English in our team. And they are at the coal face because the rest of us are not in touch with students directly, basically, now. So they gave quite a lot of information. So I'm going to talk about the psychological effects of the pandemic on students. I mean college and university, and the primary and secondary school pupils. And it is in their own voices and views. So it is their own words that they told us. So I just want to talk about the concept of the psychology and the effects. So I thought, I mean, psyche is a Greek word, and it also means a butterfly. And all the flowers of the pea family have got flowers which are called and anther, which is a flower of the soul. And there's the psyche. And then all of those things that I have listed here. It is anyone that you take has got depth and has got vulnerability, and how it is that our soul from the very young age can be affected and can be fragile as well. So the butterfly also. So psyche means also butterfly in Greek. So I thought just the background because we are using psychology, psychotic, psychoanalysis, it all comes from that study of the soul. So it's not a medical treatise, it's not anything like that, but it is some simple ways of describing how the learners of various ages were feeling during the pandemic, especially the lockdowns. So it is giving some demographic information and giving you some codes of what they were talking about. The psychological effects. I don't want to say that they were all negative, but they are mainly negative. Since 1929, 505 million deaths, and we have permanent changes in education as well. So worldwide, I mean. So in their own voices and views, is the isolation they felt, the isolation from peers, their teachers, relatives, the community, particularly during the lockdown, and the dangers for themselves that they were feeling. They were afraid. So I could finish with this slide. Basically, they were afraid of contracting infection or their family being affected as well. So we are thinking about their well-being and their ability to concentrate on their learning. The case studies are from primary and secondary schools and tertiary education from Cyprus, Greece, and the UK. And by the way, they were, sorry, what have I done now? I lost my own. What have I done? Sorry. So all the people that we heard were drawn from our own families and friends and neighbors. They were informal conversations over the lockdown periods. So they were not just one session or a questionnaire or anything like that. It was over one of these social media connections, maybe. How was it? Did you enjoy? We avoided to use any adjectives. We wanted them to say. So quite a few. I have the main responses there: angry, annoyed, anxious, confused, depressed, disappointed, excited, and so on. So this is what they have been telling us. And I will just do a few case studies, but not dwell on anything very specific, just to give you an idea. So I have a girl from Cyprus, age 11, living in an urban environment, multi-generational, with parents and grandparents, home, bedroom, and mobile phone. Exercises were sent by email, but also materials were brought to the house by the school, email, or physically. During online lessons, too shy to activate camera, father was able to help with homework. And feeling anxious, frightened, bored, angry, missing friends. Contracted COVID during the second lockdown. With brother who is 9-year-old. They isolated in one room so that they keep company to each other. And they say it was difficult to stay in one room. Luckily, we had our own toilet. Food was brought to us at the door. Enjoyed online sessions, missed our friends. So it is two people there, basically, but primary school. Another primary school boy from the UK, single parent family, 2-bedroom, high-rise apartment. Homework sent by email. Mother tried but found it difficult to help with homework and online sessions on mobile phone. Feeling angry and confused. I missed my friends. I was bored and angry. We couldn't, basically, we couldn't record these conversations, but we wrote things down. I was scared in case my mom became ill. Secondary, also from the UK. This is an extensive entry. Two-parent family, own bedroom, sharing a desktop computer with two older siblings. School registration and formal classes are online. School has virtual learning environment, which shares online learning materials and provides submission points to upload completed classroom assessment. Parents and older siblings assisted with any technical issues. Faster broadband had to be purchased by parents and installed to enable quality connection to online teaching. And the child is saying at break time and lunch times, I have no interaction with my friends and classmates. Usually we would play football and lark around, but this way now missing in my daily routine. Sometimes because my brothers also had online classes. At the same time, I would be forced to access my lessons using my mobile phone, which is not very good. I did worry that if the internet went down, I might miss something very important. Secondary from Cyprus. I think this is quite interesting too. My 4 children in the family, there is a girl, the eldest one of the lot, feeling frustrated, mostly happy. But she was mischievous as well, which I thought that it will be good to share. It was both fun and frustrating. I am a volleyball player and I couldn't go training. I was at home gaining weight. On the other hand, I couldn't stop eating, especially when I was home with my younger brother. Sometimes I had my online lessons in the kitchen and I was cooking or making sweets for them and myself. I was worried about my elective courses. It was hard to follow the teacher out of class, but for the rest it was okay because I could watch them in bed and the teachers could not see me. When I wanted to go out, I had to be very careful so I wouldn't get caught. I hardly met my friends and that was tiring. I could meet with my boyfriend either in my house or his. Our parents didn't mind staying over. I don't know what you can make of this, but it's a bit mischievous girl. And family, tolerating all of that. So, well, this one, I had real worry. I was not having access to all the content to support the entire curriculum. It was an almighty relief when we were told that we would be teacher assessed as opposed to formal examinations. This made me a lot less anxious and upset. I was really frightened, but I did not get the grades to go to university. I think that was at the age of change from the secondary to and one female student, age 18, first year chemistry student. I mean, that is probably very interesting because of the labs. The subjects with labs suffered the most in the pandemic. We know from the literature, but also the student feeling anxious, unable to concentrate, missing face-to-face interaction with fellow students, lecturers, and friends. I was very disappointed that my student life was not how I imagined it. I don't think they should have locked us out of the university. I enjoyed the life of a fresher only for one term, and then had to switch to virtual learning away from the university. I found it challenging, but the technologies helped. Our generation sadly missed out on face-to-face interaction with our lecturers. We also missed socializing, friendships, and forming relationships. I was worried about my family and friends in case they contracted COVID. Indeed, some relatives became ill with COVID, which was an anxious time for all of the family. So anyway, it was not many students, many respondents, but despite the sample being small, the results showed the major worries and anxieties of the pupils and the students. It was not possible to make any comparisons between the countries of the pupils and students. The primary school pupils used simple terms to describe their feelings such as fed up, annoyed, sad. The college and university students used terms such as frustrated, depressed, annoyed. And this is a consolidation. So I just want to show that mostly all of the pupils basically were sad, scared, upset, and worried. I mean, these are the terms they used. We didn't consolidate in terms of sad and upset, for example, meaning more or less the same thing. But we still didn't. We have some image of what is happening with the university students. Obviously, they are more mature, so they can see things from other views. I like to well, I was only given 15 minutes, by the way, so mitigation strategies and actions. Definitely, we need to provide online teleconsultations with well-being officers, people that can look at the psychological well-being of the learners. Can use the social media and online group chats. And there should be universal screening to identify pupils and students in need. On this, I like to say that we noticed from the literature and our own earlier studies that there isn't such a provision. And basically, the issues that are appearing now are issues that existed before the COVID, due to deprivation, groups that didn't have, for example, I don't know if I read it out, but one of my secondary pupils that I know had to be given a laptop by the school, didn't have any facilities. Earlier, the single parent, the mother couldn't help. So that is not due to COVID and lockdown, that is a social inequality. And in times of crisis, the inequalities surfaced and were exacerbated. So we think that there should be free subsidized internet connection to every house, and then reliability of information and becoming information literate. This is what we think, that even the teachers who are not sufficiently savvy with the technologies, they couldn't help. They had to be trained themselves, and again they followed some online training. So this is what we are proposing, that we should have worldwide, if possible. At least we know from the participating countries, Greece, Cyprus, and UK, there aren't these facilities spread throughout. So just for the online engagement, because we couldn't discuss with the pupils about the dangers, we could have, but we didn't. Screen time devoted to the crisis should be reduced. This is our suggestions by Perez et al. To minimize potential confusion, worry, and fear. Basically, the news all the time, people are fed up. For example, even now, the people are fed up about the Ukrainian war, the war on Ukraine, basically. So it can have a psychological effect. So they are suggesting virtual contact with family members, classmates, friends, and teachers through the internet and the phone to reduce the anxious feelings associated with isolation and frustration.
Okay. Can I just interrupt you, Ellie? Could you just come to your conclusions, please?
Pardon?
Could you move on to your conclusions?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you.
And this was my conclusion was the mitigation strategies, and referring to Perez's ideas as well, which are overlapping. And we want to do further work, but this was only the one aspect on learning and teaching have been planned. Separate questionnaires for primary school pupils, secondary school pupils, college pupils, and the long terms of lockdowns and COVID. Especially those that contracted the virus themselves or members of their family and friends. It's a very big problem because the psychology probably was not ignored, and because we were in emergency mode, especially at the beginning, moving from face to face to virtual. So first they thought of the technologies, how we are going to contact the students, how they are going to do their work, and some preoccupations about assessment, but the long-term effects of this need to be studied, and we have to get people who to agree to give us recorded information. We don't identify the people anyway in none of the studies. So
thank you very much.
I had to keep it short because I was only allocated 15 minutes.
That's it, to keep us back onto time. Could you close your screen now? Unshare, please, Ellie. That's
if I can do it.
So there should be that.
Okay.
Brilliant. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Sorry, I need to have a drink of water.
No, first of all, say thank you very much. That was a brilliant presentation. Sorry that you rushed. I'm going to have to press on a bit because we've got one more presentation to put in very, very quickly before we actually get ready to start. Now, if I can get this going, before we've actually got James, that hopefully will be ready to move off at 11 o'clock. So I know that a lot of people would like to ask questions, Ellie, but what I am suggesting,
they can send me the questions.
So again, we can actually pick those up later. Now, can I ask just actually for a moment. I just need to share my screen. Hopefully. Is that share? Can you see that all right?
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yes, we can see it okay, yeah.
And hopefully it goes into slideshow. Right, okay. Thank you very much, Ellie, and this was absolutely brilliant. I'm sorry to actually sort of rush, but we wanted to...
Don't worry.
So James,
I'm grateful you gave me the opportunity because I was a late entrant.
Okay.
And
the main thing is
okay,
hopefully
but you'll see the paper.
Yeah, so we can actually get James actually hopefully on time for 11 o'clock for his panel. So James, if you start,
certainly,
your
yes.
panels all around for you.
Thank you.
First of all, this was actually obtaining about the BCS fellowship. I'm going to rush this slightly, but one of the things that comes up with the BCS membership, there's the different membership levels, the chartered levels, the fellowships, etc., and coming up to the fellowship level. Now, there's been some changes with the BCS to encourage people to actually apply more for a fellowship level, because the previous system was quite difficult to understand. By the way, in addition to looking at this one, the original way of doing this was linking into the SAFIA. In other words, the way of actually, I'll show you what that looks like. But this new system is rather simpler. Now, there is also, in addition to the charter status, there is another one at a lower level, which if somebody has been in the industry for maybe a year or so, and this is actually the Ict tech work. In other words, sorry, I've just made a typo. My apologies. I've just realized. Apologies for that. Very interesting spelling of registration. But there is because we're pushed for time, this is very much professional registration for IT technicians. And it actually sets a standard for people understanding what it's about. Now, to get more information about this is if you register, and that's the details of this one for the 14th of July, lunchtime one, it will give you the full details of how to go about it. And also the information about this is if you go into the e-learning specialist group, and again, it gives the link with all the information. So at that stage, what we're just mentioning, the Sapphire Plus, this has got seven levels. Now at level 2, you're talking about you've just finished your degree course, and between 2 and 3, this is the RIT. Now, when you come up to about level 5, this is about the charter status, CITP, CEng, CSci. And when you're looking at the fellowship, we're talking about the level 7. Now, to find this in detail, you go to your My BCS if you're a BCS member, then into career development, and then you go to browser Sophia. Now, just to give you a quick look about what this looks like, if you drop into it, for every different jobs, you can actually see which they apply from up to level 6, some to apply to level 7. And if you click on the particular cells, it will give you some information about what your task is likely to be, what type of qualifications you would be looking for, what sort of general CPD, continuous professional development, you get involved with. So there's a tremendous amount of information. And a lot of people, when you're thinking about your careers, you don't just fit into one, you fit into a combination. You might be at sort of 5 for some of these and 6 for something else, and maybe even 7 for another bit of another one. So there's lots of possibilities there. Now, if you're thinking about fellowship, the main thing is update your CV, but also keep a record of what you do, not what the team does, what we do, but it's what you do, because this is what you're going to need the evidence of. Could be training, technical or managerial, presentations you've given, like today, publications you're doing, record of the CPDs, including even attending webinars like these, involved with committees, whether they're BCS or not, how you're involved with these, and it could be sort of charities. So again, this is all great stuff when you're talking about applying for the different status and particularly fellowship. Now, we talked about the old way for fellows. You had to go for this Sophia level 7, and you had to talk about seniority, authority, and eminence. Very, very difficult to try and explain what you mean by those. And there used to be a sort of an interview system as well. But now things are much, much more straightforward, and it's only just changed literally within the last month or so. So it's still the same standard, because a fellow of the BCS is understood by a fellow of a maritime, a fellow of an aeronautic, or a fellow of an accountancy professional body. A fellow is a fellow. So, and there's nothing about the gender issues at that stage, I'm afraid, but they are very much of a standard within their particular professional body. Now, under the new way of doing it, you actually have 4 systems you have to actually write about. One, something about your body of the work. In other words, what you've done. And I'll show you a bit more detail in a minute. One about your professional impact, how you've been involved with the profession. A second, write up a second example of either body of work or professional impact. And also one example of how you're standing in the community. Well, what do we mean by these? Body of work. Well, it could be something that you've done that's new, something that maybe you're you run your own business, you've started up, you're an entrepreneur. So again, this could be a good example. Maybe your responsibility, budgetary, managerial, possibly. Maybe your involvement with research. So again, consultancy. These are all areas where you might be actually writing about it. So you have to have one from this body of work and one from either the body of work or professional impact. Now, the professional impact, this is where you've been inspiring others. You've been involved with interdisciplinary collaborations, maybe within your college or your organization, even collaboration, as we're talking about now, and as Kirsten was talking about, where you're going to work with other countries, other people from other universities. So there's lots of possibilities there. You might be involved in policy making, nationally or internationally. And this came into the first 2 AI sessions yesterday, where they were talking about coming up with the new policies and the new standards. You've got diversity, maybe you've got to do some work in their ones, maybe you've been mentoring, coaching, maybe involved with sustainability, maybe you've got a great system that you've introduced, outreaching into schools or colleges. So lots of possibilities there. The third possibility is this standing in the community. So you have to come up with one example of this. It could be awards that you've got. It could be governance you've been involved with. It could be a public influencer. Now this could come back possibly even to, in fact, what Kirsten was saying about involvement with the social media. Maybe you've been an assessor for the BCS or one of the other professional bodies or examiners. So again, lots of possibilities there. I'm rushing it quickly because to get James on starting on time. So just actually very finishing up. When you're applying for a fellowship under this new process, hopefully that you will actually get help from a mentor who will help you sort out what you've written, make sure you're selling yourself to advantage, and particularly it's what you did, not what other people have done. You have to look at your CV, particularly looking at the last 3 to 5 years, and this is where you're bringing your examples from. You have this written application on the 4 criteria we've just discussed. In other words, each of those ones, you have to have 2 sponsors. One has to be a BCS fellow and somebody else that knows your work, particularly in the most recent years. It could be a customer, if you're a consultant. It could be your manager. Don't choose somebody so far up and far away from you that they don't actually know what you've done. Try and get somebody just, you know, maybe your manager or your manager's manager, that sort of system. Certainly don't get anybody of the same level as yourself or somebody that reports to you. I'm sure you wouldn't do that anyway. Goes through an assessment process and you get an outcome, and the information is also sent to your supporters. So this is very quick, and I'll just stop sharing at that stage. I'm afraid I rushed you through this, but I want to get James on time. If anybody's got any questions, they can contact me later on, and we've got to sort of the break time. So in which case I'm going to be around, and possibly Ellie might be around as well. So if people have got to actually raise questions. So at that stage, thank you very much for listening. And I hope people are thinking about fellowship, go for it. Whether it's with the BCS or one of the other professional bodies, it's very, very good. It actually identifies what you are within the wider profession. So I definitely recommend thinking about fellowship. Although unfortunately it does cost you a little bit more. But we do have, actually, just to mention it very quickly, when we talk about fellowship, there is in the BCS, and it's very rare, honorary fellows, and Tom Gill is one of them. And there's only about 160 and 60 honorary fellows that have been actually awarded in the last 70 odd years. So Tom, congratulations for being an honorary fellow in the BCS. So that's much higher than a fellow. So Tom, thank you. At that stage, I'm going to pass across to James and to your panel. Thank you very much, James.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret. And I think you've really given, wow, wonderful insight into the structure that's for career development for the benefit of all members here today. And I think please really listen to what Margaret has stated there. And congratulations to Tom for having achieved that. And for this particular morning, we'll be moving on to the panel session. And the title of our panel discussion today is really the current status, practices, evolution, and development involving education in Africa. And the way we will run it is to really look at, find out how many people are here to participate. We have the panel session that have been set up that comprises of the following, comprises of Odero, a coach from Kenya, Emefa Amwako from Ghana. We have Larry Jones that straddles between Europe, UK, and Africa. We also have Babatunde is here from Nigeria, Isaac Krufa from Ghana, Linda Odiambo from Kenya. And I, as chair, would allow them to talk briefly just 2-3 minutes about as education evolves, or the development or the current status in their countries. And after the 2-3 minutes talk, we'll open the floor up for people to contribute. Now, there are issues here that we really want to look at. We would like to, with our experience microscope or telescope, zoom in on aspects of the education provision. For example, we'll have the primary level of education provision in these different countries in Africa. We have the secondary level, we have the tertiary level. But before even going on to the tertiary level, we have the further education or the technical or vocational level. And then beyond the higher education, we talk about the continuing professional development for the likes of people in employment, or that's for people in business or in the public sector, as well as people in the voluntary sector working with international organizations. So we look at the provision, then we also look at resourcing. How much of the resources do we have? And we also will there be talking about the diversity of provision, because much of what we know in the education practice in Africa is derived from their colonial masters. For example, in English speaking African countries, where the main medium of instruction is English, they tend to take after the UK education style of provision. For those that the Portuguese, that's the Portuguese speaking country, they take after the Portuguese system of education. For the French, the same thing. So we will take a look at the provision, the resources that are available to these people, the diversity. And then we now look at the relationship between those that are educated in Africa and the global community, whereby people exiting Africa, trying to interact and fit in with the rest of the world, coming with their qualifications and everything. What are the challenges that they are faced with? And then later on, we now look at the state we are in. I know we must have been able to touch about the resources that are available to them. We'll look at the state we are in today, whereby we are no longer talking about regionalization of education in the different parts of Africa. We are not talking about the global provision. We are not talking about globalization. And then with the current pandemic that we've been faced with, how has Africa or Africans been able to respond to it? And we did touch on challenges there. For example, the digital divide, how, in trying to catapult or project ourselves to the future, we look at how Africa is preparing to engage with the life of, with the life ahead of us here. So without much ado, I will quickly give the floor over to the members of the panel, for those that are here now, to just spend 2-3 minutes just to recap on the current status of education in their respective countries, and also in the countries that they are aware of throughout Africa. First on my list here, I have Odero, that's Jacqueline Akoth Odero from Kenya, please. Jacqueline, the floor is yours for the next 3 minutes.
Jacqueline, would you like to put your camera on?
Yes, Jacqueline, please, you can switch on your camera and unmute your mic, please. Maybe there are technical problems.
Possibly your next speaker might like to.
Okay, yes, I can see Jacqueline. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Please, the floor is yours for the next few minutes, please, just to introduce yourself and introduce the education system as exists in Kenya at the minute. I know we also have Linda from Kenya, but Linda will be speaking from the perspective of international from this
Thank you.
the national practice, because Linda is based here in the UK, but does a lot of work related to Kenya. But over to you, Jacqueline, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'd like to give the position in relation to Kenya. When we look at online learning in Kenya, the education system, you find that people move to online education, especially after COVID. Initially, there was online, but it was just in few areas. But due to the COVID outbreak, educational institutions were forced to move into online learning. And we find that there are different platforms that are being used for online learning in primary school, secondary, and even in the universities. And some of the platforms used, there are those that are normally charged for using, and there are those that are free, especially for primary and secondary. But the challenge that's there is that many people find it costly using the online education, because there are several issues, such as when you look at the internet, it is not reliable in certain areas, especially in the rural areas. You find that the internet connection, it may be slow, or it may not even be there. So you find that people in urban areas really enjoy using the online, unlike the education institutions that are in the rural areas. And there are many challenges other than just the internet. There are financial challenges where people cannot afford using this online thing in place. Then you find that there may be people who are not competent. Maybe the instructors may not be competent, and the students may not know how to use some of these facilities. You find that some of the instructors, they may be demotivated in using these, because they expect to be remunerated for the same. And at times, maybe they feel the remuneration is not much. Then
Jacqueline, I think we've lost you.
We seem to have lost you. Jacqueline, can you hear us? Jacqueline, can you hear us there? Okay. While we try to recover, or while Jacqueline is trying to recover from there, I would like to give the floor next to Linda, just to continue on the Kenya theme. Linda, please, are you there?
Could they possibly put their cameras on if it won't cause too much problem?
yes, I am. Thank you.
Excellent, Linda. Thank you.
To add on to what Jacqueline has said, and following what my comments from the day one was, we're still aware of the the digital divide in Kenya. While we are, most of the country, maybe 70–80% are struggling to access digital tools and resources, the 20% have levels that are probably as good as in Western countries. And then the other question is also of, encouraging, more equality gender-wise, so that especially during COVID, the gender divide kind of revealed its ugly head. The number of teenage pregnancies went up, etc. So such problems, they bring in the kind of the need for a keen socio-cultural take that then links back to technology. So, the gender digital divide also is an issue. To add, I mean, I think those are the two comments that I can add to what Jacqueline has said, because she covered quite, the basis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Linda. Just to add to what Linda have stated there, to let people know, Linda is a doctoral researcher at Ulster University, and much of what Linda has been contributing to the research and presentations here at the Inspire conference, and much of what Linda's work is doing is focused on capacity building in Africa. There, touching on innovation and creativity involving community development, education, and society at large. Thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the next member of the panel. Please introduce yourself. And I think it's also suggested very strongly, if you can, just as Linda has done, to switch your video on, let people see who is actually speaking, and then people can quickly relate to you and be able to appreciate the work that you are doing, or the report you are offering here. The next, I now want to move on to Ghana, and there I'll call on Dr. Emefa. Dr. Emefa, please introduce yourself. Dr. Emefa hails from the Catholic Institute of Business Technology in Ghana. Again, Dr. Emefa does a lot of work internationally, but her attention at the moment is focused on institutional development of higher education organizations. Over to you, Emefa.
James, thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm really happy to be here. I'm sorry I caught a bit of cold, so if I'm coughing, please, bear with me. I think just to keep the loop going, a lot of the things that Jacqueline and Linda mentioned are also, characteristic of Ghana. But before I go any further, I want to quote President Paul Kagame of Rwanda. He says, and I quote him, African, continental, regional, and national leaders have to realize, they have to, be conscious of the fact that to realize our development vision, we in Africa, and I guess not just the leaders, but all of us, we in Africa must substitute external conditionality. That is what the donors tell us to do, with internal policy clarity. That is knowing ourselves what we need to do and articulating this clearly and consistently to our people and our development partners. Among other things, we, the African leaders, he says, need to learn to say no to donors whenever their priorities do not align with domestic objectives and agenda. Close of quote. This came from the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. And the point is, Africa cannot do things the way everybody does in the world. Because when we take the educational systems in Africa from the lowest level to the highest level, Africa is the only continent lacking behind. And yet Africa is the, is the youngest continent in the world right now. But the education sector paints a bleak picture already. We have, for instance, 3 out of 5 Africans were under the age of 25, which will be 1 out of 2 Africans in this age group by 2050. In 2019, 41% of out-of-school children worldwide, approximately 105 million children of primary and secondary school age were in Africa. Countless children drop out, as 1 in 3 children in a cohort does not complete primary school. A mere 41% of a cohort finishes lower secondary education, and only 23% complete upper secondary education. So poor learning outcomes persist, as almost 87% of children are not learning, cannot read and comprehend a basic text by the age of 10. The result of the combined influence of a high percentage of children out of the school, coupled with poor quality learning outcomes for those in school. averagely, the share of children attaining the minimum level of competency when they complete primary school is only 35% in reading and 22% in mathematics. You know, the qualified teachers it's a problem. Finding qualified teachers is a problem, you know, and there are so many problems even before COVID hit, you know, So, so COVID has sort of exacerbated the problems and had drawn Africa back, you know, by so many years. And because Africa hasn't got the, the e-learning structures, data, as the two previous speakers said, you know, the digital divide is there, the systems are not adequate. So when we take, for instance, even my institution, Catholic Institute of Business and Technology, when COVID struck, it was really tough, and you know, they didn't really know what to do, and students had to be at home. There were so many things that couldn't be done because the structures were just not in place. You know, to get online is expensive. So data poverty is a big issue. You know, so we need to start, you know, thinking about what really Africa needs as leaders. You know, the African Union, the regional leaders, the national leaders, they need to look at their context and see what they really need. We can't just be borrowing from the world just like that. We need to really know what we need, because we have to leapfrog whatever is going on. We can't do the same things as everybody else in this world. You know, so it's important we analyze our systems properly and see what we can do. If for instance, data is the problem, we have to set up things in ways that, you know, the problem that is being solved should be sustainable. We can't always rely on data from outside. You know, I have heard of a Togolese, a French who did his education in France, and he's developed, I've just forgotten his name, but when you Google, he developed, an access to the internet that is not the traditional conventional access to internet we know of, but he's not getting the support to develop it further. So things like this, you know, because the digital divide is so wide, already Africa is lagging behind at every level, you know, from early years to the highest level already, because as you said, James, earlier, that, you know, our educational system is derived from the colonial experience. So that structure is still there. But it's high time we started looking at what we actually need. How we don't necessarily have to have very advanced, you know, probably not very advanced smartphones or whatever. You know, mobile phones penetration in Africa is the highest. You know, that's why Kenya, for instance, started with mobile money even before the whole world, you know, started. So these are some of the, we have to look at our peculiar problems and really tailor the solutions to it. You know, so these are some of the things that we want to explore at CBIT. You know, when we get the chance, we look at, you know, whatever, like for instance, our education faculty that we are going to be setting up. What exactly, if we set up our PGCE course, you know, how can we train teachers to deliver their curriculum technologically? You know, things like that. So we have to look at our case and analyze it in a way that suits, you know, our needs. We don't just borrow just for the sake of, we have to appropriate what we borrow to suit our context. So I would say that, you know, what the two previous speakers said is also very characteristics of Ghana. Our problem, it's already, you know, the challenges are so immense, but we have to start from somewhere, you know. So that's my bit for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emefa. And I think much of the points you've raised here resonates with a lot of people. And I will quickly say here, working with colleagues, Dr. Yakov from the ATEL in Boston, and also in collaboration with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for the past 3 years, we've been trying to look into establishing a virtual experimentation center for African users. And one of the points I did state, just carrying on from what you've said there, is some people were suggesting, there's the open courses from MIT that African universities should just be copying and using. And then it was clearly stated that no, it's not a question of give free, open courses, this and this. And that was what actually led to the formation of the MOOC Africa initiative. There is the MOOC Africa initiative that with the headquarters in Tanzania, that looks to enabling and empowering the African educator to look at the African traditional education that have sustained Africa and Africans over the period of trials, tribulations, and now moving into prosperity, whereby those education using e-learning or using current technologies could actually be how will I put it, be implemented so that the world can benefit from it as well. So it's not a question of copying. We want to be able to copy, refine, innovate, and be creative in creating something that is useful for common good and for everybody the world over. Thank you for your wonderful contribution for that. So we'll move on to the next member of the panel. And here I have Isaac. You see, Dr. Emefa is based in Ghana there, but Isaac, who also presented at the conference here, is based here in the UK and does a lot of work on capacity building. And so over to you, Isaac.
Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Interesting, like I mentioned, I'm at a sports day for my kids, and this has coincided.
Okay.
But yes, but rightly so. A quick one concerning human capital development on the continent of Africa. I hope the audio is right. Can you hear me all right, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So yesterday we were able to touch on human capital risk reporting, specifically employee welfare risk reporting, where we delve into how listed companies, as part of their corporate social responsibility, are contributing to the development of education in Africa, particularly through the use of technology, constructing IT labs, like we saw in the case of the insurance company we looked at yesterday. And the whole idea behind this research is to encourage reporting. When you take a typical listed company or a business enterprise, more often than not, the annual reports are focused on the figures rather than the people behind the figures. And as we saw yesterday, on one such errand where a financial company decided to embark on a literary, I beg your pardon, on a financial literacy, they saw the dilapidated nature or state of the classrooms these young children were learning in. A report went back to the board, and then they decided to construct a 3-story building for this school. That led to an additional construction of a IT lab where children have access to learn online and then simulate other virtual programs, which enhances their skills. So all in all, this is what we are looking at. And the recommendation is to expand this research, extend it, I should say, where we would encourage more organizations home. We can't always rely on foreign donors, although it's very helpful and very much welcome. We also want to look within Ghana, even with the multinationals, companies listed on the stock exchange, where we have done a similar company with the London Stock Exchange, where we find so much going on in terms of entrepreneurship and then technical development of the youth. So we're encouraging listed companies in Ghana to do the same, so that we know that the human capital of the continent, and more so the globe as a whole, is enhanced. We're looking at the UK now today, introducing new visa routes for highly skilled people. And this skilled people, the development of these skilled people need to start from the basics. So in brief, this is what I can say in regard to human capital development in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you very, very much. Really, really appreciate your both standing and doing things. I can see Jacqueline has joined us. Jacqueline, can you share your screen now? Can you share your video and your mic now? Can you hear us and can you speak to us? Jacqueline? Okay. No, there is still some technical problems there. Now, quickly, I move on to another country. that is Nigeria. We do have one of our presenters here with us, Agbolo Ajay, who is a doctoral student. Agbolo Ajay is from Nigeria. So Agbolo Ajay, Babatunde, can you introduce yourself and talk about your experience from Nigeria?
Thank you for the opportunity. My perspective from okay, before I start, I would like to talk about the structure of education system in Nigeria, how it is. So Nigeria has three major structure, and that's the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary education. So for the tertiary, it's divided into three, which is the university, the polytechnic, and then the college of education. In 1999, so there's this government program, which is the Universal Basic Education, that's UBE. It was introduced by the federal government of Nigeria, and the objective is to provide free and universal education and compulsory basic education for every Nigerian child between the age of 6 to 15 years. So that has been quite helpful, and it has been able to make a lot of kids to have access to education. However, there are some challenges with the education system in Nigeria, and few of the things is because there are lots compared to what the other speakers have said as well. I think it's a uniform thing in Africa so far. So, but in Nigeria, the major one is the poor motivation of the teachers. You know, when you're talking about education, if the teachers, the lecturers, or the education providers are not well motivated, they are not wanted to teach. This will actually affect the quality of the education they are giving out to the student. I wouldn't say we don't have capable hands in terms of the experience. I believe we have capable lecturers, teachers, but the major thing is the motivation. Imagine you having to teach in a dilapidated classroom, or you're teaching and you're taking a practical class, and where you don't have enough equipment, and the government policy is not the one that is favorable to you. You know, that limits the quality of education, training you're giving out there, because you're not motivated. You're thinking of, and even your salary, it's not well paid, and it's not paid as at when due. You may be hold for like 2 months. You have kids, you have a lot of bills, and then they expect you to teach as well. So this is one of the major things. This is one of the major things that is really affecting the quality of education in Nigeria. Another one is the lack of physical and human resource material, the laboratory. Okay, now we're talking about online education system. Some schools, especially the private ones, during the COVID-19, they were able to switch to the online platform because they have the resources. But the government ones, during the period, it was total lockdown. During this period, no school. Students were at home. Only those that are private had access to online classes. They were able to switch. So there's a little bit of, I wouldn't say inequality, but it wasn't uniform, because it's based on the structure you have. And since the government are not really focusing much of their attention on education, so it's really affecting the students. In the university, for instance, they may go on strike. The ASU strike can go for like 3-4 months. You have university students at home doing nothing, wasting their time. So this is another challenge that is really affecting Nigeria. Currently, ASU, that's the Union of Universities Lecturer, they're currently on strike, and it has been like that it's going to 5 months now, if I'm correct. Yes, almost 5 months. Imagine closing down universities and students being at home doing nothing, wasting their years. So this is another challenge that we are really facing in Nigeria, and also inadequate funding too. Something that is really affecting the education system. So there are a lot of issues. You know, when we begin to mention it, I think time ago. So I would like to stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babatunde. That was a wonderful insight into the current situation in Nigeria, and fully aware of some of these issues you've spoken there, and they are really hot. They're hot issues, and the issues that everyone is sort of faced with in Nigeria. We all know Nigeria with a population of well over 200 million, where the population distribution is such that 67% of that 200 million people, they are youths under the age of 37. I think that is something that the world really needs to think about globally. And I can see Jacqueline has just joined us again. Jacqueline, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Nice to have you back. So before I call on the other member of the panel, I will call on Jacqueline to please complete what your statements you were making earlier.
Okay. Sorry for the technical hitch. So I was just talking about some of the challenges, the position that's there in the country in Kenya. And I talked about the finances. There's the financial issue that the educational institutions are facing. And you see, the finances are required to develop or even upgrade the infrastructure, required to train the instructors and even the students, and even to upgrade the software that's being used. Then there's the issue of lack of ICT skills in some institutions. You may find that the reason why some of the instructors are resisting to use e-learning maybe because they lack the skills that are required. The other issue can be maybe lack of resources in some educational institutions. You know, you need the infrastructure so that you're able to implement the online learning systems very well. But if that infrastructure is missing, you find that there's a problem. Then I talked about the demotivated staff, where they feel like even if they develop the online content, maybe they are not being remunerated well, and that becomes quite a big challenge. Then there's the issue of ambiguous policies. Institutions in Kenya, they have e-learning policies, they are there, but the problem may be on implementing them, maybe of resources, lack of competent instructors, or maybe sometimes they are even ambiguous. And if they're ambiguous, you know, it becomes difficult to implement such policies that are there. Then another issue can be that of power outages, especially like even in the rural areas, they may not have that. And you find that in urban areas, at least they're enjoying because they have, the power outages are not as much, and it is also just there. Then there's the issue of slow internet. Yeah, you may find that the internet is there, but it is slow, such that if it is slow, it even demotivates people in using it, because you find that it comes, it's slow, you're not able to work, and that becomes a challenge. Then another issue can be the weakness in content development. So as the instructors are developing this content, maybe they are not well versed, and you may find that some institutions are using content from other countries, from UK, from USA, maybe from some of the developed countries. So you find that it has not been localized so that it is aligned to the national policies of the country. So the instructors need to be trained so that at least they come up with content that has been localized. You don't just depend on those of other nations. Then there's the issue of lack of awareness on the copyright laws. You know, if you are developing this content, you also need to be aware of copyright laws, because you may find that you're plagiarizing work of other people, and that may lead to legal issues. So it's important for the instructors to know that you don't just plagiarize other people's work. So you're able to develop your own content, align it to your country, the nation, and things like that. Then, okay, I've talked about lack of implementation of the policies. Then there's the issue of the internet not being reliable. I've talked about that. Okay, yeah, I think I'm done with the
okay.
the issues. Thank
Exactly.
you.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Thank you very, very much. I'm so happy, and I'm sure we're all delighted that you've been able to recover it technically, that everything is okay for us to hear and listen to your introduction there. And I'll now quickly move on to the next one. We've heard from Jacqueline from Kenya. We've also heard from the other people. Now, lastly, I'll call on Larry. Larry, please. Larry, Dr. Larry Jones Ashon, who does a lot of things, well, based formally and at the Sunderland University. He's a fellow of the BCS and has been engaged in initiatives involving capacity building in different countries in Africa. Larry, the floor is yours. Just to introduce yourself, talk about what you've seen both here in the UK as a practitioner and also in your home country, Nigeria, and in other African countries that you worked in. But the floor is yours now, Larry.
I'm not sure if Larry's joined us.
Oh, has he not? Oh.
Don't think so.
Okay, I thought he was here now.
No. I don't think he is.
Okay, he's not. Okay, just to touch on that, well, for me to go on, I'll sort of cover a little bit of what Larry was going to say, but then just to look at the next thing. Now that everybody sort of introduced themselves, and you can actually, they've sort of signposted their area of expertise and the countries of origin and so on and so forth. We would like to then take the various themes or the topics in this particular area here and drill down. We'll open the floor open to all members of, that's all delegates now, so that you can pose your questions, and then these people can robustly, as members of the panel, will engage with you and discuss this here. And I'm hoping at the end, and as I said, the areas we hope to touch on, we've heard about the current status, the practices, and we'd like to examine the evolution, okay, of education there. We'll also look at the development. So what are the recent development as a result of this COVID thing and going forward? And then we'll look at the way forward. You know, what are current efforts in trying to propel, you know, the education forward in these countries? And then later we'll look at what is it, you know, is it we would like to see in providing real education now, trying to distinguish between education and schooling, you know, or education, I say just training, and so on and so forth. And then we'll be examining the role of higher education really, because higher education institutions, they are the knowledge factory. That is where knowledge are manufactured and traded out wholesale to society or to communities. Are these factories existing in African nations? Are they fit for purpose? Are they churning out? Are the education products fit for consumption? So we'll take a look at that. And then we'll now also touch on the resources. What are the resources that are there? And finally, we'll look at the diversification, taking into consideration that we are no longer in that big bad world. We are now in one global village that we are in. So the educated African has to fit in and be able to offer something as well as take something from the global village to allow for their existence in the world. So just to touch on what I believe Larry was going to touch on, has to do with in Nigeria. I'm a visiting professor at about 3 universities in Nigeria there. Just as Agbolo Ajeda and Babatunde have stated there, yes, the challenges in Nigeria, they are really, it's quite enormous. And Nigeria is quite a diverse country. there is nothing you'll be looking for in Africa that you will not find in Nigeria. And this is the honest truth. If you are looking for Sahara region, you'll find it in the upper part of Nigeria. If you are looking for the Hausa speaking or the Arab speaking communities or society, you'll find it in Nigeria. If you are looking for the Muslims who are sultans, who are emirs, you find them in Nigeria. If you are looking for Christians who are Catholics, who are Protestants, you find them in Nigeria. If you are looking for traditionalists who are non-believers in any kind of religion, you find them in Nigeria. And these pockets of communities, they do exist, and they have survived and continue to survive, and they not only surviving, but they've been able to thrive irrespective of the difficulties. However, what exists in Nigeria, what exists in Nigeria is a mixed, or a mixture of so many different practices. And there is the big challenge that in the area of politics, in the area of economy, and in the area of resourcing people to enable and empower themselves to deliver for society, that all those are the key things that are missing in Nigeria. So fully in support of what Babatunde Boluaje have stated there, and what Larry has explained that he was going to say, today we will try and look at what is there in Nigeria that we can cash in on, that we can work in collaboration with our peers and our colleagues and our well-wishers outside the country and outside the continent, that we can actually use to help the world to move forward. Let us not forget too that a lot of the resources, 65 to 70% of the world's natural resources, they are on the African continent. But today we know that Africa remains the poorest of continents in the world that is playing the game we call the catch-up game. And that is where most of us, we are so happy to see Inspire Conference remaining free and encouraging people from all corners of the earth, all corners of the world, to come and collaborate, to come and participate, to come and contribute to the development of education using the tool, the vehicle of e-learning that promotes accessibility and promotes seamless collaboration in making the world a better place. So that is what I believe Larry was going to say in much of the dealings and discussions that I've had with Larry. So we'll now move on to the next part of the session, which is opening the floor to as many members of the delegates here for people to ask questions relating to any of the topics or sections that I've alluded to there, namely the evolution of education in Africa, the development of education in Africa, trying to pave the way forward for education in Africa, and examining the provision, the resources that are available, the diversity, and possibly coming up with suggestions or suggesting or making recommendations for the progress of education in Africa. So the floor is now open to members of the members of the conference, please. Any question from anybody, or any comments, or any contribution, or does any specific questions to any members of the panel can be asked now? Yes, please, Margaret, the floor is yours.
I was wondering whether the panel could look at the issues that Kirsty raised in the keynote today, to social media and how it's being used with students, etc., in the different countries, and also where the future is going to go in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, and to respond, let me call quickly on, let's call on Emefa. Emefa, respond to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Social media, it's interesting. In Ghana, I really don't know of any policy that really taps into the social media. And yet we have a number of our young people, in school, in workplaces, really using Facebook and Instagram, YouTube, and all that. I know that in some schools, especially the private schools, they draw on the YouTube videos and that sort of thing. But social media, there's no comprehensive policy yet. Even if it's there, it's not really being implemented. So it's something that we have to look at, because a lot of our young people are there, are on the social media. So how can the educational system, tap into this, their presence on there, and use it for the benefit of the education of our young people? Because it's really it's very, what should I say, urgent for us to do that, because a lot of, Africa, as I said, is the youngest continent. We have to find ways and means of really getting education to our young people. So if our young people are already on Facebook, some of them have smartphones and all that, then we have to really look at how we can use that and that will also mean that we have to look for alternative sources of funding as well. We have to really do, because all these things are funding issues. They have funding cost implications, so we shouldn't be just waiting for the donors to bring money for us to be able to, a lot of what the government gives in Ghana, for instance, to the education sector is huge. It's more than 80%, but it goes into recurrent expenditure, so the delivery of the curriculum, it's lacking. So that's where the donors come in and help. So it's high time our government started looking at alternative sources of funding. Some of them are looking, but that, again, Ghana, for instance, they've got the Get Fund, facility, which helps, when our higher education system was neglected, in the 80s, late 80s and 90s, Get Fund was set up to help, to really keep the universities going. Because in our history, we know that in Africa, higher education was repudiated at some point. So that's why our structures are not very ready to take on some of these things, So we really have to look at, and I think we just have to look at how we can provide simple solutions that will, there is this in Nigeria, which I was really interested in, was talking pens and talking books. Talking pens and talking books. And I can see that talking pens and talking, which is not e-learning though, because it's not an online thing, taking that to a cocoa farmer on the farm with a child, because school is far away, you can't take the child to school. So the child is on the farm with the cocoa farmer. That child could be put in a basin, in a bowl somewhere. And then this talking pens and talking books could be given to the child to be playing with, whilst learning the mechanics of farming as well. Because what really happens sometimes is that our farmer children, they don't know how to farm, what the parents do, because the parents are also saying that, oh, I'm a cocoa farmer, I'm poor, I don't really have, so we'll go to school, and sometimes we lose the indigenous knowledges that we really have to draw on to build what really Africa needs, the solution Africa needs. So social media, yes, I think there are quite a number of our young people on there, and our government, and leaders, even from the African Union, Commission, because they have the Agenda 2063 and the Continental Education Strategy, and when you read that strategy, it's not costed, it's very ambitious. It's ideal. You read it and you really have a good feeling, but how do you implement it? Where are the funds to do that? All these things we have to take into consideration. And for me, if leaders, continental leaders, regional leaders can really get their acts together in terms of policy, they can help the national leaders, and that goes back to the African unity, thing that we need, because if we do that, we can share more things amongst us. Because normally when we want to borrow from let's say a university or a school wants to borrow something, we go to Europe, we go to the Americas. We don't really, have exchanges amongst ourselves on the continent. And yet, there was a time I went to a Kenya university, a quality assurance mission in higher education in Africa. And Kenya University, I won't mention names, at the time, Ghana was really experiencing doomsaw. Doomsaw means power cuts, But in a university there, actually, they've had, they are powering their university with solar. So 80% of what they have is powering the university, and they're selling part of it to the government. And they had already paid off, the loan that they took. They took a green loan. They called it a green loan. So there are models within Africa, because we have similar problems anyway, that we can draw on. So how is Kenya or Rwanda or Nigeria dealing with social media? You know, I think we need to come together, even at conferences, maybe perhaps there are conferences going on, but specifically on social media, because our young people are on social media. You know, some of them are, not all, because it's not everybody who has smartphones. But how can we also calibrate, you know, the basic phones that use USSD for educational system? Because almost everybody has it. You know, I have an elderly person calling me from the village somewhere, you know, oh, I don't have this, give me money. But they all have phones. They have 2 or 3, you know, they have phones. So how can we use this media, you know, to really deliver our education system? So social media, yes, it's up there because we have young people. Our young people are on social media. We talk about the human capital thing. We have to develop. We have to just find a way of really, you know, developing the human capital. Africa is so young, and we have in certain countries, even 80% are below the age of 30 or 25. And if it's either a risk or an opportunity, if we don't really find a way of really educating our young people, they're going to join terrorist groups. They are already joining. The last time I saw something on WhatsApp, you know, we have WhatsApp. WhatsApp is also very popular here. You know, we have WhatsApp, and a lot of young people, very young people, were killed by the soldiers of Burkina Faso. You know, they said they are terrorist groups or whatever. You know, these things is because they're hungry. You know, they want to eat, they want money, and they can't. And that's why a lot of them leave as well, and they die in the Mediterranean. You know, so all these things are really, really urgent issues that we have. So any way we can find to really educate our young people, these talking books and talking pens I'm talking about can be very good for people who can't go to school because of floods, because we are experiencing a lot of floods. And some children are going to school, you know, walking through the flooded areas to their chest level. If they have those talking books and talking pens, they can just sit at home and do whatever they want to do. And those can be, you know, taken to the rural areas as well. So we have to really have we were talking about diversifying. How can we, you know, find different ways to deal with this? Because while Africa is we have our history, which is also working against us, and we have the global, you know, the way Africa, let's put aside corruption and all that. We know that there's corruption and all that. But the way our economies are positioned in relation to the global economy, it's not favorable, you know, to us. And a lot of the growth that they are seeing, even in African countries, is the growth from multilaterals. You know, it's not the local companies. And to really grow your own economy, you have to really get the local economies, you know, but we're not having that. So yes, there is growth, but the growth, where is it going? You know, so these are some of the things. So education, you know, is very intertwined with the economy, the politics, the culture of the continent and our countries. You know, so, and these things are embedded, you know, they are embedded in our polity, you know, and all that. So we have to really see how best, you know, we can do these things, because there are so many ways that we can, very small ways that we can deal with this low access to education, you know, out of school children, quality of education problems, you know, all this. We have to fight. We have to think outside the box. You know, we have to start thinking outside the box. What really suits Africa? What really suits, not just, as we said earlier, you know, borrowing but not appropriating what we've borrowed. You know, we have to also, yes, it's good to borrow. Everybody borrows. But we have to really know what we want. I go back to Kagame's point that Africa has to know what they really want in the educational system. We have, you know, problems that are very, you know, urgent that we need to solve. Otherwise, our young people, you know, they are dying in their droves, and they need jobs. They need to eat. They are hungry, you know, and they have. It is something that is really an issue for us. And higher education, we have to really find a way in our higher educational systems. Yes, our structures have been undermined somehow, but how can we, you know, become the thinking, what do you call it, for these issues? So yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Nefa. Thank you.
Can I just say,
yes,
Jacqueline, this was an inspiring, moving. It's absolutely amazing, holistic, all the dimensions, very illuminating. Thank you. It was worth having this conference just for this insight into all the problems. Bravo. Congratulations. Thank you. I'm very, very interested on this. You link to the people living, the refugee crisis, all of these things, the whole lot. You have the total understanding, and you are inspirational. That's all I have to say. Inspire, conference made by such inspiration and input. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ellie, for that wonderful addition and commendation given to the contribution from Dr. Emefa. And now, colleagues, just joined us now is a member of the panel, Lawrence. I did try to say earlier on, he's now, Dr. Larry Jones Ashon is now with us, although I've highlighted a few points in his absence, what I thought he would like to say, but he's now here with us in person. And I'll give the floor to him, first of all, to introduce himself and then say what his findings are or the current status of education internationally compared to what exists in Nigeria and in some of the other parts of the world or country that he works in. Over to you, Dr. Larry Jones. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Professor James. I want to thank God for the day I met you. And I want to also appreciate all the wonderful works that you've been doing and the support you're giving, and not only the young Africans, but also to the continent as a whole. It's a blessing to have you on board. First and foremost, let me say a big thank you to my dear sister, who I just heard, who spoke passionately as a mother, as a sister, as a researcher, and also as somebody who is looking for a solution to problems. But let me start by quickly saying, let me break it down. Africa is a big subject to treat, as I would like to say it. So let me start by saying, let's go country by country. So let me start with Nigeria. Nigeria being one of the most populous countries in Africa, what I found is if Nigeria does not get its acts together as a leading populous country with loads of raw material, the rest of the small other countries will suffer the consequences. But good news is the East of Africa is putting themselves together as a whole conglomerate, if I can put it together as a body, United East Africa. And that is coming up big time. So what I found that we can do, let me just talk about education. Whilst I was trying to join this program, I was just speaking to a lady from Malawi who is begging. And I say, Larry, whatever you can do, bring the London Academy Business School or the University of Sunderland to Malawi. I will pay the cost of you coming and everything else. So let's stop the exodus of our young people traveling abroad and being manipulated and brainwashed into joining bad groups. Let me put it this way, from what my dear sister have just mentioned, if we don't harness the population, the young, youthful, exuberant population that we have currently, we will suffer the consequence of being probably, I know it can't happen, but it will basically be ashamed that some of us who have the understanding are not able to manage the situation. So what I found is we need to find a way to occupy our young people. They're hungry and they're determined. They have the energy, and education is one thing, but the right kind of education, the right kind of education. And I'm so glad that what my dear brother here, James, is doing, technical things, it doesn't have color. It doesn't look black, it doesn't look white. Technical is technical. And what work for irrigation, work for environmental, degradations or cleaning or harvesting is the same once we can use it to better ourselves. So, and the good thing is we don't have to reinvent the wheels. We have a lot of technology we can latch onto and then progress from there. So what I found is we need to work together to make things happen. And there are a lot of other investors who are looking for platform to spend their money on. And I think coming together, working together, let's take it one by one, because Africa is huge. When I hear the word Africa, I know we're all very passionate about the continent, but it's huge. let's talk about what can we do in Ghana? What can we do in Nigeria? What can we do in Mozambique? What can we do in Gambia, in Zambia? All those places are little pocket of projects that can be worked on, because a journey of 1,000 miles, which is Africa, begin with just one step. So let's look at what we can achieve. Currently, the stability or instability in Nigeria is causing a lot of mayhem. So education is not really what it should be. So what I would suggest with this young group of people, Ghana is stable politically, Ghana is stable economically, and there's a lot that can be done there. I'm happy my dear sister is from Emefa is from Ghana. So we can work with her to see how we can establish the academy or the University of Entrepreneurship in Ghana. And then obviously we can start to see how we can move things from there. That is my initial contribution.
Thank you very much, Dr. Larry. I think you've touched on it on very, very important points here. That it's a big thing out there in Africa, but there is a saying in my place that you cannot, in trying to build your own home, you cannot go and start borrowing a chair to put inside your home. You cannot borrow a bed to come and sleep in your home. Because if you do that, if you don't invest the time in constructing a bed or a chair in your home, when the owner lends you that bed, and if the owner has no more bed, they will come and take that bed. And you yourself have never learned how to create your bed. So you will, you will lose out, and you continue to borrow and borrow and borrow. Why am I saying that? When I look at the way that e-learning, that's the e-learning specialist group, has really reached out to the world, okay? And I really here want to thank the members of the committee of the e-learning specialist group and the real strong driving force here, Professor Ross and Jeff, and all the Ellie and so many, every other person here, that we believe strongly in making education accessible in line with the spirit of e-learning. E-learning does not discern whether or not you are from Africa or from Asia or from Brazil or from wherever. E-learning says, I'm here as a vehicle. Want to drive me? Drive me and acquire what you want to acquire. So I think, so the education thing, just as you stated there, the e-learning specialist group as we are, this inspires a vehicle for us to come together and collaborate. It's been provided by this specialist group and this Inspire International Conference. Let us now that all the delegates that you are here and identifying areas of common interest, areas of that's particular direction that you want to tool. Once that is sort of identified, I'm sure with the specialist group, the real name of our specialist group has sort of changed now from just e-learning. It's going to be the academia and e-learning specialist group. It will allow a lot of active players to come together, weave together some projects and begin to move things on to happen one after the other in the conflict. Now, the idea of borrowing, I don't believe in it. And I thank God for the African traditional education that was given to myself and my siblings. My parents, they taught us that, you don't really borrow. And that is why even in our own kingdom, the Ewato kingdom, nobody borrows, nobody has mortgage. If you're of the right age, the community helps you. Each hand in the community helps to build your own home. And from the day they give you the keys to your home, that is your home and the home for your children. So the idea of borrowing, if we sort of look at that and push it to the rear and encourage us to work together collaboratively to see what we can contribute to the building of a common house in Africa or a common house in Ghana or in Nigeria, that house belongs to Ghana. A house of education that we help Ghanaians to build belongs to Ghana. The house of education that we build in Nigeria belongs to Nigeria. Even the ones that we are going to build in the UK or in any part of the world, Brazil or anywhere, it belongs to them. We are not borrowing it to them. I think it would be a good starting point. But thanks a lot for that your contribution. Now I see a question. We are in the part of the panel where the delegates generally ask questions, and I just to remind us that initial response from Emefa and from everybody here so far was triggered by a question on social media, which was actually raised by Margaret. And I can see another question is how can, say, for example, we need to look at how the big issues in education are sort of raised and dealt with. And while I look at some of the other, while I wait to see, I can't see any other hand really up there. But if anybody want to ask any additional question relating to what has been presented so far, you present it. But I know, and I know Margaret wants to. Margaret, do you have any other question you want to ask at the minute?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, there's the big question here. The big question is, now that we are operating like this, okay, in what way, because at the minute, and I think it's a big question that we say, how can we encourage other African nations, other African participants to really take this crucial issue of education and access of education through this particular forum of Inspire that we know is free. It has been free from last year to this year, and also is going to be free for next year. The Inspire 2023 is going to be free for all participants next year. How can we encourage, the creation of a critical mass of African active participants to participate in it and engage with the likes of Ellie, engage with the likes of Kirsten and others that are really doing groundbreaking research to wake up the sleeping spirits, and revive practice in Africa, that people, that through the good work that you do, the politicians will begin to realize that they are not delivering. The multinational countries that are siphoning wealth from that country will begin to realize that the youths are waking up to the fact that their resources are being shipped abroad and being fabricated and brought back to the continent to be sold to them as something else. So once we begin to do that, then we would have achieved what we want to achieve. So is there a way, how can the delegates here now, and even members of the panel, respond to that question? How can we mobilize and motivate our education, active education participants from Africa to begin to participate in Inspire and educational initiatives going forward? So Larry, Dr. Larry, I see your hand is up. The floor is yours. The floor is yours now. Larry?
While we're waiting for Larry,
yes,
Larry, because you mentioned our work, Kirsten's and mine, you have seen it's a team.
yes.
And
I see.
The danger is that the Europeans and the Americans have got the confidence to maybe take pity on Africa, but they are not actually considering the Africans as equals and with the potential. The youth of Africa, the energy of Africa, the resources of Africa. Obviously, there are also local people who are exploiting, and there is fraud and corruption. We must not forget that. Yes, I come from Cyprus. We've had occupations for millennia in Cyprus. Millennia, nobody that was anybody in any empire ignored Cyprus. They wanted Cyprus. And they don't think the Cypriots want Cyprus, And so it takes a long time to build the confidence internally that the Africans must have the confidence to collaborate and compete as well. Because now there is a critical mass of educated people. As long as they are not absorbed by the others, You know, I should be a movement for the return. You know, in Cyprus, there was no university until 35 or 40 years ago. The British wouldn't let us even have a university.
Whoa.
But they made a very good thing. They found Greeks and Turks, Cypriots, that were abroad, and they were very good careers. For example, in my field, I know from Imperial, they took eminent people, Greeks, Cypriots, and they built a university in such a short time that is ranking very high in the international rankings, you know, for the education. But the most serious thing, I think, is the law, not just the universities, the schools in the villages, like Jacqueline described, you know, all these adversities and how to go to school and how to walk through the floods and the river in order to go to the school. And you know, these are social, political problems that are very big, but I think big things start from a small spark. You know, we cannot give up now. And Africa has a lot to teach us because we think we know everything, but all this indigenous wisdom and practice, you know. I mean, I know my mom was illiterate, totally illiterate, but she was wise and knew a lot of things and was teaching us without any schooling, nothing. Okay, so she was born in 1913, and her brothers went to school, primary school, but she went for 6 months and was called back to help with the newborn, 6.5 years younger, you know, and that was, so things have moved on, they have changed, and I'm sure things will happen as long as we don't say I'm coming to help you, I'm superior, you know, to collaborate on an equal terms.
Yes,
that is, you know, and that's why I was saying the work we do with you know, the students and social media, for example, but we've done other things as well. That maybe we should replicate the studies in Africa, but in the African reality.
Yes, exactly.
So if anybody, for example, they invite you to do teaching there or whatever, you shouldn't go as a superior. You go as well to learn.
Yes.
To learn.
Partnership.
Okay, that's all. Hassan Lawrence here.
Thank you very, very much for that wonderful.
I'm very passionate as well about equality and social justice and that sort of thing. You know.
Yes, thank you very, very much. I see the hands are up. Larry did raise his hand and followed by Jacqueline. But Larry, before I let you on, let me call on, Jacqueline, the floor is yours now, please.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, I think one of the recommendations that I may provide here is that African countries need to create opportunities for the educated so that they may impact in their countries. So the issue of brain drain should not be a problem. And secondly, I think that African countries, the education sector, they need to collaborate with more accomplished learning partners so as to acquire best practices and also improve on their infrastructure. Yes, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. I think that was very, very good. And I can see, I think you've made a very, very strong point there in all over in Africa. And when we talk about, you see, in advanced countries, there is, how will I put it? There is the language of money, the language of funding and everything else. And from the research that I've done with some colleagues, we see that in Africa, there's the language of people, the language of children, the language of life, not the language of money. The people that tend to always speak of the language of money are the politicians. And these monies, they are foreign monies, foreign finances. And so these people, when they acquire the money, they invest it abroad. They don't actually invest it in the country, which is very, very sad, okay? And I think it's only through education that these leaders, a wise man, a sage, said recently, some of the leaders you have in Africa, I think you are misnaming them. They are not leaders, they are managers. They are actually managing, they are managing countries. They are not leading the country, because a leader serves the country. A leader does not really manage the country. As a leader, you employ managers to help you, but you are in service of the country. And I've committed that to thinking. I've just been looking at how best to respond to that. So I think it's a good point you've made there, and powerful contribution from Ellie. Everybody in Africa should be educated properly to appreciate what education is. And I see Isaac's hand is up, Unyam from the Veritas University, which I believe is almost like the Catholic Institute of Business Technology in Ghana as well. So Isaac, the floor is yours now. You could ask or make comments. Please, Isaac, over to you. You need to unmute yourself, please. Can you hear us? You need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Isaac.
Oh, okay.
Just introduce yourself, please. Introduce yourself.
I am Isaac, and I'm with the Faculty of Social Sciences and in the Department of Mass Communication here at Veritas University. And my area of specialization, my PhD actually is in hybrid media, particularly multimedia. And I've done a little work in actually ongoing research, particularly in online learning and related aspects of the ongoing conversation. Someone who spoke from Ghana mentioned something about lack of policy around e-learning and use of digital technologies. I think it's a very important point, and I emphasize it here even at Veritas University in relation to the use of technologies for administration and education-related management decisions, and as well as how this use of technologies affect management of students' disposition to studies and sort of study strategies overall. So I think it's one area that needs to be seriously emphasized, the area of researching and improving on, researching and also inventing, sort of recommending policy directions and dimensions, and also looking at areas of existing policy in other climes and see how such the philosophy of such existing policy can be incorporated in new and other environments, or sort of adapted to suit the specific requirements of environments such as we have in Nigeria, particularly Africa generally. I think so far, much is done in terms of the adoption and usage. Much research is done in terms of understanding the efficacy of adoption of e-learning tools and technologies generally, but little is actually done so far in terms of policy evaluation and investigation, implementation. And I think that is one area that really needs to be given very good, serious attention. Why? Obviously, without policy, everybody can adopt and use anything however they deem fit until there's crisis. And it's not a good thing to wait for crisis to be the pivotal platform for solutions, because sometimes the crisis can be so damaging that some persons or some situations may not recover from it. That was one. Two, policy actually challenges critical thinking for us to sort of not just think innovation in terms of technicalities or technology, but also think innovation in line with social adoptions, mindsets, culture, environment, and also policy has a way of giving back to innovation. Because when we have a policy in place and the designers or the hands-on technical guys look at the areas that a given environment is likely or more prone to inculcating, then they also rethink their modeling processes. In fact, I so far have developed a software that is currently it's basically at the MVP level, a viable product level. Is a web-based. It's at a web-based level for now. I hope to scale it onto a mobile-based platform. Is actually a tool that deals with ratings overall. But I found it interesting that I could actually adopt that tool to be used in a classroom setting where my students can give anonymous, hands-on, verifiable feedback about areas that I need to improve or areas they may be having challenges, and also express satisfaction of ratings that can be collated into averages. And then I can also keep that as a track record of my performance, however high or low, and also build some sort of digital track so that my performance and improvements can speak for itself. Also giving the students a sense of belonging in my class. Not like when external tools such as Google Forms and apply them, use them for, say, students' evaluation of staff performance, lecturers' performance. And then it gives an open check to students who may even miss classes, and to then have the opportunity to evaluate the lecturers, And also the time lapse in between the use of other tools, such as done in other universities where there's a whole gap between when the students actually encounter the learning and when they are asked to give feedback. Recall is an issue. If you refer to selectivity theory in media and communication, recall can be a problem for some people. And they may actually sometimes assume that they remember certain things or sort of misplace occurrences, and sometimes just oppose what they experience in one lecture to actually occur in another lecture. And you cannot at that point vouch credibly for the quality of recall in relation to the quality of responses. So I think, for instance, my point is, it is in line with the issue of trying to understand policy that I actually also saw the need to adopt the software, improve the modeling of software generally, in the first instance, and also adopt it to be used in a classroom setting, in as much as it wasn't actually designed specifically for e-learning purposes. But of course, for the fact that it has a subsection where you can create interaction for services, I consider academics as a service that I'm rendering as well. And I also saw the need for me to subject that for personal rating. So I can summarize a point. One, the fact that policy actually informs proactive measures to forestall crisis instead of allowing crisis to dictate policy. Two, the need to demonstrate the use of technology with respect to the generality of tools that are invented across. And number three, the fact that when policy is leading the way in terms of adoption and usage of technologies, individual designers and inventors can also see how they can remodel their thinking to suit a situation or improve on existing technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Isaac. I think that's our contribution to the panel discussions at the moment. And you've really, in a very succinct way, stated your points. and how relevant they are to the current state of affairs. Now, I see as well, Larry's hand has been up, followed by Babatunde and Linda. So, so in that order, let me give the floor to Larry to contribute. Larry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much once again. I want to also thank Isaac, and I will be linking up with you if I can get your email address in the chat box so we can talk a bit more. If you permit me to quickly address Professor Margaret, if that is fine. The London Academic Business School, which I basically work with, and also the University of Entrepreneurship, I would like, if possible, to collaborate with BCS to actually install or create a section in Nigeria or in other African countries, or in Ghana, if that is the case, where we train using BCS to actually train people. Why is that? We can also use GoFunding platform to also raise some money to train young people to become IT savvy. Because I think in any country that we have today, without an army of IT graduates, IT technicians who are there to make things work, that country cannot survive because everything is impinged on IT. But I still believe majority of our young people have IT skills only for social media, not for real developmental purposes. But I'm sure that might be an understatement. That, I mean, from what I'm hearing from Isaac, there are quite a number of initiatives going on in Ghana. I also believe the same thing in Nigeria. But if on the platform of BCS, we can collaborate to train an army of young people from the African descent in Africa, that would make a huge difference to what we're talking about. And I believe, if you permit me to say so, I will be submitting a proposal after this conference, laying out what I meant by that.
I think that is powerful. If as an initiative sponsored by LABS, the London Academic Business School, we want to undertake that particular project, it would be nice. And I think it's something, Margaret, that we could consider in the committee of the academic and e-learning specialist group. This is something that we will support. And once we support it, we should be able to, because Margaret is really very well experienced in the development and delivery of online training. I, for one, have been faculty learning coordinator here for years, and I have done it. I've actually done a lot of work with the Spanish people here, Spanish universities, and also in Italy and so many other different places. And I think this is something that the e-learning specialist group may want to take very, very serious. And it depends also on the receiving institute or the hosting institution, such as the Catholic Institute for Business Technology, or the Veritas University in Nigeria, if they are keen, Isaac, we could really take it so serious, and with the labs looking at the funding aspect of it, and the e-learning specialist group to look at coordinating the activities, and it could be a project of success that we could report even in next year's Inspire International Conference here to say this is where we are at now. So Dr. Larry will take you up on that, and see, I'm sure the committee, Margaret, Jeff, Ellie, and so many other different people will be able to sit down to discuss this and look at how the practical aspect of things. Please, Professor Ross, can you make some comments as well?
I totally agree with what you said. I think it's a brilliant idea. And I think completely agree with what James said. It's something that we need to take up within the BCS specialist group, because it's something that I feel strongly about, and I know James feels strongly about. And one of the things that we could actually do, is a very minor one, is to try to get more people from the various African countries, particularly sub-Sahara ones, to actually participate in the next conference. In other words, which is a wonderful way of networking. And because, again, it's going to be totally free, totally online, nobody's disadvantaged. And this is why we wanted us, and everything goes in the proceedings, which again are going to be totally free, so that your problem is going to be bandwidth, but no other limitations. So if you could actually, particularly all the people here, to try and reach out to other groups within your countries and in with adjacent countries, that's a starting point. Now, the other thing was that I'll circulate it around to everybody, but talk about actually raising the interest with youngsters, etc., and other lecturers. There's a lot of events that we organize through the BCS, through the e-learning group and some of the other groups that might be particularly of interest. Now, suddenly this will say, wow, hey, that's great. I mean, I'm thinking of an example that James and I were doing this with Ghana, and I'll pass on to James for a minute to explain, but again, to do with sustainability. Now, sustainability now actually fits into just about every youngster's thoughts. It's got to be, particularly in the jobs, because so many jobs now have a sustainability element into it, whether they're into mining, fishing, even athletes, professional athletes, because their sponsors usually like to actually have a green view to themselves, so that sustainability suddenly comes in there. So there's also issues that will come in, and I'm just even thinking of something coming in a couple of weeks, which is a green IT meeting, which is, and this is actually about taking power not only from the sun, which you can do beautifully in Africa, but the wind, but also from the sea, currents and waves. And quite a lot of countries, if you've got a sea coast, again, another source of power. So again, something like this could be of interest. So at this stage, I think definitely e-learning, we take it forward. Can I pass back to James now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. I think that's really appreciated. I think what we would like to see going forward, for me anyway, I'll be happy to begin to look at projects, initiatives, or funding sources where young academics or young researchers, if you approach myself and Margaret or any to say, where these are the problems, we have these papers to present at your conference, we haven't got enough resources to do it, or we haven't got this to do that, and so on and so forth. We'll be able to channel our energies onto advising you how best you can secure those resources. But if we do not know what the problems are or what the areas of challenges are, and people are not forthcoming, people are not participating, will not be able to advance or actually make progress. For example, if a group of academic or e-learning practitioners in Nigeria wants to hold a Nigerian specific workshop, e-learning workshop or education workshop or something of sort, and they want to collaborate or partner with the academic and e-learning specialist group of the BCS to deliver that particular workshop at a particular time, we will be happy to facilitate it. And just as MFA can attest to that, just as Dr. MFA wanted the e-learning specialist group to facilitate a particular workshop that was delivered, a seminar that was delivered at the Catholic Institute for Business Technology a short while ago, we were prepared to do that. And through that, we will identify areas where further assistance is needed. And I think the idea of equity, the idea of partnership is what needs to be recognized. We are not partnering with you to make you feel that either we are inferior or superior or whatever we are. You are our partners. We are the same. We are trying to achieve the same goal, which is success. Let success be our history. Let progress be our history, our story that we'll be telling people that follow us. And let people see from the evidence, from what they can actually physically, from the positive impact. Let them see that we are making a difference, making a positive difference, not just making noise, but making a difference. So, and I can see, I think further hands are up, but before Larry, I think Babatunde, your hand was up earlier. I'll give the floor quickly to you, and after you will be Larry. Over to you, Babatunde Eboloji, please.
Thank you very much, Professor James. And I really appreciate the organizers of this platform, because till now, the world perception about Africa is really at a disservice to Africa. And when you think about Africa, they have this concept about anything Africa. But with this platform that is creating equal opportunity for Africans, I think this is commendable. And considering the fact that it is also free, so people back home will have access to all the resources here. There will be equal participation of everybody, which is really something I'm really happy for, and I'm thankful for this platform, to this platform organizers. Moving forward, I believe that what we need to do now is to try and link up with people back home, try to make them understand, try to make them see the opportunity that's on ground, because it's one thing to have platforms like this open, and it's another thing to have the information out there for people to actually tap into it. If this is open for people to join, and then they don't have the right information to know, okay, this thing is existing, then it will not really reach out to those we wanted to reach out to. So that is my contribution. I believe this platform is really helpful, and thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babatunde. That's really powerful. So all delegates here should see themselves, in the words of Babatunde there, you should see yourself as an ambassador of this goodwill, of this good opportunity that has been created. Nobody out there, no academic, no business person out there wanting to come and participate in Inspire conferences or participate in some of our initiatives here, who put their hand on their heart and say, oh, Inspire or the organizers of Inspire is doing it for selfish reasons. We are not doing it for selfish reasons, okay? We are here to make sure that not just the platform, but the opportunity is created for everybody to realize their true life potential and be able to contribute something good to their immediate community and to the world at large. That is why we are involved in this field. It's not for James or for the BCS or for Margaret or indeed any of us for personally gain from it. So I'm glad in the words of Babatunde that you've been able to realize and speak our minds, from where we're actually coming from. Next, I would like to give the floor over to Larry, Dr. Larry Jones, please.
Thank you very much once again, Professor James. What I wanted to ask, in every enterprise, we need to fund the enterprise. I could see the hard work Professor Ross is putting into this, yourself and many more. All of this require support from investors, philanthropists, and the like of it. Now, I want to suggest one or two projects. STEMS is a very important project. And I believe where we are today, we are trying to introduce STEMS to Nigeria, to some small, to some private school and secondary schools. If we go to them that we are in collaboration or in partnership with BCS to establish STEMs in those colleges or universities, it will. I mean, currently we are actually a partner with ICDL Africa. ICDL Africa offer all the 7 modules and different other courses, and which we've paid almost £5,000 to be a partner with them. But, and I'm sure ICDL is a branch of BCS. So for us to have that collaboration, per se, we can go to governments, governors and say, we are in collaboration with BCS. We want to help you establish a STEM center in your university or colleges, with that powerful backing and credibility, it will be well received and looked after. And that, I believe, also can work in Ghana or any other African country. So I would like that to be considered. And then we look at how we can raise money to also support BCS in what they do, because this is fantastic platform to having people in mind, to educate them to become more IT savvy. And I think we, with a business mind, should find a way to support the hard work that is being done here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Larry. I think that's powerful to have initiatives or projects hatched from the conference is something we will look favorably upon. And I think whether it's through GoFundMe or through the right appropriate funding channels, support could be sought and actually received even from the public sector in these countries, which I think is, we are going to, I'll hold you to that, Dr. Larry, and see how we can move that forward. I see Isaac Crawford's hand up. Isaac, the floor is yours.
Yes, Professor James, thanks a lot. Just to add to what Larry just mentioned, interestingly, the sports day is done, and I'm just in the car getting ready to go. So pardon my background. I attended one of the best secondary science schools in Ghana, although it runs other models. Every year in Ghana, we have what we call the National Maths and Science Quiz. And year in, year out, the schools that win have their students being awarded very lucrative scholarships outside. The year I completed secondary school, the 3 boys that represented my secondary school, Presec Legon, Presbyterian Boys Secondary School Legon, 1 is in Canada as an engineer, 2 are in the United States as engineers, doing very well. But the challenge is that there are a lot of others who may not have realized their full potential because of lack of the applicative part of their studies. And that's where I think the technology and then e-learning and then the virtual things we are trying to do here, BCS is doing, is so amazing. Just to add to what Larry said about the projects, if we can spearhead this, if we can brainstorm and find out how such institutions can help this very talented, very talented students back home engage from the applicative aspect of it, it will transform Africa. I personally believe this. Then we live in a global world. Definitely some would want to migrate and then all that. But if we can do this STEM courses through technology, through e-learning, training teachers, equipping them to be able to impact positively on the students, even having workshops for the students, it will transform the continent. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. I think that is, again, wonderful. It is powerful, a powerful contribution. Yes, the establishment of the likes of the STEM Institute or STEM Academy or STEM Club or anything will be something that will really is important and we can look into. A response from Dr. Emefa. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I mean, this is really exciting, and I just want to thank Larry, Dr. Larry, Professor Margaret, you, James, and everybody who is sort of thinking about this practical application side of this. Because if we can have those academies to train, I just want to consolidate what Isaac also said. He made reference to the science and math quiz, those who win the science and math quiz. There was even, yes, they do very well when they go, they get scholarships and all that. But at some point, even in their history, the school that did very well at some point went international for the global competition. But I learned that they couldn't, engage in the competition because they couldn't apply, their theoretical knowledge. So they had to come back, at some point. So it's fantastic if we can have this practical application, of the theories of that would be great, and that I want to also add that will really help, because during the pandemic, for instance, 121, according to UNICEF, 121 million sub-Saharan African students were excluded, from the digital or broadcast instruction, and remote learning opportunities due to the absence of national policies. And I remember during the pandemic in my family home that there was television. So the children, gathered around the television, but there are other homes that didn't have television. So they didn't have access, to that. So this practical application of this will be fantastic. And I really want to thank you all, for your efforts. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emefa. And I think it's a very, very strong point here. And again, it reminds me of the fact, okay, there's the issue about the brain drain, but also there's a big challenge for us in Africa, in the sense that not enough research is being encouraged. Not enough research initiatives or funding is being provided for the researchers and for the institutions. Now there is a book of ours. I was one of the 3 editors of a book on learning analytics. We did come up with a handbook there for researchers, big data and learning analytics. Well, whenever I want to obtain information about any issue relating to higher education practice in the UK, all I need to do is go to the HESA website. That's the Higher Education Statistical Agency of the UK. Also, if I want to learn anything about the government of the UK, whatever is going on relating to anything, all I need to do is go to the ONS website as the Office for National Statistics. But when I want to learn something about what is going on in any African nation at all, there is no research that is feeding such information publicly. And there's no encouragement given to researchers in these fields, to provide such information based upon which it should be based policies to push everybody, to push the society or the community forward. And I think this is where I really very much welcome the idea suggested by the likes of Dr. Larry here, and even the contributions from yourself, Dr. Emefa, and that of Isaac as well, and all the others, that yes, we need to pay attention to encouraging researchers to do best what they can do by helping us siphon from community the relevant information to help inform policy development and implementation, to help enable and empower the ordinary people in society to make the society a better place and to create a better condition to make for progress, development. Okay, I see also, I think, Dr. Larry, I see your hand is up.
Yes, please, just to support what Dr. Emefa said. And you also have touched on it about brain drain.
Yes.
There's no way anyone will see an opportunity outside their own terrain or environment that will not jump at it if they're told that there's something else out there that can benefit them. So we need to, and as a matter of urgency, start to harness the brain that we have and recognize and appreciate them. And I think that would be a good thing. Yesterday, just in a dinner that we had yesterday, Professor Ross mentioned something very, very apt: how to generate power by just using wind energy. That every trucks that ride on the road in Africa should be able to generate power. That is an incredible insight. I was touched. I went to start researching that, and such research or comment from this powerful conference could really help Africa, or for North Africa, Nigeria especially, to overcome the power problem. Because if there's fossil fuel, we have a lot of garbage that we're not using to generate energy. We should be, but we also have the resources in terms of human power to do that. It's a matter of drawing expertise through BCS to galvanize the people on the ground to make this happen. This is a powerful event that basically is touching me from the marrow of my bones to see that this is wonderful. And I think such suggestions on how to generate power is a very, very good one. I also believe if we can help young people, I mean, if you go to our churches, for example, churches in Africa or in Nigeria, is filled to the brim. What is the churches preaching to them? You go to heaven if you die, but they're not dead yet. Let them do something on earth so that something that could help them to live a better life. And this is what I think BCS is trying to help us to do. And I think we have something brewing here to become a bigger thing for that continent, because 60% of 200 million people are youth in Nigeria. And one thing more, when 2 million people apply for university places in Nigeria, 2 million people, only 350 to 400,000 get a place. So to say, 1.6 million people are on the street every year, nowhere to go. And that is heartbreaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Larry. I think you hit the nail on the head here. Really, where we have in excess of 1.6 million youths every year exiting the secondary school system and having nowhere to go. And here in Europe, we are talking about innovation, entrepreneurship, creativity, and so on and so forth. And wonderfully here we have at our disposal the vehicle of e-learning and through the means of education to enable and empower these people. I think there's no more that will be required to help motivate and get people moving. I see so many hands are up at the minute, and in their order of recognizing them, I have Emefa first of all, and then Margaret and Linda. So Emefa, the floor is yours for a few minutes before Margaret. And just before that, I know we thought we had enough time, 2 hours for this particular session, but would you believe that 1 hour, 55 minutes is already gone? And we'll actually only have about 5 minutes before we can sum up. So with your permission, I will say, I'm going to beg that we give some extra minutes because I have so many hands here and I would like to hear everything that everyone here have to say before I sum up, and then we'll finish the session. So first of all, quickly to MFA, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a quick one. Listening to you all about even Nigeria, all those young people who couldn't gain access to higher education and all, I think it's high time that we in Africa, started banishing the image of technical and vocational education as well, because we see that as not really. So any academy that we want to set up, we should, even if it's higher education and all that, we should factor in the technical and vocational education at the different levels. Even we need that TVET even at the higher education level. So it will be fantastic to do it, because a lot of such people, our investment in TVET in Africa is paltry. When you compare it to the advanced countries, they invest so much. But our TVET, it's, suffering from image, poor image and all that. So we need to factor that into whatever we want to, the academies that we want to, set up and start banishing the image of TVET. Because when you look at our traditional educational system, TVET was central. TVET was central. So whenever we do this, and I also want to say that the STEM, yes, is very central to this, the STEM subjects and all that is very central to this, but we shouldn't also forget the creative, disciplines, because to solve a problem, you need all these different disciplines to come together to be able to solve a problem. So if we can factor in the creative disciplines into our STEM courses as well, and we break down the barriers, between all these disciplines, it will be really helpful. We can get our young people, thinking in a very comprehensive and sophisticated way, providing solutions to the problems we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. MF. And just to quickly add to what you've just stated there, if I didn't know how to use the broom to sweep the floor in my own home, I would never have been allowed to go to the school. If I didn't know how to grow my own crops where my father was farming, I would not have been allowed to engage in education. So I think it is important for us to pay attention to our traditional skills. And that is where TVET comes in. That's the technical vocational education and training. And what we call here, that's the technical training and so on and so forth. It is important. You've made a strong point there, MF. So I'll move on now to Professor Ross, please. Margaret.
Hi. Just really to draw your attention to something I put in the chat that some of you might like to pick them up. Next week is the international, because you talked about this idea of STEM. This is the international week of, the International Day of Women in Engineering. And this is, and for the moment I'm talking to the ladies on this call. Sorry about the men. Sorry, just cover your ears up. You know, it's not. This is not for you. But you can tell your ladies that you work with. There's a webinar that's been set up. It's totally free. It's not run by the BCS, but I put the link in there, and it's a 2-hour lunchtime one, and it very much is encouraging women into the whole of the concept of engineering. So I think this might be of interest. I've been involved with both the BCS and also the Institute of Science and Technology, where we're creating posters that could be used in schools to encourage girls to actually go into different careers associated with IT, technology, engineering. Again, this is something that I think it's a good idea to do, to encourage more and more girls to go towards the technology side. Now, the other thing I've also put in the chat is the link. Well, I mentioned about getting power from the sea, and it's a link to an event that we've got in a few weeks. Again, this is actually the managing director of that company. They specialize in actually testing different sorts of equipment that generates power from the sea. Now, quite a lot of countries around Africa, as well as around the UK, have got sea boundaries. And if you have, certainly in the UK, solar power is uncertain. Wind is a bit uncertain sometimes. But as we're surrounded by sea, that's definitely very predictable. So that again, it's an area that not only, as you mentioned about the idea of generating if you're inland, but if you're on the sea coast, it's something that again you might want to think about. Thank you. And it's delighted to see it. I have some fantastic contributions here and into the papers. And I hope also that you're all going to have papers next year. And those that didn't, please think about it. And those that your colleagues haven't, think about encouraging them. Thank you very much. And over to James. And thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Margaret, and for raising those there. I think globally, not only at the national level, globally, women are encouraged to take up STEM subjects. And if you look at the United Nations website, there are many funding opportunities for any female from any corner of the earth to be funded, to engage in STEM subjects. Thanks a lot, Margaret, for raising raising awareness about that. I say one of the other hands that was up is that from Linda. And after that, I'll attempt to sum up the session before we close the session. The floor is yours now, Linda, please.
So what I wanted to add kind of links what MFA was saying, and something I wanted to say, which is the links with the private sector. I think that I don't feel as if we've delved into that a little bit. And I think that using an example from Kenya, for instance, in the pharmaceutical industry, an organization got some impact funding to come and start a factory. Because what we don't have in Africa is we don't make our own stuff. We are the dumping ground of everybody's products, right? So in order for us to get out of poverty, we will have to create industries. We will have to make our own products and use our own raw materials. But that's not happening yet. And the whole imbalance, trade imbalance, etc. are all contributing to this. Yes, okay. So anyway, using this example, it's a pharmaceutical organization that wants to create jobs in Africa, and they want to manufacture drugs in Africa. But what they find is that a country like Kenya trains pharmacy professionals, well, with degrees, but they do not train pharmacy technicians. So there's nobody to work in a factory that is created. So they have to train the workers, people to work in this factory, which then is a put-off for investment. So, on a practical level, like really drilling down how to apply e-learning. Those, I think, are some of the avenues in which, masses of people can, given the, what do you call it? The wonderful characteristics of what technology can do, you can train very many people in a very short period of time, intensely, and achieve results. So I was thinking that that would be a really interesting way and something for this group to, to start thinking about. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Linda. And I think that is really and truly powerful. You cannot water a tree from the branches, you water a tree through its roots.
Yeah.
If the roots are not well positioned on fertile ground and close to the water table, that tree cannot really stand, and the tree will definitely die. I think that is the core message you want us to consider here, which is really and truly powerful. Vocational skills, important. Technical skills, important. Those who are technically capable of delivering proper education to meet the needs of the community is important. And I think you will all agree with me, we've come to the end of the session. Just we've overspent the 2 hours by 5 minutes, but before we finish, just to sum up, I think this is a session that actually looked at the current status and practices, evolution and development involving education in Africa. And for that, really, we started by first of all considering, the panel introduced themselves, and they considered the current status, looking at the panelists reported on their own individual monitoring and their measurements of what they thought about the current practice in their various countries, namely Nigeria, Ghana, and a mention of the others, Kenya, and other countries that were mentioned. Talking about development, I know you had talked about development, taking into consideration the impact of technology and how education is actually evolving. And passionate presentations were given by some members of the panel, and adequate responses have been given by the delegates here, touching on how education is evolving, the needs to consider the issues that should be really the issues of importance, and what measures need to be put in place in order to robustly address some of these issues. And there, the current provision and the levels of education provided, and the gaps that exist, the inadequate resources in these countries, they've also been touched about. And then finally, I know the panel and the contributors from the delegates, they touched on the nature of the diversity of education that exists in the continent of Africa. And I know the issue of social media in education in Africa was hotly debated, and there the focus was on the uses and the need for policies to be developed, that's to be promulgated and implemented to ensure its effectiveness and efficiency. And I know there was an issue that a lot of people sort of touched on in one shape, form, or the other, and that is the issue of the lack, or actually the issue that centers on standardization, or the lack of standards, educational standards in Africa. And this problem, or the challenge, actually derived from the fact that Africa as a continent was colonized by different colonizers. And on the penny days is the issue of language and language differences. And as until such is actually sort of seriously addressed, it will be very, very difficult to achieve that. Today, we have the British standards, we have the American standards, and we have the European standards in different for different sectors. But there is no such thing as the African standards. And I think for academics, even the learners, they need to have that. You know, if you haven't got a compass and you are traveling in a particular direction, you'll be traveling aimlessly, and that compass needs to be put in place. And I know a mention have been made here during the panel discussions about the need to think of and develop projects for development and implementation. And we alluded to the fact that our e-learning specialist group have already changed the name to Academia and E-Learning Specialist Group. And for that, really, some novel ideas or initiatives were talked about introducing scholarships and awards, really focusing on, say, either scholarship for e-learning or scholarship or awards for STEM, and the setup of, say, STEM academies in schools or in community or in different countries to address or to fill the gap that exists there for technical and vocational skills acquisition. So going forward, and I know Jacqueline, that's a contributor from Odero from Kenya, touched on the issue of plagiarism. But as the chair of this panel, I will quickly say, and also as someone who is quite adept in innovation and entrepreneurship, when you talk about plagiarism, some people do take things out of context. They feel, oh, because you introduce something, I cannot use it or cannot do this. But plagiarism needs to be clarified in such a way that plagiarism is the art of passing off other people's work as if it is yours. But it's not stopping you from learning about what others have learned and utilizing that thing and acknowledging what the source from where you have obtained the knowledge. And so based on that, I think Africa as a continent, especially even in recent times that this issue about plagiarism has come up, some African practitioners have developed cold feet in trying to adopt technology or trying to learn how, for example, how computers work and how they in future can actually engage in a process of producing a kind of made in African computer that will meet the African needs. And that is not what we actually mean by plagiarism here. You are free to learn from people and be able to use the knowledge you've obtained to create something to solve your own problem. So the possible solutions that are being presented from these panel discussions is one, the introduction of training of practices, training of organizations, schools from the advanced countries being trained with schools in Africa, colleges being trained, encouragement of entering into a partnership, whether with universities, schools, colleges, churches, or whatever it may be. Also, dispelling, or actually not encouraging competition, but at all levels, promoting collaboration. And then also encouraging interaction of professional organizations, interaction between schools, between colleges, and between universities. And finally, the coming up of that's the development of projects to be carried out in partnership to be carried out by partners drawn from Africa as well as from the advanced countries, whether from the UK, from America, or anywhere else. And also seeking aggressively and in a focused manner resources to meet the needs or to meet the requirements or the specifications for the successful delivery of these projects. And that is where the idea of the labs have come in here, the London Academy Business School, and I think Dr. Larry, as a member of the panel here, through or suggested 2 ideas of projects that will really be carried out. Noteworthy of worthy mention here is the idea of vehicular powering using solar means that was suggested by Professor Ross in one of the sessions. And I think that sort of sums up everything that was discussed in this panel here. And I think going forward, I will say, having sought agreement from the organizers and also from the conference director, that anybody that would like to, I think this particular session, we may want to publish it as a contribution. If any of the panelists would like to engage in summing up these here, we will write it up and make sure that it is submitted as part of the proceedings here. I haven't, that draws the session to a close. I'll now officially hand over the conference back to Margaret Cherry. Now, please, over to you, Margaret. Now.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody, the panelists and the delegates for patiently staying until now and contributing passionately from your heart towards making this discussion session a really, truly successful session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Margaret, please.
I'd like to thank particularly James and also the panelists. It was a fantastic, a very, very inspiring session. I just actually mentioned 2 things. One, to James, could you pick up all the comments that's in the chat? Because I think there's some lovely comments and some lovely points people made, and we'd hate to lose them. So James, if I can leave those with you, please, if you could pick those up, be great. And also, just to mention that in 1/4 hour's time, Tom will be starting his workshop. So 1:30, Tom Gill will be starting his workshop. So please do register. You don't have to register again, just turn up, you know, but it gives you a very short break now. The other thing I put in the chat is that we send out free newsletters. Doesn't matter if you're a BCS member. They're designed for people that aren't BCS members to get the same information about some of the webinars, etc., that might be of interest. If you want to get onto those lists, we don't control them, but you just send a blank email to the link I've given you, and that gets you onto the one for Hampshire, and I'll make sure you then get the similar one for e-learning. At that stage, I'll close this this morning's session and say thank you all very much. And you have got 12 minutes for a quick lunch before you start off with Tom, and Ellie will be actually chairing this afternoon. Okay, but I'll see you after. I think we'll all have a quick break. And thank you again, James. You did a fantastic job. And thank you, panelists. You did a fabulous job. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you. See everybody soon. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
I was muted. I was talking to myself. Bye-bye, everybody, and congratulations. And thank you for a wonderful panel. Thank you for everything. Yeah. Looking forward to collaboration.
Thank you, Ellie.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So enjoy the break.
Thank you, Ellie.
If you want to carry on
Thanks,
talking,
everyone. Thank you.
it's open if you want to chat for a bit. But the main thing is we've got to be ready for Tom at 12:30.
I have to be ready. Go to the loo only.
Exactly. Break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of us have been drinking too much coffee, you see.
Jeff, if you're there, I'm trying to sign in from my Mac now.
Hi, Professor James.
Yes, Larry.
Hi. Can you allow me in? I'm trying to get in from my Mac.
Okay.
Can you just make him a host?
Yes, I think.
Yes, something's happening.
Recording in progress.
So I'll.
Recording
Yeah.
in progress.
Yes, yeah. So I'll.
Recording
Just a moment.
in progress.
Yes, yeah.
Can you stop the recording? James, can you stop the recording? Because so you don't have too much free.
Yeah. Let me see. And now, yes. And now, just to say one thing, and this is the reason why I am the way I am at the minute, because
So has Margaret
Africa
resumed?
and Africans really, Africans have been brought up to think in a sequential, okay? Whereas engineering allows you to acquire that robust spirit of innovation and creativity. So you have knowledge of sciences, you have knowledge of mathematics, you have knowledge of the needs of the community. And with that non-linear skills of engineering that you have, you are able to design what you think is good, you know, as a system response to the needs.
James, you are so poetic. But why I like engineering is we leave the poetry to the politicians and we think in numbers and structures and logic, and we think more clearly. And even political things can be done more clearly with engineering.
Exactly. But the problem is this here, that when you look at the engineering education provision.
I have to interrupt because it's 1 minute until my lecture and I can't share my slides. So we have
I better
panic.
Somebody
ring
has
Margaret to get hold of Margaret and get her to turn me on here.
I'm going to call her.
Okay, I'm ringing Margaret now.
Yeah. Let's,
you are ringing as well.
Both of you are ringing. Whoever gets her first.
Okay, he started before me.
The main controller has disappeared.
Exactly.
Are you sure none of you who are co-host can turn on the screen sharing?
Yes.
We tried. I tried.
I've tried. You know, it's not. No, it's the license holder. It's the license holder.
I don't see it.
Holder. That's BCS.
I just need to bring the general discussion to a close to pass across.
Thank you, Margaret.
To say thank you so much, James and everybody, and to Tom, thank you very much for the workshop. We're just up to start. No.
Yeah, I need you to, Margaret, to allow me to screen share.
Okay, while Margaret is doing that, can you all hear me?
Yes.
I want to say something about Tom. I had got it from his website anyway. I know a lot of it, but I'm delighted and privileged to welcome and introduce Tom Gill. Tom was born in 1940 in Pasadena, California, United States. He emigrated to United Kingdom in 56 and to Norway in 58. He took his first job with IBM in 58 and became a freelance consultant in 1960. Am I heard?
Yep.
He is known for his early work on evolutionary software development processes from 1968 to 81, which was a forerunner of agile software development methods. He is currently a consultant, teacher, and author in partnership with his son, Kai Gill. He mainly helps multinational clients improve their organizations and methods by using evolutionary systems development, EVO, which is his methodology. His method is based upon the core ideas of all architecture. Focus has to be on delivery value to the stakeholders, and that engineering principles and scientific methods must be used in planning and management of change projects using a formal engineering language like the one that he has developed and named language. Just now, I will say I first met Tom in 1993 when he gave me a copy of his book on inspections. I invited him to my university to address staff and students. And he did very willingly, as usually. My university then was Folly of North London. And later on, subsequently, several times at Middlesex University, where I joined in 2001. In 2002, we met at San Francisco for the World Congress of Software Quality, where Tom was introducing language in a pre-conference tutorial. But he also accompanied me to my first and last baseball match, explaining with his infectious energy and enthusiasm all the arcane rules of the game. Didn't get me very far. So, but anyway, he tried his best. He has guest lectured at universities all over UK, Europe, China, India, USA, Korea, and has been a keynote speaker at dozens of technical conferences internationally. He is a member of INCOSI, International Council on Systems Engineering, and is active in the Norwegian chapter NORSEC, which presented him with an award in 2003. He lectures at INCOSE local chapters on his worldwide travels and at INCOSE conferences. In 2012, he was made an honorary fellow of the BCS. The workshop will focus on academic metrics, principles, analytic practices, design of scales of measures, good practices, dubious practices. So over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Ellie. I forgot the baseball game. But
You did, but I didn't.
You
I was
forgot
very
all the
impressed.
rules.
Totally new to me, always.
The important point is 3 strikes and you're out.
Tom, do you realize that we're seeing your screen, but we're seeing the little ones at the side as well, on both sides?
Oh, you are. I don't think that hurts as long. Oh, wait a minute.
The left and the right we're seeing, as well as your screen in the center.
Right. Let's hope that.
And it's not the first. It's not the first slide. It looks like slide 4.
Right. Let's see. What do we do?
That's the first slide, definitely.
Yeah. Let's see. There is often a problem like this.
Can you press F5? Okay.
Now, what I've discovered is that on Zoom, my slides don't work as normal presentation. So I have to, so you cannot see me flipping my slides now.
I can see the main slide and see the little ones all on the left hand
Right.
side.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to try a new share. Don't think. Let's see. Okay. Desktop 1. Admit ride. Okay.
Otherwise, that's fine. You can.
Yeah. Just a moment. We'll
can you do the play?
Yeah, display. I can't believe I've got some kind of a, okay, share. Now, if I do play now, now can you see me flipping my slides?
Perfect.
Oh, but it's so fast.
Just the slide alone.
Okay.
Okay.
Margaret, do you unmute me? Do you mute me?
I will mute you. Yes.
No, I can.
You're
okay.
You're not muted at the moment, but I can mute you.
Welcome to all 11 participants, and we are recording this, are we not?
We're recording it.
So others can see it later. This is going to be pretty dense with ideas. So I don't expect everybody to understand everything first time around, but I hope to awaken your curiosity and your motivation to study some of the ideas here. Anyway, to help a little bit, a copy of the slides is available at the tiny URL academic metrics, and the QR, if you want to photograph the screen, is there, and that will be on the last slide too. So I'd advise you at some point to get a copy of the slides, and I've already put them on my LinkedIn and Twitter account, one place to find them, and you may share them as widely as you want with anybody. Okay, so academic metrics, right? Oh dear, so, and it was working so well. Let's see, just a moment. It's not flipping the way it should. Oh, well, that works. Oh, this funny thing, you Right. Okay. Won't bother anybody with it. By the way, as I was starting to plan this lecture, I asked a friend of mine whose brother is professor at Ict University. And I said, what's the most important thing that everybody's worried about? And he said, well, the fact that when postdocs left, there was no continuity. Okay. So I thought, okay, interesting problem. Now, is there any way we could use metrics to deal with that problem? Here are some ideas of metrics, just by name. And then just for fun, I brainstormed some metrics that maybe could help analyzing the problem and managing the problem. And this is, and here are some other ideas of potential metrics for academic success, including postgrad, when you, in your career, and during the learning and things like that. Now, this is just to get you in the frame of mind. Let me summarize the whole talk, and there are about 100 slides here. I want you to think about the possibility of quantifying values and qualities that you might consider soft. In other words, there's no obvious, well-known method of quantifying. Okay, we know how to quantify a lot of things, count a lot of things, but a lot of things we just say the nice words like better security, more transparency for AI, and we stop there, and we never go further. And I believe that is inherently wrong, and I believe it is unnecessary. I believe that all critical stakeholder values for any system, even non-IT systems, can be expressed quantitatively. And that quantitative expression, which I shall give, here's simple examples of it right here, that quantitative expression will become a clearer definition, a clearer shared definition of what we're talking about, okay? In one word, what I'm all about, what this talk is all about, is clarity. Clarity of communication. Clarity so that when we are working together, we share the same definition, not misunderstood interpretations of ambiguous words, okay? And I think the academic culture should teach this much better than they presently do. Put it mildly. I'll give some examples of that. Okay, now, a few years ago, I sat at my summer cabin and I wrote a little book about knowledge edu-neering. The nearing is a wave at engineering, but engineering for education and knowledge. And I'm going to offer you a link to a free copy of the book, but I'll introduce some slides that show you part of what's in the book. I just call it Ken. Ken, by the way, is a Gaelic word derived from Nordic words, which actually means knowledge. So I thought it was kind of cute to have the abbreviation, the acronym, to be a real word meaning knowledge in at least Gaelic and Nordic words. So there's the cover of the book. There are links there. And if you've downloaded the slides, you can go back and get them. What I've tried to do is take a look at knowledge and education, and I've gone to public sources where people are discussing standards for education, for example. And then I found that they are not quantifying their critical ideas. And so I show how they could quantify and turn their educational thinking into an engineering discipline. In other words, more well-organized, more clear, more clearly shared purposes. Okay, so there's a QR for the Ken book here if you take a quick photo. Okay. Now here is part of what I did. I took a look at the critical values. We're actually doing a class in Poland, and we chose the theme knowledge and education in Poland. And I had some quite senior people in my class who are really fighting for a better educational system in Poland. They're working on it. It's their everyday work. And I gave them a class in how to do this, and they brainstormed this set of values: adaptability, blah, 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 caring of library resources, chance for humanity, survival, increasing human potential, more political power, technical learning. Anyway, these are just the words that they brainstormed, said these are critical factors, critical values that we need to manage, we need to improve, we need to make better. And I told them we can and should quantify these so that they are clearer. For example, what does the word adaptability mean? Now, we all have some notions of it, but if we all wrote down what we think adaptability in education means, I promise you, nobody would refer to a standard, nobody would refer to anything measurable, and everybody would write something down which is different from everybody else. Okay, I call that the ambiguity test. It's a very useful, ask people to write down what they think their interpretation is. Now, if we fail the ambiguity test, we all write down different things, the conclusion is inevitable. We must have a common shared definition. Okay, and now there are two ways of defining things. One with a lot of words, many of which are ambiguous. So there's we just create a bigger new problem. The other is quantitatively, so that we can think about it quantitatively and we can measure whether we are getting better at educational adaptability. Now, here is the work that my advanced students, most of them are actually professors or doctors, this kind of thing in Poland. And here they have written down in a language called Planguage, which is described in this book here, free copy down there. They write down a series of statements which describe adaptability and make it somewhat less ambiguous. So here's what we call the tag, or the name of it is just adaptability, and that leads us into this set of specifications. The ambition level is what I sometimes less politely call the management bullshit level. And it's a series of nice sounding words from the big boss. By the way, next slide has an enlargement of that, okay? Now, the problem is exactly this, that there's too much of these nice sounding words floating around everywhere. And we'll talk about that consistently during this course during the day. And then what we need to do is rewrite this. And the key to rewriting it is first defining what I call a scale of measure. It's sort of like saying, instead of talking about speed, I'm going to have a scale of measure called kilometers per hour, or light years, or warp speed, or something like that. It's not good enough. Okay. Anyway, by the way, meters are suggestions for high-level suggestions for test planning. How are we going to measure along this scale what's going on as we implement? Stakeholders say who is interested in this, so we can know who to talk to if we want to do changes and things like that. And the status is how good or bad we are on this scale of measure today. At this moment, it's actually a moving, consistently updated status, and wish for a future date, which was then July 2018, was to improve from 50 to 75 for a slice of the totality of all the developers, in this case, the programmers and QA, and a slice of the environment. Here we specify technology for the status, but all environments, okay? And they didn't actually use this third scale parameter called requirements. We'll get back to that later. But the result is now, it's a lot clearer what we mean by adaptability for the educational environment. Now, there are 1,000 different ways of doing this. The important thing is we do it so it's clear. Then we discuss it. We consider people's objections and problems, and we improve the specification forever, for that matter. Okay. Elon Musk, in a booklet I can supply you with called Musk's Methods, some of you already have a copy in the mails I sent yesterday, states that requirements are always wrong, no matter who stated them and no matter how intelligent the person is stating them. He was alluding to himself. So we have this notion not of fixed, quantified, set in concrete requirements. We have a notion of requirements which are digitally written and can be digitally improved forever, no matter who wrote them, as we get wiser and wiser about our objectives or requirements. Now, here from the same exercise is, this is all done on the first day of my training workshop, by the way, and we've held these workshops for BCS for over 11 years, not least thanks to Margaret and the specialist group on quality. So all these, this set represents identified sets of stakeholders. Here's an enlargement for the others. Catholic Church, very important in Poland, of course, not least because they have lots of schools and educational institutions and things like that. And but so okay, so here's if you think about it, this is a hell of a lot of stakeholders. Many cultures in IT, such as agile culture, they're completely focused on users, as in use cases, user stories, UX, and maybe sometimes customers. And they largely have no discipline whatsoever for looking at all the critical stakeholders, which are always many. Now, here is another free book, Tiny URL Stakeholder Book, which I happily finally wrote after promising to do it for several years last summer, July 2021, less than a year ago. And it's 177 pages depth on the concept of stakeholders. And I think we need to move away from oversimplified, dangerously narrow ideas of the users and move to critical stakeholder identification. What are their values? What are their needs? What are their requirements? And which ones is our project going to work on and prioritize? Yeah, here's a little statement I want to, metrics are a clarification of stakeholder needs. Think about that for a moment. By the way, all these diagrams are using an app which we use. It's called ValPlan. And if you go to my website, guild.com, you'll find ValPlan. But the ValPlan simply automates the ideas in the competitive engineering book of language. So, and if any of you are interested in having apps to teach students, we have an app for you. Here's an example of using the app. Here's a diagram. Now, here are all the stakeholders I just showed you, little head. All the arrows are an icon for values. There's the adaptability value we talked about earlier, okay? And all the light bulbs represent strategies or designs or solutions, you know, bright ideas. And what this app has done is drawn the known links between stakeholders and given values. And then it draws a further link between the values and solutions that pretend to have an impact on the values. So this is a very interesting case of showing a very complex system of education and knowledge and the known relationships. And for example, what can you do with that? Well, I could say, according to this diagram, several of the stakeholders, we have no known values. So we need to analyze them and find out if they have values that we should be doing. Another thing for technical learning, we can see that there are several stakeholders that are interested in that. So many stakeholders are interested in one value. And that means they have probably conflicting needs in regard to that value. Okay. And then same thing if we found some, here are some bright ideas that are not connected to anything. So we've got some bright ideas, but they're not connected to delivering any values to any stakeholders. So there's something wrong there. So this simple diagram immediately helps us visualize where we have problems in our planning. Of course, this is the first day of planning of the students, and it is, of course, not a complete plan yet. Now here I went to EU guidelines for education, and the details of that are in the Ken book, by the way. Here's one diagram from the EU thing, and it's got some stakeholders here, stakeholders here and stakeholders here, sort of. And here we have some values. So it does have the same framework, values and stakeholders. And then from this set of things, which were not defined quantitatively or very well, I pulled out from this list a set of shared values. And I got this list: autonomy, capacity, completeness, ownership, etc. And then I proceeded to show how these can be quantified so that we clarify what the EU should have clarified in their educational planning. So here are some professors of education who are not doing their job, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, to clarify critical concepts that are putting in EU plans, standards, and directives. Here is one of these linking things, which shows that the autonomy, educational autonomy, has the following stakeholders who are interested. And but we have some stakeholders who haven't maybe yet been connected to that. And but it's again, it's an automated digital map. Digitizing and modeling these specifications, I think, is very important. It goes way beyond what we do with things like user stories, to take an example of languages that people use to do this sort of thing. Now, one of these was autonomy, also known as educational autonomy. That's a synonym. And here's an example using language. Here is the ambition level. In other words, probably directly from the EU text. Here are some stakeholders who are interested in it. Keeps track of that digitally and automatically. And then here is an attempt to define a scale of measure. Percentage of stakeholders, why is that in square brackets? I'll get back to that in a moment, who feel that they clearly have rights to do educational activities. Now, these three things here, I call them scale parameters or scale qualifiers. And what it is, in other words, you can see what it is. I'm interested in maybe some particular stakeholders and some particular rights and some particular educational activities. What I'm doing is I'm decomposing a very complex educational system into these three things. And it allows me to select the most critical stakeholders I need to deal with early, with the most critical rights that they have, and do them early, and the most critical educational activities. This is, in fact, agile. Agile is prioritizing the most critical things and doing them first. And this is a specific method for decomposing any complex system and doing it in an agile, incremental delivery of the values. There's more here, but it's not on this particular slide. Here, by the way, is the autonomy scale with more definition. So here's the scale we just looked at with three different parameters. But so here are the rights: act on moral imperative, self-government independence. That's this guy here. Here are the stakeholders, etc. And hopefully someplace the educational activities, the educational activities are defined here. Okay, so you see how we're decomposing the problem of autonomy in education. I hope this is impressing the hell out of some of you that we can do this at all. By the way, I have invented these constructs. You will not find them any other place to my knowledge. Okay, but surprise me. Let's see. By the way, the moment you put these in square brackets in the app, it automatically says, okay, you're saying you want to define these as sets of things, so go ahead. This particular one, educational activities, was already defined elsewhere. And the moment we wrote educational activities, it simply from the digital glossary picked up the agreed definition of educational activities. So you can store and reuse complex concepts so they're used in a consistent way in the tool. You can do it manually, but it's pretty tricky to make it stick manually. So here, still educational autonomy is then a status idea for a selection. So the selection was stakeholders are teachers, the rights are independence, and the educational activities are adjusting curricula, and this is in 2020. And then we set a goal of 42% by 2024 for the same set of things. Now we have a clear idea of how good we want to be in the future, which is the nature of any objective or requirement. It's crystal clear, exactly this set of things, exactly this time, exactly this level, and who did it? Well, I made up the example for the Ken book, okay? My friends in EU and don't even know I've done this, and do spread it to them. Okay, so here is a complete, clear specification, which, and here's the alternative, a more balanced right of self-government, autonomy, and freedom from external control for schools and teachers. Wow, that sounds so nice, but what the hell does it really mean? And now I've shown you how we define exactly what it means for our particular country or project or school or educational area. Here's a little automatic, using the tool, graphical summary of the goal. So here's the goal. Here we're moving from a status of 30 along this scale of measure, and we're trying to move to 42 by 2024. So in other words, the whole summary can be done automatically, actually, in a graphic or with this simple statement here. Now notice we're using ordinary language. We're not using Greek or anything like that. Sorry to my Greek speaking friends, of which there are several listening in. But we're using straightforward English that anybody can read and probably understand.
Excuse me, Tom. I don't. Yes. Can you go back to the original status or the current status? How did you measure that? I mean, it was 30%.
Right. Okay.
Thing or...
Now, yeah. Now, say how. Now, remember, this is a made-up example. What I'm doing, I'm taking the EU handbook, which I've cited, and which says just this management bullshit thing, okay? And I'm making up the scale and the status and the symbol. So I have not actually measured it in this particular case. I would have a thing called a meter specification right here.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, the meter would tell me how I have tested or measured if I really did it, but I didn't really do it. I just made this up as an example for the Ken book.
Okay, thank you.
So now
sorry to interrupt, but because it's been a long session, I will forget afterwards.
Good interruption. Yeah, anybody, we've got a long enough session that if you feel like interrupting, just go ahead.
Sorry about that.
No apologies necessary at all.
Okay.
But by the way, what we've discovered is if you define a scale very clearly, most people can easily find one or more tests or measurement methods or measurement processes. Okay. Now, by the way, notice what I'm doing. I have a.
And do you use Likert scale as well? For example, some things, can you use Likert?
Sure. Some scale, however primitive, is better than no scale whatsoever.
Yeah, okay.
Here we have a no scale whatsoever situation, which is terrible. Nobody really, and so any kind of the best scale you can use which in an economic way is what you want. Okay.
Okay.
The point
Thank you.
is, at some point, everybody's had their discussion and says, yes, this scale reflects what the EU was trying to do. You can actually see that here. They're talking about autonomy and teachers and balance and things like that, right? So this does reflect what is in the EU book, but it does it in a structured, well-defined way, right? That's the difference, okay? So, and yes, it's, now, by the way, I use quantification like this without measurement in order to have a clear idea so people can have a discussion with clear ideas on the table. You don't have to measure to do that. Measurement comes later when you are incrementally delivering the strategies and you want to measure what was the effect of delivering that increment of the strategy. Right now, we're setting the stage so we can say, okay, we've all agreed on this. Now we need strategies to get us from 30 to 42. That's the design or architecture or problem solution space. This is a problem specification. Move from 30 to 42 by 2024 for this slice of the action, right? We have a well stated problem. I think Einstein once said, if I had an hour to solve a problem, I'd use 55 minutes to think about the problem and define it and 5 minutes to solve it. Okay, Elon Musk said the same thing recently, that the big trick is, and the hard problem is specifying the problem. Then if it's well specified, it's so much easier to solve it. So this is about stating requirements or objectives so that the problem is well identified and is agreed and is really agreed, because people, if you really agree to this ambition level, you've agreed to bullshit ambiguity. That's not real agreement. If you've agreed to these numbers using these scales with this date and this slice of the action, then you have agreed to something far more unambiguous. So I'm in the business of clarity, as I said. We're trying to reduce the ambiguity so that people working together in teams agree, even if they are at home and can't feel each other's presence or agreement or disagreement. This is a device for helping us work remotely, which has been one of the main themes of this conference. Work remotely and in spite of lack of visual human clues, sometimes we can understand each other better. Okay. Now, first, I'm going to define knowledge in my language glossary, which actually has about 700 well-defined concepts. And there's a free download of that. And here's my definition of knowledge. And I don't, I expect your definition might have been different if you'd written it down before you read mine, but I'm asking you to acknowledge that I have this definition. And when I say knowledge all over the place, this is the definition I'm using. Okay, that's language concept 686. Okay, and what I did here is I took and I said, what are the qualities of knowledge that these knowledge consumers, stakeholders might like? So now you may or may not agree with my list, it doesn't really matter, but hopefully you'll agree that some of these, it's very important that knowledge is accurate. It's very interesting if we can automate the handling of knowledge. It's very interesting if the knowledge is correct and it has a good culture fit, and on and on and on and on. Okay, so let's just say this is my draft, my suggestion to the EU professors and educators who are trying to get a standard for all this, and they can then argue with me and remove certain qualities, put in their own favorite qualities, and hopefully as a group we can vote over a set of EU knowledge qualities that need to be quantified and clarified before we move on finding educational strategies to fit the qualities. Okay, so you can't discuss strategies for education unless you have agreed to a clear set of requirements. And here they are. Here's another class of requirements, which are the, if you like, resource requirements. You know, how long does it take to train people? What does it cost to purchase the apps to teach people in the classrooms and things like that? So this is all the, you have to find strategies that will deliver these and will not exceed the budgeted costs of doing it. So this is a high-level model. We quantify all of these. I will show a detail in a moment. And here are some of this. So this is the EU example. Now here I took the knowledge accuracy. Okay, so here's the ambition level. Here is the scale of measure. Don't worry about the detail. You can look at it later. Here are all with quite a few parameters. So I defined all the parameters here. Notice I'm using a kind of hierarchical definition. And some of the definitions are sets of things, and some of the definitions are there any here? Some of them are just straightforward sentence definitions. I don't think we have any there, it doesn't matter. And by the way, if we want to, like computer sense, if we want to put any of these in square brackets, we can get further definitions as much as we want. Any level of hierarchy of definitions is possible. Here, by the way, correct value in a hash means I'm just going to give a straight definition for correct value. So here's that here. And these others say this is a set of things, different types of knowledge, different purposes of knowledge, different stakeholders, and they're all defined here. And we can tell this, we can define these first time, then we can put them in a glossary and reuse them later. So, and we can keep on developing their definition too. So we get better and better shared definitions. Okay, so next is a little bit more detail. So here we have the bullshit level, and this is probably from the book. I don't know, maybe I had to make it up if they didn't have any better there. And here is the status with all its parameters on 12th of July, 2020, 80% inaccuracy. And here is a source, Thomas Stephen Gilberry, first rough draft to see how the model feels. So now you see what's going on here. I'm just speculating as to how this might be done for the purposes of my book. And I haven't managed to convince anybody in the EU to do this seriously. Not that I've actually reached out and said, I'll help you. So if you know anybody in the EU who is planning educational standards and wants to work with this idea, I'd be most pleased and honored to help them think clearly for a change, because I don't think they think clearly now. And Lord knows what they teach their students about unclear thinking. Now, let me introduce a thing called an impact estimation table. Here is a free booklet I just wrote in 2022, tinyurl.com VIE booklet. And that'll, I've invented this. I've been using it for about 50 years. And what it does, it says, look, here are two requirements. We could take all, how many were there? 15. And here is one of the approximately 10 values. So I'm simplifying the table just to keep it readable. And here are two different alternative Graphmetrics products and Oracle products, different kinds of databases. And what I've done here, make a long story short, I've made an estimate based on evidence and sources for how much impact Oracle products have on my goal. My goal is to move from 80 to 20 with all those parameters. And I'm estimating if I use Oracle, I'll get 67% of the way. Okay, what does that tell me? Well, it tells me that this is a very good solution, but it's not good enough. I need solutions which either get me to 100% or a set of solutions which together get me to 100%. So fortunately, I have a backup idea that maybe can be used in combination. And in fact, Oracle is using graph metrics at this moment, so I know they can be combined. And hopefully the combination of a little bit of this and a little bit of this will bring this over the finish line, which is getting to 20% by the date. Okay, so it looks like I may have enough strategies to potentially reach my goals. And then the same thing with knowledge automatability, which I want to move from degree of automation 5% on some scale of measure, which is defined, to 95%, very ambitious. And it looks like the graph metrics thing gets me almost all the way. And with a little bit of help from Oracle, maybe I can cross the finish line. And what does all this cost in knowledge distribution costs? Well, this one's dirt cheap, only 10%, so that's good. Oracle tends to be more expensive, but it's only 50%. I think I can afford it, okay? By the way, using these two and this one, I compute value to cost ratio, 1770, and I do the same here. So this fellow here has a much better cost effectiveness or efficiency than this one by a factor of about 9 to 1. So if I were prioritizing and said, which one should I do first in an agile value stream, I would choose graph metrics. And then when I've used up graph metrics and I haven't quite gotten to my goals, I would start using the Oracle solutions. Okay. Now this is a lot all at once, but I wanted to introduce to you my proudest invention. I actually invented parts of it sitting at Royal Festival Hall, making notes in the back of a concert program, a little bit of historical fun. But I have been using it for decades. And the point about this is it helps people think about any set of solutions at any level and how they impact any higher level of concerns, okay? And most people don't have a tool like that at all. You can do this on any spreadsheet. You don't need the app. The app is nice, but we've been doing it on spreadsheets for 40 years. So that will be good enough. Here is a summary that you can quantify knowledge more than you thought. You can quantify all the values. I don't know of any exceptions. You can quantify all the costs. Pretty obvious. I don't think anybody's going to give me an argument on that. You can quantify the impacts of any strategies. We even quantify the uncertainty and the credibility, but that's elsewhere. And there's more about all this. So in other words, there's a whole lot of quantification going on. Okay. Now let's see. Now here is a quantification of educational needs at the personal education level. And this is just the top level map of all the stakeholders, just for one person's education. Think about that. And here are different sets of objectives. And again, I'm claiming that all of these objectives can be expressed quantitatively for clear thinking. And in fact, I have done so in places they're probably in the Ken book, okay? Now, finally, unmute. I'm back. Okay, sorry. Okay, so at the end of this session, I have, let's see, I've got to, trying to move something out of my way so I could read my, there we go. Gilb's Principles of Education. I've been talking with some of you and like Larry, and he said something nice about how much he appreciated principles. Well, I'm a man of principles and I have a little hobby. Anytime I want to summarize my knowledge on something, I sit down and I draft a set of exactly 10 principles, neither more nor less. And I managed to do it within a half an hour for any subject under the sun that I master. And this is my example of trying to do it for education. So, where I get my ideas from, I don't know. I think I have an invisible hand or standing over me, feeding me the ideas, and I would credit them if I knew their name. But let me run through this and then we'll take a break. I'll run through it quite quickly, get back to it later. I have hundreds and hundreds of principles. I sent Larry approximately several hundred of my principles. So, but anyway, so education is a process of acquiring knowledge and then finding out what works. And that's called wisdom. I refer you back to the hierarchy chart on the previous slide there about wisdom. A person's education is lifelong and not limited to formal schools by any means. And the consequence of that principle is we have to give our students the tools for lifelong learning. And that has always been the real purpose of higher education. But I believe higher education is now failing us massively in this respect in general. Again, my books talk about that. They don't teach people how to quantify any critical value. The professors don't even seem to know how to do it. That's a major failure in helping people understand how to deal with lifelong future learning. Okay. Your personal education needs to suit your personal objectives. And the previous slide was an example of such personal objectives and your personal capabilities and limitations. In other words, you have to tailor your education, including your short-term and your lifelong education, to your needs. And more through digital learning, for example, we can do exactly that. Any constraints you have, like how rich you are, can limit your choices of education. But fortunately, and not least through the internet, I think the ridiculous cost of higher education is going down so it can be afforded by more, and that's a wonderful thing. Your education should prioritize learning things that can be used for many purposes, including unknown future situations. Learn high-level knowledge. When I was about 22, I was still at University of Oslo studying sociology, but I was also working at IBM. And I realized there were two kinds of knowledge. Things like exactly how to program IBM's current computers, which would be obsolete through technology change in 2 years' time, or learning things which had a long half-life. And I made a personal decision that learning things that had a long half-life, which would be valid when I'm now 81 years old, were a smarter investment. Okay, so I look at all knowledge through the prism of, is this probably going to be obsolete in a year's time? Don't bother to master it. And would this knowledge have been good for Egyptians and good 2,000 years from now? Yes. Worth learning now, worth mastering, worth spending time on it. So that's my advice to anybody is focus your attention on knowledge that's good now and good in the future, and probably was good in Egyptian times. I literally ask, could the Egyptians have used this in building pyramids? Okay. You should, so that number 6 covers that. A word for this is meta knowledge, which helps you learn to learn, and that's a smart investment. Okay. Now, let's see, I have to, move some window. We need to learn to evaluate knowledge critically and when to not listen to a lecture, not read a paper. We need to know when knowledge is invalid, ineffective, negative, or there is none. I'm constantly reading technical papers and listening to current meetups. And when people have no data whatsoever, that's very common. You're wasting your time with them, okay? When they're using ideas like very highly secure systems in their paper, and there's no quantified definition of how secure it is, you are wasting your time reading the paper. These people are not worth listening to. Throw it away and don't waste your students' time with it, except for the exercise of showing how they could have quantified better security and didn't. So everybody can learn what the researchers are wasting our time with, okay? I believe in sharing my knowledge freely, as you've begun to understand. I always have. 20, 30 years ago, after a lecture, I would be copying all my knowledge onto floppy disks for each participant who lined up in front of me. Today, I just send them an electronic link, but I've always believed in sharing knowledge, and I hate paywalls. And I think we need to teach the idea that we need to be very social and share our knowledge quite freely, okay? I sometimes put some of my books behind a paywall for those who want to pay for it, but you'll notice I always have a free copy for students and people who don't want to pay for it. So my son tried to impress me with the idea that, Tom, if you don't take payment for it, people will think your ideas are worthless. And my retort is, if they're that stupid, they wouldn't have any value for my ideas anyway. Okay, some of the greatest, we all know that some of the greatest knowledge we have is acquired quite freely. Okay, so that's my summary of my principles of education. Now, and that means I'm actually ready to take a 5-minute break. Anybody wants to? I'll put my 5-minute timer on. I'm actually going to stay online for questions and things like that, but we will not resume the lecture until 5 minutes from now.
Okay, Tom.
Tom, could I just actually make a comment? I love your description of the 10 points for education. I think that's brilliant, particularly this bit about actually lifelong learning, and also not knowing what you're going to prepare it for in the future. I had an example of that when I did when I was actually did a 1-year postgraduate in teaching, because I wasn't quite sure if I wanted to do teaching. There was another course that was available, which was actually audio visual. So again, I thought, oh well, why not? You know, I'm here anyway. So I took that course and got the certificate. And I didn't actually think there was any use for it. But a few years later, I was organising a meeting for the British Horse Society, and we wanted to show a projector, etc. And suddenly, the organisation where I was holding it, having set it up, they said, "Oh, you know, you can't run this equipment without qualifications." So I produced my bit of paper that I never thought I'd actually be acquiring it to help with a horse event, but it actually gave us the permission then to use the equipment. So it really does work. You never know what you're going to use later.
Right.
Thank you.
You cannot, we know that you cannot know, but we know that because we cannot know, we should have methods to help us deal with what we cannot know. That's the education. That's real education, not training in a programming language.
Well, this bit about, I think it's a great idea to think as you know, wide as possible, because you never know what suddenly something you think, oh, I remember I learned something about this a while back. And nowadays you pull things together, don't you, from so many different sources. No.
Only 2 minutes into the 5-minute break. So anybody else who wants to pipe up, have a go. I'm going to, when I continue, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence and sustainability. Margaret, you were mentioning sustainability. By the way, I had the pleasure of hearing almost all the talks for the 3 days.
Oh, that's great.
But so I believe very strongly that when I hold the lecture, I should listen to all the other people so that I can tune in on their thinking and concerns. That's one of my ways of teaching, is try to understand the people who are listening. There are many different methods, but
actually on the sustainability, I mean, the results for Norway, I mean, you are so green with your energy production.
Right. Well, we're having big debates, as you can imagine, because I'm a member of the Green Party in Norway, and I'm a voter. But the Green Party isn't quite happy that they're not shutting down all the oil exploration. So it's a mixed bag here. And Britain has the same problem, really.
I think at the moment, certainly, I mean, we're in a block of flats and there isn't a charge point. So, I mean, if anyone went for electric car, they've got problems.
Right. Well, we had that problem in Norway. And but now what's happened, the Norwegian government did something very interesting. The Labour government, which surprised me, there was they noticed that 1/2 of the price of a car is government tax, VAT and luxury tax for cars. So they simply said, what if we dropped all taxes on cars? The cars, on electrical cars, they would be half price. And they did it. And none of that, they said, what about all the charges on highways? Let's drop them for electrical cars. What about parking in congested areas? Let's give free parking. And by the way, let's put a charge point in the, in the communal areas. They did all of that. Now, the result is that Norway had a tremendous take-up of electrical cars. And guess what? People in blocks of flat without charging points are putting pressure to even have laws passed that you must provide charging points for people in blocks of flats.
I mean, I think that's brilliant. And in fact, you'd need more than one charging point, wouldn't you?
Of course.
I mean, you'd have to, I don't know, charge.
Well, in my block of flats, we have an underground garage, and absolutely every parking space has a charge point now.
So you'd need that really, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to need it now, but most countries don't have this critical mass of people who are angry that they can't get a charge point because of some old ideas that, blocks of flats don't have charge points.
Is the idea about every parking place in the block of flats having a charging point, is that just your block of flats or is it pretty general in Norway?
It's spreading in Norway through law and regulation and pressure.
Okay.
By the way, we've used our 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I'll shut up.
You never had a break.
Tom, I was going to say that's very interesting, but to let you go on, I will engage you later.
Okay, everybody's very welcome to engage me later. So, okay, so I'll turn off my, let's see, little thing here. Oh dear, I'm trying to, there are too many windows here and there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, too many windows. There we go. Got rid of a window. Okay. So I'm going to talk about AI and I'm going to talk about sustainability as advertised. Here is a talk I held. I call it my doomsday talk. There's a quote from Elon Musk that I think is probably the next slide. Yes. And he says, mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes. There needs to be a regulatory body overseeing the development of superintelligence. I remember he's one of the biggest developers for the Tesla cars, among other things, of artificial intelligence. He's working towards this self-driving car, which is 10 times safer than the human being. Not quite there yet, but almost. But he's got impressive investment in artificial intelligence for cars. Now that's interesting. So AI is more, when I was young, I was a member of the British campaign for nuclear disarmament and marched to Aldermaston and places like that. And the big threat was they were going to test nuclear bombs in the atmosphere and pollute all our children who would be deformed. So Solveig and I did that. Now it looks like we need to have a campaign for against bad AI. We need to go marching in the streets against artificial intelligence. When Musk says something, there's probably some deep thought behind it. He's not just anybody speculating. Okay. Now there's some talking in the background, which is not mine. So could somebody turn off or all gone? Okay, thanks. Now, I got a hold of this paper, which was preparing the future of artificial intelligence, sent to the White House, populated by a very nice guy called Barack Obama. I voted for him too. By the way, I vote in Norway and America. I'm a dual citizen. And the paper was prepared by some of the US best universities, i.e. MIT, USC, UCLA, etc. And strangely enough, IBM in Japan was one of the, and they're trying to advise the White House on what we're going to do for this scary thing, which is more scary than nuclear bombs, AI. Okay. Now here's a page where it says here, proposed principles in AI research and development guideline. Okay, so you guys are researchers and maybe developers. Most of these universities had developed their own favorite AI system and they were touting it, okay? Now it says here, principle of, for everything, and then it says these nice sounding words, transparency. How was the AI decision made? User assistance, how helpful is it to people using it? So, you know, security, safety, privacy, Eric. Now we can all agree that this is a set of critical values about AI, okay? If it's not transparent enough and we don't know how it made its decision and it's decided to cut off your credit and put you in jail, that's pretty bad stuff, okay? Now, notice what it says under principle of transparency. It says ensuring the abilities to explain and verify the behaviors of the AI network system. Now, let me ask you a question. What do you think ensuring means? What do you think explain means? What do you think verify behaviors means? And what is the AI network system, by the way? So here you have a typical blah, 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 bullshit ambition statement. Sounds nice. Politicians would probably happily spout that. I'm going to ensure the ability to explain and verify the behaviors if you vote for me. But you know what? This is nothing but ambiguity. And by the way, there's nothing better in this paper. By the way, these things here, they are not principles by any stretch of the imagination or definition. They are, you can call them values, objectives, requirements, qualities. I can deal with all of that. But these academics don't seem to know the difference between a principle and a value. That's pretty crazy. But I understand what they mean, even if they use a terminology which is totally alien to normal use of the word principles, as I showed you in my principles later. But anybody can grab a word and use it any way they want. What can we do about it? Okay. Now, I took a look at this in horror. Here we are trying to save humanity from artificial intelligence, and this is the best our best universities can do. And I said, this is totally worthless. They're misinforming the people who are going to make laws. So what do? Well, I take them one by one. Here's accountability. And I write down the bullshit ambition level so we know what they said, the well-intended statement. I then dream up, using my imagination and knowledge, a scale of measure. And I put some wild guesses in how bad we are and some wild guesses in what we wish to do an improvement in the future. And I take some slice of the action there. So here is a first draft at defining the accountability quality quantitatively. Here's a little bit more detail. Here's the scale of measure for accountability with all the parameters. You now know something about them. Here are the definitions. All of this indicates that these are in the glossary and reused and automatically used. The moment you use exactly that text, it says, I've got accountability strength in my glossary. I will simply reuse the agreed definition for this project or system, that it is legally compliant is one type and standards compliant is another type of accountability strength, etc. This is just my first draft done in probably all of 30 minutes or something like that. So don't tell me these things cannot be defined. Now, you and I can work and argue on exactly what scale of measure and exactly what definitions we should have here, but I think we should do that before we present it to our governments for enacting laws about artificial intelligence. Now, here are these things all quantified. Here's just a brief reminder of, from and to. In other words, here's the problem, getting from that number to that number. Privacy, getting from that number to that number on some scale of measure, with some, by some date, getting to that number to that number, etc. But it's all well defined, and a little click here and the app will give you all the detail of that. It's easy to navigate. Now, here are some strategies. Now, here's one from University of California, Berkeley. Had the pleasure of lecturing there many times. Here's the UCLA one. Here's the Charles River one, etc. Now, here is an ideal technology. And here is a notational technique, whatever the heck that is, I forget by now. Now, the ideal technique, the dream technique, would score 100% of delivery. In other words, it would move AI accountability to 90 on time, and controllability to 98 on time, and ethicality to 90 on time. And so, so we have a way of modeling the ideal, okay? And then I took a notional technique and I put in some, I think they're just, for example, numbers. And we say, okay, some AI technology I'm looking at, maybe one of these, my best experience, knowledge, and published data says I will get halfway from 1 to 90. In other words, to about 45 using this technique. In other words, I will not reach my goal with this technique. The same technology will get me 89% of the way to that. And this will have a negative side effect. Good engineers analyze negative side effects, by the way, and side effects are unavoidable and persistent, and we can't have too many of them, but it's -4%. Well, I can live with that if I compensate by something else, but we're going backwards here in this particular quality. And then, I look at the other things here. Now, I've in the impact estimation table, I've put the suggested in the presidential report, to use Berkeley's or UCLA's or Charles River's AI system. And I've put question marks there, meaning they have not given us any information whatsoever about how well they would do in any of the so-called principles that they themselves have said are important. So they've said all these principles are important. They haven't defined them at all, and they've given us absolutely zero information. So in other words, what they're saying is, please, we are Berkeley, choose our AI system, aren't we wonderful? We believe you should meet all these standards, but we can't tell you what it means. And we certainly can't tell you how well we will do, but choose us over this other unknown from UCLA. Now, isn't this getting silly, illogical, irresponsible, embarrassing? So here is an example, and it's made up, where we're taking the AI accountability and the notional technique. So that's this strategy, that is this impact on this. And we're saying, okay, it goes 50% of the way. By the way, is it somewhere between 40 and 60 more realistically? Yes. Okay, put ±10 in there. That's our uncertainty factor. Now, what evidence do you have that it's that much? It's been measured in 3 sites. Well, that's pretty good. Okay, I got a warning, your internet connection is unstable, so I hope you can still hear me. Can anybody hear me? Nobody
Yes,
replied.
yes, we can.
Yes,
Okay,
you
good. I
can.
just got a warning about unstable conditions. Okay.
No, you're
And
okay.
okay. And then what is the source of this? Well, that's a URL at UCLA. Okay. I can now analyze, get the URLs, get the studies, and see if they are falsely claiming they're this good or they're trustworthy and really are this good. This is good scientific paper analysis. Notice I'm using scientific principles, but I'm calling them engineering principles. Things like looking for negative side effects is very good science and very good engineering. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So my observations and conclusions here. The most fundamental obstacle to progress in artificial intelligence standards, this is an attempt, a group that's trying to build standards for AI, is that the critical values are not quantified. Okay. Now, by the way, I had a very interesting session at my annual meeting called GuildFest, which we hold for the last 21 years in end of June. The Japanese professor arrived in charge of this for IBM Japan, but he was also full professor. He arrived with two of his people for the standards committee meeting in London for AI. But he said, can I please come along with my people to your GuildFest and listen in on you guys and make a present? I said, yes, if you make a really good presentation. So he did, and I did. And I made this presentation that I'm making to you now. The professor stood up in front of 20 or 30 of my friends and said, Tom, I completely agree with you. Got it? That's a good start. This is probably the guy who did much of the writing and publishing of this, but he's big enough to admit that he could do better. And so I'm hoping he walked into the standards committee and started the ball rolling. We'll see. We certainly need a lot more analysis of stakeholder values and constraints for AI. The current university blah, 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 I'm quoting Greta here, and even the Prime Minister pulled that in. I think this is very embarrassing, this bullshit from academics. Shouldn't be done. Grown professors shouldn't do this in public, okay? Not worthy of reputable academics, okay? So if you want the details of all of this, the complete long lecture that I held, here is, go to my website, and DL 958 gets you that, and I'll leave that here. Let me just check what the next slide is. Yeah, okay. So now I'm going to actually do a 5-minute break. So starting now, leave this here. I'll stay around for informal discussion. Somebody please tell me when 5 minutes is up, and I will proceed with the sustainability part of the lecture.
Tom, good
Yes.
afternoon.
Larry, yeah.
May I use this opportunity to congratulate you for all the wonderful works you have been doing. What I see here is not just an academics, just doing it for the sake of doing something, but you are looking to make a change. And you are capable, man enough to challenge the status quo. And that is what I love. Now, in knowledge management, I said something to one of my colleagues in Canada. I said, can we talk about knowledge absence? And he said, what do you mean? What is knowledge absence? And I said, if you remember the phrase, if I know then what I know now. So it suggests that back then, even maybe when you wrote some books, you didn't realize how things would have changed. And then but none of us ever go back to say, sorry guys, there are new light that be shown on this subject. And this is how it is now. And that was what probably happened to Darwin's theory, who said there was no creation. Everything was basically by bang. And of course, from the moment I read his book, I went to Edinburgh, to the museum to look at his work. And I could just shed tears to say, how can a grown man tell such a lie? That human beings were just from apes and all sorts of places. And we built everything in the world that we see is built, created, made. And as sophisticated as human beings are, he said, we came by phenomenal, or men grown from apes to man. That is complete nonsense. How can we not credit that something was created? It's amazing. So what you've done here for me is to reaffirm my suspicions about academics, and also, to not to believe everything I read on paper. I need to think around it, to question and question. And that made me now go back into what the Bible actually said, that every utterances must be queried. Don't believe everything on the face value. Question. And this is what you now, probably to me, what you've done after 63 years of my life. You've basically given me a new leaf, to open to say, yes, everything that had been said have some impact on me. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, Larry. I look forward to a cooperation.
Thank you. I can't wait too.
Okay. By the way, you're seeing what my hobbies, I would say in my retirement, but in fact, I've always been doing this. But the moment I see something that outrages me and is in fact threatening humanity in a paper I read, I sit down the same evening and work until 4 a.m, building a model to constructively show how it could be better. I just do that. I've got a very large number of these things. We're going to look at another one in a moment. So that's how I operate. I don't say, this is unclear, you are bad. I say, look, this could be made clearer. Hopefully you agree. And the Japanese professor agreed. Was confronted with it.
You know what I see, what I think you can do also for us in your space is to think of what John Perkins actually said. John Perkins is one of the former CIA of America, and he wrote a book, The Economic Hitman, where he described the empire that America is trying to build. And I said to myself, only if we could help some of the people who wrote what they call again, is it the manifesto back then, or the Constitution back then, to help them see things differently. Now you don't have to fight to be a man. It was Kenny Rogers who sang that song. You don't have to fight to be a man.
By the way, we reached our 5-minute limit. Larry.
Okay, sorry about that.
We're fine. But by the way, I have rewritten the Agile Manifesto in depth in my book, Value Agile, and other places. So I didn't rewrite Karl Marx's Das Kapital yet, but somebody challenges me to do it, and for good purpose, I will.
I'm sure I'll have to look into that with you.
Okay.
That would be fantastic.
Now, moving right along after our 5-minute break, I assume the recording is still on. Good. Okay. So I was sitting at my cabin a few years ago, and one of my wonderful young friends, Pavel Nowak from Poland, who is also very idealistic and really working hard to change the world. He was visiting me for a week at my cabin. I said, well, I've written 4 books this summer. And I've got time before the end of the fall to write a new book, but I don't have any ideas for it. Pavel, do you have any ideas? And he said, yes, there's this new thing popping up on the radar called the United Nations Sustainability Goals, right? 17 or 18 goals, always forget. And I took a look at it and I said, aha, woolly, fuzzy, blah, 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 all over the place. Nothing clear anywhere. And what is this about? This is about saving humanity on the planet. It is pretty important to get this right. And the United Nations has totally screwed it up. But now I could write a little letter to the Secretary General and say, you have got a bunch of idiots working for you and you've totally screwed up the most important project in history. But I think I probably wouldn't get any reply. So I started writing a book called Sustainability Planning. It says management here. And you will find that at this URL for free. And you can share it with any friends you have in the United Nations or any other NGO, because I think all NGOs probably have exactly this same problem, okay? Now, let's take a look. By the way, here's an example. At the UK Power Networks, we were talking with the CEO, and he proudly showed that he was doing 5 of those United Nations sustainability goals, right? So this is all over the place. All the politicians, all the CEOs, we are good guys, we are nice guys, we're gonna save the planet. And you know what? They're all bullshitting each other. So I focused initially on the first goal, no poverty, in simple terms. I did some of the other goals, but I mainly wanted to show that if I just take the first goal arbitrarily, there are substantial problems with it and substantial opportunities to make it clearer, make it better. And maybe we can solve the poverty problem if we bother to spend a day or so defining it more clearly before we start doing it. By the way, no matter what the UN does, if you are working, let's just say for Nigeria, on this one goal, you can ignore the UN and you can do what I'm going to advise you to do, and you can quantify and clarify that goal for your Nigerian project, right? So we're not dependent on moving the immovable beast, the organization called United Nations. Okay, we can use what I'm going to teach here and have already taught to some degree in our own local projects. Now, here is part of the text for target number 1.5, which is part of which is a sub goal number 5 of the poverty goal. Build the resilience of the poor. That sounds nice. We want to help resilience of poor. Here they are freezing and it's raining and they don't have any money and they're in vulnerable situations. The war is on, and reduce their exposure and vulnerability to climate-related extreme events like floods and fires and no wheat from Ukraine and other economic. Well, now this looks nice, but notice what it is: words, 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 or blah, 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 with about 15 ambiguous, undefined words, right? Now they sort of realize there's a problem there. And so they make a list of indicators, right? Now, so they're actually trying to decompose this, define it, and quantify. Good. But if you take a deeper look, you'll find that what they've done is said, which already measured United Nations statistics can we use to sort of reflect something about this? Well, that's very practical, except there's one problem. The things that are already being measured might be irrelevant or less relevant to what's going on here. I think it's very bad practice to choose things because they're easy to measure, rather than choose things because they are critical and vital. Okay, ask not what your country can find of ready-made measures. ask what measures are critical and quantify them. They're not doing that here. They're chickening out. Okay, so so this is sort of tackling the problem, but not good enough. So I took poverty and just did a little draft here. Here's the ambition level and poverty in all its forms everywhere. Here's a scale of measure, the percentage of different poverty forms in different areas as quantified by the poverty scale. And then I have, for example, a wish that the financial income poverty form in Central America and South America, when it's below minimum financial income per day in dollars, that we will reduce the problems there from 10 to 3, in other words, get 3 times better by 2030. Now, this is just a quick draft to show that this poverty thing can be more directly quantified using more interesting things than the United Nations actually use. But I still think this is not good enough, but it's just a quick draft. So here's this statement again. Here, by the way, is my little model, values and resources. There's poverty. There's 1.5, disaster protection. And there's the statement 1.5 we looked at earlier, build the resilience of the poor, etc. Here's a big picture of it, okay? Now, so surprise, what I did was I took and wrote this scale of measure with these parameters, and defined building and resilience and shocks and environmental. And notice that I have an environmental shock and I've defined environmental. This is second level definition, and situation success level. So I've begun to define it. I can now lay this on the table and say, team, do you like my definitions or do you have better ideas? Let's work together until we agree on the meaning of building and resilience and shocks and environmental and situations. And then at some point, let's take a vote or let the boss decide, but let's go forth with one voice about what this problem is, and let us spend our energy solving the problem rather than debating the meaning of all these words, okay? The definition will never be perfect. It will never be complete. It can always be improved, but we can do a definition like this in half a day in practice and get rolling. And that's my agile method. It's exactly what we do. We spend a day or so defining the top 10. And by the next week, we're actually trying to deliver reductions in poverty, incremental somewhere, very results oriented, okay? I asked one of the people on that first course with planning education, Anna Maria, who happened to be a graphical designer, if she could give me a graphical design of this scale with the parameters. And she came up with this. This is for an ambition level, make Warsaw safe again by blah, blah, blah. And then here we have a scale of measure with attack types as a parameter, effects, and stakeholders, and then the definition of what they are in there. I like so these are parameters and these are conditions for the parameter. And we can take any one or more or all of these conditions and say, that's what we're dealing with now, to give a more precise definition of the early sprints, if I can use that word, the early value deliveries. We can what I do is I ask people, what's the most critical attack type? My friends in Poland were very concerned with fake news, okay? So what's the real effect that you worry about most? Let's just say the national services, the government services are down. Okay, and what specific stakeholders are you most interested in dealing with? And what about the clients of the attackers, like the Russian government paying them to bring the system down? Things like that. Now, what we're doing is we can actually prioritize by choosing the most critical set of these and say, let's do that set first. We're decomposing the problem, in this case of security, and we are decomposing it so that we can choose the most critical things to deal with first. And therefore, when we do something, it has a relatively high value because it's impacting the most critical stakeholders with the most critical attack types and effects.
Excuse me, Tom.
Yes.
This graphic here, can we assume that any of the attack types can be linked to any of the real effects or all of them?
Right.
And
the
any of the
simple answer is,
stakeholders.
yeah,
So
the
any
simple answer-
combinations?
No, we don't know. We'd have to. It's possible that any one of these applies to all of these, but it's possible it only applies to two of them. But it certainly must apply to at least one of them, or we wouldn't have
At
a
least
valid.
one. Yeah. At least one.
I'm not making
At
any
least one
assertion
and a
that-
stakeholder.
Yeah, I'm not making any assertion that
So-
all combinations are real.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
My phone is going, so I'm going to.
Okay. Right, next. So here I'm taking poverty, and we actually did, there's the ambition level, but here's the scale we're actually using. And this set of parameters is actually a slice of the action. It's a decomposition of the most critical things. We want to work on health power and escaping for the physically exposed and people of weak health and families and for climate, and we want to get to, by 2019, which was a year or two ahead when we did this, we want to get to 50% escaped, okay? Sorry, in this case, it's the status. We're saying 50% escaped is the status in 2019, and we want to move it to 95% with the goal. So here's graphically what the problem is. Move from here to here with this slice of the action. Here's more detail on that with the status, a goal, a long-term status, and a long-term goal. So notice we can have any quantity of different points on the scale that interest us. Here is the tolerable level is a worst case, worst acceptable case, minimum for survival. Otherwise, all bets are off. And but this is our long-term tolerable, and it applies to these parameters, actually all of the parameters. Okay, and okay, so here is a little bit more. Now, by the way, I'm just making this up as I go along. This is not real. It is not discussed with the United Nations, but I'm trying to be constructive. This is what we could do together if anybody would bother to engage. I found 3 academics who published papers stating that they also believe the United Nations didn't have clear goals set. And so I actually sent emails with my book to 3 of these academics who'd written papers, and I didn't get any reply that said, yes, let's work on this together. So no help there from the academics, and certainly nothing from United Nations. I mean, hey, is anybody listening out there? We need to save humanity, but we can't do it with unclear goals. Are you listening out there? Blah, blah, blah. No wonder Greta says blah, 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 and has gotten some prime ministers to ape her. Here's the book. Here's the link again. Okay, here are the top 17 goals. This is goal number 4, quality education. I'm claiming that can be quantified. I showed you in the previous lecture that I could do it with the EU things. Here's the poverty, which I then decomposed. Here's that disaster protection poverty, number 1.5. And I showed you there is substantial detail behind this. I mean, if you're trying to solve poverty in just one nation, forget Africa, forget the world, with that nation has only 100 million people, I think you ought to use at least one day defining and agreeing clearly about exactly which poverty problem you are going to solve before you start handing out millions of donated euros to solve the problem that has not been defined properly. Are you listening? By the way, I will happily hold this lecture in a forum that might be able to do something about it, if you know anybody. Like United Nations Security Council, something like that. I'll come in and bang my shoe. Like, no invitations to the UN, darn it. That little lady who just says you should stop saying blah, 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 got a hearing, so there is hope. Again, here we have flood protection things which I've sort of planned. Here we have the disaster protection requirement of moving to 50 to 60, and we have an estimate that we'll get halfway, meaning from 50 to 55 in this case, halfway between here and there, if we use this. So that's good, but not good enough. And we either need alternative and more powerful strategies, or we need supplementary strategies. But we can quantify the goodness of any strategies for saving the world. Don't you doubt it. And if you think you find exceptions and you can't work it out, I'm here for you. And after my flotation to heaven, my books are here for you to help you find out how to do it. Okay, here's a slightly enlarged one with the disaster protection value, a cost idea, two different strategies, and even a relative evaluation of the value to cost, where this strategy is a heck of a lot better than this strategy because the cost is so trivial, mainly, they're equal here. So we should probably prioritize cheaper things first and get more value for money. Okay. Another way of saying this second strategy is the more efficient strategy by a factor of about 5 to 1. Okay. Here is a little bit more detail about one of these cells. And for example, when we write down the evidence and write down the source, we then have a little Likert scale, maybe, but credibility, where 0 credibility means it's just total bullshit with no support. Credibility of 1.0 means perfect credibility. It's guaranteed to happen. In this case, we have such good evidence to source, we're at approximately 9. We use the credibility factor to modify over-optimistic estimates so politicians don't make decisions based on blah, 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 and unsupported things. So this is the use of a scientific principle of giving evidence and knowing the sources before understanding what the research is showing. This is built into language. It is in the competitive engineering book in the chapter on impact estimation tables. Okay. So summarizing this lecture, no blah, blah, blah. Decide in your heart as an idealist willing to fight for what is right and true for humanity, that important ideas need great clarity, and challenge anybody diplomatically, probably is best, and challenge them by saying, thank you for your excellent idea. I have, by the way, done a draft of how to make sure that your excellent idea is clearly understood and not misunderstood by anybody. You wouldn't want your great thinking to go wasted because some silly people misunderstood your great idea. Now, would you? Can I help you? Shall we work together? That's sort of more idealist, more likely to work. You know, appeal to their gut feeling that their idea is good. And this guy's telling me if I don't clarify it, maybe some idiots will misunderstand my wonderful idea and I won't get credit for it. I better consider saying, yes, if you can make it clearer, please do so. May it be so. Critical ideas are things that, you know, are most important, most critical, life critical. They always need better clarification. Okay, less critical ideas, like the color of my fingernails, doesn't matter very much. The third principle I'm trying to teach here is that all ideas, meaning synonym for solutions, strategies, designs, architectures, that kind of thing, tactics, they're all the same. They're the means for reaching your ends, right? They must all be evaluated for the degree to which they will satisfy your critical values quantitatively. And I've shown you how to do that with the impact tables. More detail? Have a free book on sustainability planning. Not sure why, I think I've changed the title, but and there it is, UN goals. And the detailed lecture as before, to sum it all up. Have fun, use my lecture if you like, in any context you like. And here are just some other, here's a whole book on clear communication, and here's a book on being innovative and creative or innovation. And here is a 700-page book, a brain dump I did over 4 years on everything I know. That exists too. Not every. I went to the British Computer Society with this book and said, you're my good friend, British Computer Society. I will allow you to publish this book first. And the publisher said, Tom, we can't possibly publish that book. And I said, why not? They said, because it's 700 pages. And we all know that the optimum size for a book that sells well is 230 pages. So there's no way we're going to publish it. So I thought, what an idiot. He would say no to the Bible because it's too long and repetitive. Anyway, no comparison otherwise. But if you want the detail, it's 700 pages. If you don't want the detail, I have a 100-page free version called 100 Practical Planning Principles, which you'll find on my Twitter and LinkedIn recently. And that will give you a free summary of the whole book. So there's a story that isn't here. Somebody had these two pictures of Greta and Donald and said, there is a young child who just shouts and rants and doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He should listen to the grown-up in the room. Her name is Greta. Something like that. Today's joke.
That's great.
More books. Okay, let's see. Here, by the way, from a 2019, my lecture at Inspire. And here's an, let's see, extract from the book. Yeah, here's another one, teaching useful knowledge and classical ideas, and I call undergraduate basics. So there's a link to that for the professors, okay? And that is in fact what I'm going to talk about after we take a 5-minute break, starting now. And
Tom, do you take advice? Well, you have to take a break as well, because you never take a break.
Yeah, you know
stay
what?
there and discuss.
But I'm sacrificing my comfort for the possibility of talking with you, Eli.
Okay, I know, but don't you get tired?
No. I'm an inhuman machine.
I know.
I'm actually an alien robot.
I think you're competing with Margaret. The two of you.
I think just a half a second comment. Margaret, please chair, and if you will allow me, and Ellie and Tom. I think what Tom, listening to you here and saying a lot of not just nuggets, but real seeds of knowledge and wisdom that you're actually sowing straight away. It's amazing. And all I can say is these seeds, you are placing them in the hands of people who are enthusiastic and who actually make sure that they are sowed on fertile soil internationally, so that they actually grow.
Great, great. That's my purpose in life, is finding people who can understand the value of these, because as you know, not everybody does. They think
they don't. Yeah.
Too complex.
Yes. Yeah.
You see,
I fully understand.
But then they go ahead and 50% of their projects are total failures, and they wonder why. And I said, but you never even defined success. That's why. Oh, we don't have time for that. We're in a hurry. People are crazy.
Yeah.
But some people are sane.
I fully appreciate it very much.
Yeah, so you guys are sane, and hopefully you'll find other people who are sane in government and industry, and we can get something done in spite of 90% of humans being so insane they would vote for Donald Trump.
Yes, it's true. It's true. We will do that. And
great.
Tom, you talked about these unclear goals of the politicians. It's not that they are daft. It is their philosophy, their policy. They have to veil the real ideology with these fluffy words, the blah blah.
Yeah.
And I think if you listen to the parliament as well here in the UK, they say total rubbish, but they say it with conviction.
Now, Eli,
and it is not provable, it is not
Eli,
achievable.
Notice what I do.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that top managers and politicians will talk bullshit. And I can't.
They do it on purpose.
Oh, well, wait a minute. There's a reason for it. I mean, they have to communicate with the masses and the voters, right? So what I do, I have this compromise. I say, I will capture your bullshit in a thing I call the ambition statement. And I will credit you with it. And I will respect you. And then I will help you make it clear so that your wonderful idea will become a reality and you'll get reelected.
That's amazing.
I don't fight it. I use, martial arts method of using the energy of the opponent to throw them over.
Tai Chi.
But they don't listen to you.
Some people do.
Yeah. Okay.
Some people do. I'll give a simple example.
I think there was one minister some time ago from here that talked to you.
Yes.
And,
yeah. I have some amazing stories of people who listen. Ask me for my bragging rights privately. I'm too humble to do it publicly. But you would be amazed at the people who have listened and what has happened. Okay.
Yeah.
But they are less than 1% of the people in the world. You can say 99% don't listen yet. They are happy with failure. You know why they're happy with failure? They fail and then they have to do the project again and they get paid twice over.
It's true. Very
literally,
true.
Literally.
Very correct.
The suppliers of the world, Accenture, make a lot of money on this. Okay? They are motivated to fail. Okay? Because if they succeed, we're finished paying them, right? It's crazy. But these people also have revolving doors to parliament and civil service, which the British Parliament has published information on. Yeah, so it's a corrupt world as well as a crazy world. But I could just give up, but I'm not giving up. I'm going to fight. My words, I hope, will fight long after I'm not here. And you, my friends, will carry on the fight, and your students will carry on the fight. And we will, maybe in 100 years, get 5% of saving the world done.
The beauty of it, Tom, is your work is in print. And it's in print and will live forever. It's not. It's
That's
not,
right. It's
yes,
digital.
it's wonderful.
Spread around. There's no accidents there. And so keep a good copy of it, put it in a safe place, and pull it out when the time is right. By the way, I'm talking with a guy, his name is CJ Fernley, who's a bit crazy, but what he wants to do is save humanity in the next few billion years in the galaxy. Does that sound crazy?
That is good.
But we're having a serious talk about whether these methods can help him model the problem. So if anybody's crazy enough to be interested in that, I'll share it. But I'm literally talking, he's saying, Tom, your methods can't model, improve, keeping the galaxy safe in 5 billion years. And I said, well, let's work on it. And so I will show you in detail the quantified goals I've given for his sustainability things. I don't know if I can model saving the universe in 5 billion years, but I'm actually working on the problem with the crazy guy, CJ Fernley, right now.
I think Larry's got his hand up, and I think your 5 minutes is also up.
Yes, Larry, you want to say something?
Larry.
Yes, I want to say something, but I am tempted to share something with you for a minute or two, but I will say it anyway. Everything you've said, obviously, I was just asking, where have you been all my life? Because I have been working on this, and Professor James happens to be a guy I respect his views on things and also his tenacity on how he sees things. But what you are doing is what Professor Howard Nicholas actually highlighted. So everything you've discredited is right, is correct. But this is what the world is all about. This is a policy they have put in place. It's actually, they call it strategy. So it was not meant, what we have in place are not meant to solve humankind problems or some humankind problems. It's actually meant to complicate their life. So all the MDGs is designed to keep Africa poor. So it's not designed to make Africa better. So yes, those ambiguity that you actually identify, those vague expressions are designed to make that happen. And I'm so delighted that Professor Ross and yourself on this platform are looking to have equality and diversity. I mean, we're not saying the world will ever be equal. We're not saying that. We're not saying the world will ever be the same. We're not saying that. But what we are saying is, let's give everyone a fair chance to develop themselves. I mean, how many news of hundreds of thousands of young Africans drowning in the Mediterranean Sea? How many of those? If that happens to be Americans, if that happens to be British, are we all going to fold our hands? So what you're doing here, Sir Tom, this is something that is close to your heart. And you keep saying it that before you leave, you're not going to leave soon. You still have a lot to share with us.
Yes, a long time.
Yeah,
a long time.
Share with us, because good people don't disappear just like that.
No.
And I want to say, the effort that Professor Margaret is putting in to get this going, even the time to spend to be with us in this is amazing. And I'm sure this will be a watershed because we're still young. We can still take the baton and actually make the noise and sound the warning to others that, look, and one thing I must say, I have learned to say that fight demonstration is no longer the way forward. I said earlier on to yourself that it was Kenny Roger who said, you don't have to fight to be a man. Just have a constructive dialogue. Have a mature dialogue. And that's what what you share with us is amazing. This is not going to leave my desk. Trust me, many books will be written out of this. No doubt about that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Larry, I have one short answer. Where have I been? Actually, Margaret Ross has been sponsoring about 10 courses a year for the last 14 years at BCS in London.
Yes.
Wow.
And I have been speaking at this conference on several occasions. So that's, and now I'll give you another one. In 1970s, I had a column in Computer Weekly in UK called Gilb's Methodology.
Wow.
140.
Hold on, let me write it down, please. Let me write it down. Sorry.
Okay. Computer Weekly, 1970s, for several years, every other week, alternating with a professor at Loughborough University. And I had 144 little blogs, among other things, suggesting that Agile would be a good idea. These are the first recorded Agile things people have researched and found. So I've been there since the 70s, pervasively in Britain, like Computer Weekly, publishing books, like my software metrics book was published in Britain, 1976. Is it in your library? And then with BCS alone, been holding free courses, thanks to Margaret again, and other people have helped us since, well, I think it's 14 years now. Is it 12 or 14 years, Margaret? So that's what I've been.
Actually, thank you so much. Actually, in 2001, I had my first certificate from BCS as a marker for ECDL. So I have been also a veteran, I would say, with BCS, following all the journey. But to have you here, revealing, this is more revealing to me. It's amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you.
By the way, a little bit spiteful. Unfortunately, BCS didn't see the wisdom of publishing any of my books. And if that ever changes, I'd be delighted to submit books, but they're just not into this at BCS Publications.
I think what I would do with that is that I think BCS is looking for a more what we say politically correct sentences, politically correct statement. So and that is what we have to do. The word is about diplomacy, but I think you're very direct in the way you write.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, so that is
correct.
Can I suggest something? I could see Isaac's hand is up, but before then, there is you've just triggered something in my head here, and it has helped me all the time. I think it's medically proven, Tom and everybody, that all human beings every day, normally we go crazy, we go mad for a period of 3 to 5 minutes, on average. And for many of the successes that I've had in life, I've always been able to get away with it by saying that, sorry, I may have done this during my 3 to 5 minutes period of madness. Please, would you forgive me? But I think right now, I would like to, and when I say that, whether it's for serious business or anything, the people always say, okay, it's all right, and they forget about it. So and when I now, based on what you are saying here, Tom, I can now begin to see that this, if we really look at it, and we'll consider that the process called the MAD process, that's making a difference as an acronym. Yes, if we now
paper here,
decide,
James.
Yes,
write a paper on this, James.
Yes, if we now decide to come up with a project called the MAD project, that allows certain people to allow us to do our project and leave us in peace and not in pieces, to actually make a difference in the world, and they will let us. So I think how will I put it? It's something we can think of now. And if we develop a MAD project and use that as a means for penetrating different communities of practice, we may be able to achieve a lot of progress with the wonderful nuggets of seeds of wisdom that you have sowed which some people may not have been given the chance to grow. And we will make sure that these seeds, they actually grow, and they grow not only to become trees, but they will grow up to bear fruits. That's just a little contribution there.
Can I just slightly interrupt? Two things. One, Isaac's got his hand up, and the other thing, Tom, you've only got
Isaac, yes.
half an hour left.
I know, yeah. It's okay. It's important that people like James and Larry say their piece and interact. So that's good.
And then, Tom, James used the word amazing. Larry used the word amazing. I'm repeating amazing for the third time. And, you know, all this passion and interest generated is because back home, we used to all such golden nuggets, words of wisdom. And obviously, this comes with age. And to just play on your drift on the Bible is a very interesting one, because I'm a firm believer in the Bible. And linking it to what Larry said, no one is arguing that the whole world will be the same. No. So through biblical prophecy, the dream Nebuchadnezzar had, we understand that we are the feet of that very enormous image the great king had in the vision. So we are in the midst of clay and iron, where we are trying to cleave. So it's more challenging, but by the grace of God, we'll make progress. So thanks for such words of profound words of depth, insightful research and work over the years. Finally, on ambiguity and clarity, even when you would have a meeting with students or with researchers or lecturers, and it's like, oh, could you please clarify that? Then it's an issue. Maybe you had to assess a student and you are giving feedback, and then they say that clarify the issue. So I'm happy with your work on ambiguity and clarity. That's what I would want to say here. Thank you.
Good. That's a wonderful, simple way of saying it, isn't it? We need greater clarity so we can work together for good purposes. That's it. Okay, I will try to finish off my lecture. Now, this lecture was held in 2019 at this conference, but I thought in this context, I should repeat highlights from it at least. I originally wrote a paper on it for some Norwegian professors that I felt were not teaching useful knowledge. And I don't think I managed to convince them to change anything, but I did write a paper for them and handed it to them. And then I'm reusing it here for some other professors. So if we could just move towards teaching useful knowledge. And then the question is, okay, Tom, blah, 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 useful knowledge, who can be against that? But how do we know if knowledge is useful? And that's what I'm going to answer. By the way, in a little trip through the Victoria and Albert Museum, I found this wonderful map translated from the French of human knowledge. And it's kind of difficult to read, but it's kind of charming, and maybe you can enlarge it and have a little bit of fun looking at it. Now, everybody knows this fellow, Mr. Isaac Newton, and I'm sure you all know that he said, being humble and modest about his great ideas, if I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Your humble servant, Isaac Newton. Now, you heard it, but I'm utterly charmed by getting the actual handwritten version of this. So have fun. Thank you. And that's what I do. I stand on the shoulders of so many giants. Okay. Descartes, Deming, to mention a few of my favorite guys. Right. And I'm actually 6'6" tall, and you're very welcome to stand on my shoulders. My wife forever correcting my lack of clarity. In my old age, I might be slightly shorter than 6'6", but I did say I was once 6'6". So keep there. Okay, now, by the way, of course, Newton didn't invent that idea. So if we do a little bit of digging, who said it, we find Bernard did it. And we've actually got a picture to prove it of him standing on a shoulder of giants or something like that. Anyway, just a bit of fun. Here is the paper which I held for the Systems Engineering Conference in San Diego. So that's where it's sort of published, and originally did it for my Norwegian professors. But if you want a citable paper, which is what I'm going to use for my lecture, then that's it. Now, of course, we have 10 principles. You're listening, Larry? You like principles? And
yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Knowledge is more useful when it applies to more circumstances. Knowledge is more worth learning if it can be applied for a long time after university. Knowledge is more useful if there's a high value from applying it. Knowledge is more useful if it can easily be shared with others. Knowledge is more useful when early feedback can prove its usefulness in practice. That's called agile. Knowledge is more useful when it can be used together with a larger body of knowledge. Knowledge is more useful when the results of its application can be measured. Knowledge is more useful when it is widely accepted in your culture. Knowledge is more useful when the cost of applying it is low. And finally, knowledge is more useful when it can be used to generate even more useful knowledge. I hope some of you think that was really nice. Now you know how to find stuff to teach. Go through this checklist. Get the data. Ask if what you are teaching meets these criteria to an interesting extent or does not. Done. And there's a whole paper on this, and the slides from the larger lecture which I held at Inspire is in the previous links. But before I go on, are there any short remarks or questions on what I just did?
I think
Can
that
you
was very
unmute?
interesting. Thank you.
Okay, I think that was, please move on, Tom. Margaret very much requested especially that I do this next part. So.
I love this one.
Yeah, it's good fun, isn't it, Margaret? So I put it in specially for you. I was talking to some people in Norway who did TED Talks, just informally. We were, and they sort of said to me, "What do you do?" And I said, "I can quantify anything." "What do you mean anything?" "I can quantify anything, like love, for example." "What? You can quantify love? You must hold a TED Talk." So if you Google Tom Gilb, TED, and love, you will find me holding a 17-minute lecture. But here are some of the slides for it. Love is one of those soft things that we don't usually measure. "I love you, dear. I will love you forever." Okay, no numbers there. What's that? Is that blah, blah, blah? Or how long is forever? Let's see. My wife is here. "Hey, Solveig, have we been together since 1958? That's the beginning of forever." Anyway, but there are some people who don't even believe it can be measured, like Ms. Britz, I don't know, I disagree with her, but that's okay. Now, you've all heard the song, "Love is a many splendored thing." Better to look up Bing Crosby doing it on YouTube or something like that. But it turns out the key to measuring love is that it is not one thing, it is many splendored things. And this is one of the things I teach my students, that when you want to measure something, you may have to first decompose a complex value or quality into its component parts. Now, it turns out love is one of those things that is not a one-dimensional measurable thing. So if you're looking for one-dimension scale, you won't find it. You have to do the decomposition to find a set of things. Love is an umbrella title. It's not a one-dimensional thing like speed. So I was teaching some Dutchmen who were very skeptical in Holland, engineers, Philips, and they said, "You cannot quantify love, Tom." And I said, "Yes, you can. I'll teach you in 6 minutes." And so this is the story of what we did. I said, "Would you please write down, all of you, the decomposition of the factors that make up love?" And they wrote down what I'm showing you: kissedness, care, sharing, respect, comfort, friendship, sex, understanding, trust, etc. And we had a set, and I said, well, okay, that's stage one. Now we have to, this hasn't made it measurable, it's just made it more intelligible. It's this set of things. And so let's try to quantify. Now, we only have 6 minutes, so pick one at random that you think is difficult. This is a tactic I use in management meetings and with students, and they picked trust. By the way, Lloyd Webber understands this too, aspects of love. And so they said trust is broken down again: truthfulness, broken agreements, late appointments, late delivery, and gossiping to others. In other words, second level decomposition. And then we took trust, and here you see the ambition level, no lies. Here you see the scale, average black lies per month, but it took us a while to realize that white lies are okay. So this was a modification later. Black lies per month from defined sources. The meter, how we're going to measure it. The past lie level, this is real. Bart, a real Dutchman, said, "My old mate lied to me 42 times per month and I can't tolerate it. However, I've changed mates and my current mate is going to be better at this." There's actually a line missing, but what the heck. So yeah, the goal was less than 21 instead of living with 42. So here we have truthfulness. Now, at that moment, everybody realized by using this method on all the love components and decomposing them and quantifying them, we could indeed quantify love. Now, enter my good friend, Dr. Lawrence Day. By the way, he's a doctor of divinity working for Boeing IT airplanes. And he's a very good friend of mine. He was, at least, until he heard this lecture I held in London at the BCS about quantifying love. And he is a Christian. He is a doctor of divinity. He runs a little church in Seattle, and he even was the president of the American Christian Fellowship Association for a few years. He's a very, very Christian guy. And as you know, love is central to Christianity and hopefully all other religions. He got very angry at me that I suggested that love could be quantified. It's like painting a picture of Muhammad and getting a fatwa against you. He was so angry, he stamped out of the room in London and went back to Seattle and didn't talk to me for 6 weeks. But being a good Christian, he wrote me an email 6 weeks later and says, "Tom, humble apologies. In Corinthians, in the Bible, the definition of agape, the Greek word for love, is to divide it exactly like you taught into things like suffereth long. I know my wife loves me. She's suffered me for about 60 years, right, Solaya? She is kind and I am kind. I guess that's why we hang together. Envieth not, vaunteth not itself. In other words, humble, not puffed up, humble. Doth not behave itself unseemly. Okay, so, and on and on and on. So in other words, the word of the Bible, which hopefully is the word of God, is that you take love and decompose it into. Now, can you measure how long my wife has suffered me? Yeah, we met in 58. She's still here and still suffering. She told me a few hours ago, Tom, you're spending so much time at this Inspire conference and not giving attention to me. Well, she's suffering because of you guys. But I'm going to be really nice to her after the conference over, I promise you. Okay. Anyway, so but this decomposition is a measurable idea. Can you measure all the other ideas? Of course you can. And if you don't know how, I'll teach you. The good Lawrence Day, finally, for his doctoral advisors, Larry and Raghu, wrote a paper called Love Quantified. He really picked up on the idea. And in 2016, he, still thinking about the matter, decided to divide the Corinthian love ideas into thought-oriented and action-oriented. He's still thinking about the matter. Very interesting. Here's a guy I found by Sprott, who does mathematical models of happiness. Okay, I leave you to look him up and find out, but he's measuring love. He's quantifying love, okay? A good friend of mine, Rolf Götz, sent me this statement because he knows I love principles. He said they were done by one of the people I admire greatly, Ralph Waldo Emerson, but it turned out that was wrong. They were done by Harrington Emerson, who wrote this book, The 12 Principles of Efficiency. And here it is, especially for you, Larry. As to methods, there may be a million and then some, but principles are few. The person, sorry about his old language, who grasps principles can successfully select his own methods. You like that, Larry? Yeah. So what is a principle? Well, 10 minutes left. Maybe I can get through a little bit more of this. Here's my definition of principle. Let's just stick with condensed wisdom. Now, here's one of the guys I admire, and I really regret I couldn't listen in on a video meeting with him or email him. And you all know him, the Italian Leo. And he has some wonderful principles, which Michael Geld wrote up in his book on how to think like Leonardo da Vinci. And actually, if you go into depth on these principles, they are the same principles as what we call agile. So I claim that Leonardo da Vinci must have been an early agile philosopher. Here's a man I also met. He's one of the quality control gurus. Here's a book he edited, Joseph Duran, Quality Control Handbook. But the charming thing he did there was the cover of his book. Here's an enlargement. And this is from Thebes in 1450 before Christ. It's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And it shows some people building pyramid blocks using a standard to measure the diagonal of the block. So this principle is you do quality control against known standards. Somebody mentioned my software inspection book. That is 500 pages on doing control against known standards. More information for those who are interested. But so the beauty is this idea of you can do quality control by just saying, hey, how do you think that block of granite is? Shall we put it in the pyramid? You know, your choice. But you could also measure it against a known standard before you, and you don't have to let people have an opinion about it. That's an ancient formal tradition for quality control that Duran recognized was classic. And so he put it on the cover of his book. Oh, I love old principles like that we can still learn from today when doing quality control reviews of planning and plans. I call those specification quality control today. It's in my competitive engineering book chapter on specification quality control. In the competitive engineering book, free copy, you have to pay for the paper copies, but you don't have to pay for the digital ones. I divided into 10 chapters, and in every chapter, I wrote down 10 principles to summarize. Therefore, there are at least 100 principles there. And so, but I use that as a teacher to give a framework, a simplification, a summary for what I'm trying to teach. Here's my friend, Dr. Deming. I used to take him to the ballet in London. Tell you more stories about that when you're ready for crazy stories like that. Okay. One of his principles is that quality needs to be designed into processes and products. Cleaning up bad work is a loser, but cleaning early is better than late. Or, as Benjamin Franklin put in Poor Richard's Almanac, in the 1700s, a stitch in time still saves 9, but an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We need to teach these principles. There are too many people in IT who are busy investing all their time in testing, which is too late, too expensive, instead of understanding how to improve their processes so they do not insert defects in their IT systems. More about that if you want. But a recommendation is to look at a thing called defect prevention process from IBM, which I have much information about for those who want to teach students, IT students, about preventing defects getting into programs. People aren't teaching it, they don't know enough about it, and that's terrible. Okay. Here's another thing that in chapter 5 of this, competitive engineering, I have all of these things. I show exactly suggested scales of measure for usability and adaptability and security and quality and things like that, and how to decompose and break them down. So it's sort of off the shelf, ready-made. You don't have to invent a scale of measure. They're pre-invented. These are very similar to what I wrote in my 1976 book published in Britain called Software Metrics, where I coined the term. Here's something for my software systems engineering friends, where Dr. Hastings at MIT was waking up to the idea that they need to focus more attention on the ilities, you know, the qualities. And of course, I said, well, welcome MIT. I've been talking about this since 1976. So MIT finally catching up with simple ideas that all engineers and scientists knew long ago. Here's something that was at Inspire, a lecture, a presentation by Manshi and Singh, who went on to Ulster University, and I know we have people from Ulster there, so maybe you know of them or about them. They're now out in private practice, but they they used my methods at the National Health Service, and here are the quantified for pharmaceuticals in hospitals, and they did a very nice simple impact estimation table, which I quite like. But that was in they presented all this in a BCS Inspire lecture. Here's several universities, like in New Jersey and Norway, Stevens Institute, one in Jersey, that unfortunately teach this junk about quality function deployment. This is a plot by Herr Ono from Japan, Toyota, to fool Americans into using bad methods. And he succeeded, and the silly academics convey his points. I wrote a paper about what's wrong with this. So please, if you teach it, teach what's wrong with it. Don't teach it's a good idea. It's not. Oh dear, and we're running out of time, so let's skip that slide. I also believe in words from the Lord, Isaac. And here's one guy, and he's, this is what started me on this whole thing. I found this in a newspaper advertisement in Norway when I was 22 years old. I'll quote the heart of it. I often say when you can measure what you're speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. This is.
Could you say that again?
That's Siri asked me if I could say it again. And but when you, by the way, this is the scale. But when you cannot measure it, when you cannot express it in numbers, your knowledge is of a meager and unsatisfactory kind. Now, measure is the meter, that's the test process. But express it in numbers, which he repeats twice in the same sentence, that's the quantification with the scale and the goal. And the last sentence I leave to you, but I highly recommend this wisdom from the Lord. And finally,
I think
just a moment, I've got exactly 2 minutes left. So we'll take your question after I can claim I'm done on time, right? So when I was a young student, I chose sociology as a major subject. And the most, the first thing we all got was Emil Durkheim's book on suicide, where he took human feelings of motivation and alienation and things like that, and he studied them quantitatively, really good academic study. And as 60 years later, we young sociologists learned that things like love and motivation and alienation could be quantified too. So thank you, Emil, for inspiring me as a young student. And now I'm going to skip the rest of it. Oh, Confucius is good. True wisdom is knowing what you don't know. And Leonardo's always good, but we're going to skip him and claim that we're done on time. So I'm done on time. Thank you. And if there were any remarks, we're open. And there's the QR for the slides, by the way.
That was excellent. Absolutely excellent. Ellie, would you like to do the?
No, Tom, I'm speechless. I hear you for years, and I still learn, and I still marvel at the way of your thought and the way you structure things and the way you inspire us. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you all for such.
May you stay with us for many, many more years and write many more books and keep teaching us. Thank you.
I live not to hear your praise, but it's nice, but to hear that you have transmitted these ideas to other people successfully. Tell me about it.
Mm-hmm. I didn't quite hear that.
I know you have, Ellie. And I know Margaret has. You made sure they got transmitted. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, it's been a long day.
We have a lot of
just to make a quick
and
comment.
a lot of websites to ponder.
Yeah, it's been a long day and a long talk, so I don't mind if we shut down and anybody can, you know how to talk to me informally afterwards.
Just a quick comment.
James?
Just a quick comment, just for a few seconds, please. I think your lecture is like light. Ellie just stated there, she's left speechless. and there's no way to describe it. For me, it's like trying to define light. You can never really define light, but light allows you to see, allows you to see so many things. And it's up, once you've seen things, you say, wow, I never knew this was there, or I didn't know I could do things this way or that way. But light itself has there's no way you can define it. I think
well,
that
you know,
is,
James, it's been here since the 1970s, just waiting for you to be guided to it. You win. You got guided to it. But it's been there.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think that the way I will say it, the final aspect of my comment is this, that just as the sun, we always talk about sunrise and sunset, but we forget that the sun never changes.
Yep.
The sun never rises and the sun never sets, but the sun is always there, and it radiates energy and allows us to see light and accept light and use light and preserve light. And I think that is how you have been, you know, to not just the BCS, but to the Inspire conference, and also to all of us, the delegates that have the benefit of actually enjoying your receiving your thoughts, receiving your presentations, your lectures, that for the workshops that you've delivered over the years with us. And just to, as chair of the conference, just to reassure you of the fact that all that you've done for us is like the light, just as the sun gives light to the earth. That is how you have continued to radiate the knowledge, you know, to this community. And that light will continue to maybe capture it, use it in whatever shape or form as we go forward. And that which you've left with us and you are living with us is going to remain eternal, and it's not going to diminish in any form. But so really a big thank you to you.
So
And
amplify the light.
The delegate will take it
amplify
forward.
the light to all of you. Amplify the light, improve the strength of the light, and transmit the light onwards.
Further. So,
Thank you.
Thank you all. Looking forward to conversations in the future.
Over to Margaret. Yeah.
Great.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. That was
Thank you.
fantastic. And thank you, Ellie, for sharing it. But Tom,
Yeah.
brilliant. As
Well, with help from everybody. But I want to thank Margaret for so many years. Margaret, I met you 6 months before I met Tom. In 93, you and Jeff. In 93, 31st of March, 1993.
my goodness. The first
Yeah, it was my first paper, my first conference in Southampton.
Yeah,
I'll never forget that year. Then in the November, Tom was there with Dorothy, and I was in the testing group with Dorothy and Graham. So I got the book, but one of my students pinched it. So I don't have your book anymore. But never mind. I learned about the metrics from your book, your previous book. I learned about the software metrics, the concept from you. And then many hundreds and thousands of things from you. Thank you.
My pleasure always.
So Margaret and Jeff, thank you. And James, this year I was a bit semi-detached. I've had some health issues, but I was well enough to join at this late stage. Yeah. So
thank you.
Okay. Thank you for everything.
It's been a fantastic workshop, and it's been a fantastic conference, and everybody's worked so hard. Tom, thank you so much. Ellie, James, Peter Lineker, there was so many people that did so much. Can I just mention very quickly, first of all, the bit actually asking people to do more work. If I could have your final versions of your papers within 2 weeks, that would be fabulous. I'm going to probably ask you just to confirm your final PowerPoint slides, so I can actually make sure the right ones get loaded up onto the website, because all the idea that we're planning to do is have the Tom, yes.
My wife Sulvai says, please say hello to Margaret and Jeff and Ellie, our old friends.
Hello, Sol. Hello. Send us some photos from the cabin.
That's fabulous.
Yep.
The flowers from the cabin.
Flowers
in
from
your
the cabin.
garden.
That is wonderful. And
Yeah.
great. Thank you both, and thank you, Sol, as well. But the other one is just coming back to the sort of things. If you can actually let me have the latest versions of the slides, latest version of the papers, I'll make sure the right ones hopefully get into the proceedings and get actually onto the websites. So that's actually finishing this conference, and then thinking of next conference, which is the 28th Inspire conference, which is 20 to 22nd of June 2023. And this is 1 week later, so we miss out all the problems of the exam boards, hopefully. And again, you can start doing your abstracts now. And we look forward to the abstracts being reviewed as normal and then into the full papers. And thank you so much. And thanks everybody so much for everything they've done.
Okay.
And Tom, thank you. And so,
bye, everybody.
take care. I think we can say bye to everyone.
Thank you, Margaret.